Well, whether you believe the price was right or not, the Seahawks got their running back last night, selecting Notre Dame's Jadarian Price with the 32nd pick. But can they now adequately address their other perceived needs on day 2 of the NFL draft? Welcome to the Seahawks Syndicate, everybody, presented by Prize Picks, where if you download the app today and use promo code HMA, they're going to give you $50 in additional lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Joining me, as always, the rest of the syndicate, Brandon, Bryce, Mookie, and a special guest, or potentially two, slated to appear tonight. And the best guest of all, you, our audience. Great night last night. Thanks for being here again, joining us with your comments, your critiques, your hot takes. You could beat up on us all you want as we cover every single pick. Guys, after sleeping on it, how are we feeling about what lies ahead for the Seahawks after what happened last night?
I'm still not thrilled with the process that it took to end up with a running back at 32, but I'm also not upset about it. And I said it when Mel Kiper mocked Jadarian Price to the Seahawks last week. I thought, okay, that's not happening. Mostly because I'm just instinctively, when Mel Kiper says it, it probably means it won't happen later in the draft that you get. But I think that Jadarian Price is still a talented running back. I do agree with Mike McDonald that you probably need to put on a little bit more weight because it's not usual for John Schneider to draft a running back at that caliber at 203 pounds. So they went a little bit beyond their historical trends. But when you look at Price's film, when you look at his explosive plays, his vision, his ability to cut so smoothly, I think that he is a fit in this scheme. And let's face it, it's still going to be cheaper than had you retain Ken Walker. Are you going to get Ken Walker equivalent productivity in 2026? I'm not counting on it with Jadarian Price, but within the confines of his contract, he can end up being a good value pick in terms of what he brings to the offense in the long term. So there's still a lot to work on with Jadarian Price. There's not a lot as far as his pass protection, not a lot to the receiving game, but in terms of just pure running the ball, I think he is a good fit for the Seahawks offense. It's just, you wish he was available at 64, but alas, they had to take him at 32 because I do believe that what Schneider said was accurate. The trades in front of them, I think there were 5 trades from like pick 20 something all the way to 31, did impact their ability to move back.
Brandon, let me ask you this, because one of those teams that traded twice in front of us, the San Francisco 49ers, they're on the clock. They have the first pick tonight. So there's going to be a lot of NFC West related focus before we get to the Seahawks pick. But there were some surprises in some of the position groups that lasted, notably corner and pass rusher, which are the two of the big position groups that most people wanted us to dip into yesterday. Do you feel good about what's left on the board to think that John can still address those needs adequately enough today?
I do, actually. I think that it was one where in this draft in the first round, and I think you heard a lot of anonymous sources from scouts and general managers in the league referencing this first round, which was that there was a lot of teams that were doing things that were really weird this year as far as what guys they were choosing to jump on and where it would have been in other years. And because of that, to your point, that has allowed some guys that both have high positional value positions they're at, but then also very talented players left on the board. And I think that's what's going to make this very interesting early on here, Dan, because does John, with limited picks, try to seek a way to get up into this second round? Does he use next year's picks in maybe a stronger draft because he loves this guy so much? And I think if you know he does it, he would have that kind of ultimate conviction, a lot like they had with Nick Emanwari last year. And so that's the part that I'm kind of looking for today, to your point on that kind of drop, is that while there is these good guys that have dropped, I don't know if we're talking by the time you get to 64, you're going to feel in the same way about like that value versus going up to, let's say, the 15th this year in the second round, into sort of that mid-level area of it. Because there is these kind of steps that just keep dropping down in this draft as far as especially upside type guys.
That's why these first 15, 20 picks are going to be so important. Where do the runs happen, right? Is it edge? Is it corner? Bryce, if obviously given the fact that who knows what's going to happen over the next 30 picks, do you kind of in your mind have an idea based on what's left of sort of which combination you think might work best? Pass rusher first, corner second, or vice versa?
It's interesting. Like if I'm Seattle, I think it really depends on what you see the next run being. Is it going to be, because there's this cluster of corners, will there be any left to the point where you're picking at 64, right? It's really kind of a what got taken out of the cupboard next and what's gone from, that area. And if it's a run on corners, then I think, yeah, you have to discuss edge. If Derek Moore is there and Danny Dennis Sutton and Crawford and R. Mason Thomas are guys that are sitting there at 64, then I think that becomes a very legitimate conversational piece of, okay, we need to take our edge now because maybe, Dalen Everett and Charles Demings and the two Washington corners and Malik Muhammad might be sitting there at pick 96, and you can pivot that way. It really is going to depend on what you see this run at the top half of the second round being. And if Seattle's sitting there going, okay, our next need is corner, they may try and trade up. Who knows? They may try and do it. I don't think that may be the best thing. But like I said last night, towards the end of our show yesterday, was they have to have some sort of process today and see how the value matches up for what is going to be left on the board, because they're going to be sitting there for a long time. And I'm sure there's going to be guys that they're going, I really wish he had stuck, and they're going to be flying off the board.
One of the big storylines today is how far does Jermod McCoy fall? We've heard the reports he's got to have that plug replaced, a second procedure on the knee that's not really related to the ACL. This had to do with cartilage. It may cost him much, if not all, of 2026. But in a way, isn't Seattle uniquely positioned to take this kind of risk because they don't need a rookie corner to come in and start right away? And maybe this could be the ultimate sort of low risk, high reward sort of move if he indeed ends up making it all the way to 64.
I am kind of curious to see what the Seahawks plan is at cornerback, replacing Reek and only Reek, because we are on the assumption that Witherspoon is going to be Spoon and Josh Jobe might even have an increased role from what he had last year. So how do you split up Reek snaps? Does Jobe get more of those snaps? Does a rookie corner get more of those snaps? Does Igbenogany and or Pritchett start to eat into those snaps? I mean, I'm curious to see what happens there. So if they're not super confident in having those guys kind of be replacements for Reek, they could end up trying to take a corner, I think, sooner rather than later. If McCoy falls, I don't know if he'll be able to play this season, and maybe that would be the trepidation. I think in recent years, they haven't been as willing to chance on players with concerning medicals. So it's one of those things where if the Seahawks were in a better situation as far as their cornerback depth, if they had more guys, if they had signed a veteran, let's say they had signed Marlon Humphrey, who gets cut by Baltimore or something, or they signed Rasul Douglas right now, I'd say, yeah, take a chance. You already got a veteran back there, but there's just too many unknowns below Jobe and Witherspoon for me to think that they're going to be in on McCoy, but I absolutely think they'll be in on a corner.
Brandon, I got a question for you. I think another one of the intriguing storylines today, as far as falling players goes, is where does Cassius Howell land? And I remember us being in Mobile and you putting on the cut-ups of every one of his sacks and showing us, kind of reminding us of how he's a one-trick pony and how he wins off the edge. But at what point, if at all, do the concerns about length and maybe, his limited profile become, how far does he have to fall for it to make sense, I guess?
Well, I think it does get hard for me to even go at the end of the second round, because I think you're going to have to highly specialize him, not just in the short term, but the long term. And that doesn't have to necessarily be a death knell for him as a player, mind you. Dan, I think it just does break down to, I can only put him out in the field really in knowing pass rush situations. If I put him out there on early downs, even if he develops as a player, it's just not going to work. This isn't a strength issue. This isn't a gain 15 pounds issue. This is a guy that just doesn't have the natural strength at the point of attack, and along with that, the length to hold up in this way. But that being said, you have a defense that's putting a lot of teams in third and long situations. You have a team that's going to put a lot of teams behind the eight ball in games and allow you to play from ahead and allow your pass rushers to pin their ears back, go whole hog. And at that point, a guy like this can go out there and hunt, and he doesn't have to worry about as much the run game. And maybe they're thinking a little bit like next level in their way if they were to look at this guy for that reason. But I will say that I think you've got to, part of what is going to be the big onus for me today is more than just, I want this guy. No, it's got to be this guy. It's more for me of, operate with value and pick guys to the right value place for what they're bringing. And if I'm getting a situational pass rusher that I have to protect on early downs, I don't know if you can make the argument of that being, even in the late second round, a smart second round pick.
Bryce, what about surprises, right? What about trading for an established player or trading a player off of their roster? Do you think, or taking 2027 draft capital? They've got those extra picks in the 4th, 5th. We talked about that last night, potentially moving back in or up from 64. What do you think the odds are that maybe we'll see, we'll have to keep our heads on a pivot tonight?
I think it's a potential. I think there's more likelihood that maybe we see some of those future consideration picks get moved if John sees value in this, 2 rounds and he wants to get involved here quickly. The one thing, I've already saw Jordan Schultz put something out, but just before the draft started, that Kayvon Thibodeau conversations have really started to ignite now. So it makes you wonder, is there an expectation within the league now that there is about to be a run on this edge group that's remaining right here at the top of the second round to the midpoint? And looking at, the grouping here, the Niners obviously are on the clock now. There's some guys that, even Vegas, I could see taking an edge potentially if they view that as a need and a thing to, kind of, hey, if we're still potentially going to trade Crosby at some point, let's get somebody else in here. This is going to be the interesting part, is to see what is left for Seattle later on. And if I was to put a thing on Seattle guys that I could see getting traded, maybe Olu, Brady Henderson, I know brought his name up. Really, when I look at our roster, I go, yeah, I could see Olu being traded simply for the fact that you have Mason Richmond, who they seem to have been really trying to work on converting him to a center throughout the last season. And maybe they're able to get a Logan Jones or, one of these guys later on in the draft that can be a center that can come in and take some of that pressure off of, having to, hey, we got to keep Olu around for another year and get something for him maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting that that's out there. And I was told that move would only be made if a particular player is available to them at a certain spot, which would indicate they're interested in this center market, which some people think is pretty good. Or there's a bunch of guys in this draft that we've talked about before too that have center guard versatility, right? And so maybe one of those guys appeals to him and becomes available. The Niners are on the clock with the first pick. They're letting it tick down. They were pretty open last night about shopping that pick and being in that position where teams are wanting to get up there. We're gonna find out more about the NFC West. Speaking of the division, how are we feeling one day later about the Ty Simpson pick to the Rams, the reaction afterwards, the spin and the coping happening from the Rams world today? It's good entertainment.
I think it's great. Number one, I think it's amazing. This is the best thing ever, because you say cope. I think it's so bad. Most of the Ram fans are not even able to work up the will for hope or for the cope. They're just even in day 2 going, and it doesn't help with McVay.
No,
I continue to maintain.
There's literally a reporter that covers the team today wrote a story actually insinuating that he thinks he was intentionally acting mad. That's where we're at.
I continually go that I feel like we broke them on that second game of the year last year, the way that game went, and he especially at the forefront. Maybe even the team got through it better than he did. Yeah. We're this kind of stuff to okay, how are we ending up in a place where in the first round, after you guys made all these moves to get up in here now, you guys aren't on the same page of the quarterback of the future? Yeah. And it's mine. And then he's open about it. And it's how pissed you have to be, I think, willful anger or whatever, like you said, where he's not even trying to do the poker face. And I think that's true. How bad is it that in your disconnect between those two parties? And I keep going back to that Byron Murphy video. Remember that, guys? With those guys behind the scenes. And I just keep going back to that, going, even at that time watching it, going,
San Francisco's
I got a coach tugging at the apron on the general manager, and the general manager slapping his hands away. Yeah. And I go, okay. It doesn't mean a full disconnect, but it is a thing, right?
San Francisco's going to make their pick. Is this wide receiver? A guy like Denzel Boston, maybe? They could use another pass rusher. Where do you think they go?
Basantas. I think they go with a guard here.
Okay.
That'd be a smart move for them to do.
Yeah, it would.
I will say they have taken a Washington receiver in the past, right? Who's that Washington kid they
Dante
took?
Pettit.
There we go.
Yeah,
I can always count on you, Mookie. Mookie's always got me.
Yeah.
Give my chat GPT, Mookie.
Basantas or potentially Pregnon?
Yeah, one of the two.
Maybe a receiver, though, as well, because there's these rumors about Parasol. So you get the receiver and then you move Parasol if that's on the board.
Yeah.
Remember, they lost Juwan Jennings. Brandon Ayuk's going to go. They can't seem to find a trade suitor for Ayuk. What a shocker there, huh?
Or they're just going to let him sit.
What, you mean you don't want to take on
roster?
that contract? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's wild, Bryce. Nobody wants to pick that thing up.
Okay, so one of my good connections knows what the pick is apparently, and if it is what he says it is, we'll all be shocked at how early he went.
Okay.
Oh, geez.
Oh, baby.
And what I mean by that is-
By the way, Thibodeau posted
baby.
something on his Instagram. He's got the Paul Walker Fast and Furious goodbye clip saying goodbye on it.
Who's that?
Kayvon Thibodeau.
Ooh, well, hopefully he's careful the next time he gets in a car. Kyle from South Park. Let's get through some of these. McVay didn't want Simpson. Media doing damage control right now.
Schrager was hilarious today. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was hilarious. Watching Peter Schrager like try and like justify it and be like, "Oh no, this is what they always had planned." Like they were throwing smoke screens out left and right just to create this big cloud so no one like, come on, man. Like McVay is not a paid actor, even though he may live around Hollywood. He's not that good at hiding his emotions. We've seen it on the sidelines.
All right, the pick is in. Andy Lee, the punter.
Okay.
Of course, he's the selection for the guests. Are you all
How
shocked?
deep down the line? How many no's did they get on that one, Mookie? Before they got to Andy Lee.
Yeah.
John Stribling, the first former
Wow.
WSU Cougar off the board.
Dan, you're our local Cougar. Can we get a local early scouting report from his days before he'd finally advanced and developed as an Ole Miss receiver?
With a 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the San Francisco 49ers select DeJon Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss. This guy's been shooting up draft boards. He really is. I hate to say it. He's a good player. And
he is.
The 49ers just got a good player. I actually might like his long-term upside better than Ricky Pearsall. He's physical.
Yeah.
He blocks in the run game. He wins contested catches. He's got explosiveness. He's an all-around receiver.
This is a really good pick for the Niners, needing the receiver hole filled. I agree with everything Dan just said. And a guy that for me was my latest riser up the board of the receiver position of anybody else. He kept climbing and climbing up the more I went back and watched him. And with the ball in his hands, he is very dynamic and he just gets faster with the ball in his hands. It's kind of one of those kind of guys where it's like guys chasing him gets him like going a tick quicker. He's a really complete receiver, I think, and what he brings to this Niner attack, he can run all of the routes, especially those comeback and stop routes, Dan. I thought at times he was sort of, no, he's not a burner. It's like he forces the corners to go off coverage so far that he can just take the stealing, stop routes all day long and just take them. I like this pick for them quite a bit.
Yeah, and if Mike Evans is healthy, just a really nice complementary skill set to what Mike Evans can do too. Arizona not hesitating. So NFC West back-to-back to start the second round. Their pick is already in. They went offense with Jeremiah Love early yesterday. Is this one of those guards, guys, or maybe a defensive playmaker, maybe a pass rusher?
I think it's a guard. I think they're gonna. I think that it, like with who's left, Pregnon, Basantes, Dunker. If I'm Arizona, I'm probably taking Basantes because he didn't go to the 49ers here. And I think he's going to fit what they want to do a bit on offense there with, obviously LaFleur having the, background with McVay and the zone to gap power stuff that they've changed to. I could see it being Basantes here.
I agree. I love how they got James Conner calling the car. He's come out there. Yeah, we're going to call the ticket. Here we go. Who are the Cardinals drafting? I know. Let's see. There's another running back.
34th pick in the 2026 NFL draft.
The prophet Bryce has returned to us.
Arizona Cardinals select. Please be Carson Beck. Please be Carson Beck. Chase Besantis.
Yep. I love
You
the
gotta
NFL
buy
Network
lottery
graphic going.
tickets,
One of
Bryce.
his traits is battled Ruben Bain.
Bryce, you got
Sorry,
to buy
I mean,
tickets,
maybe
brother.
it's accurate, but like battled Ruben Bain is not a great data point.
Battled Ruben Bain.
Ruben
Survived Ruben Bain.
I had the scars to prove it.
The Arizona Cardinals clearly not concerned with stopping anyone. They just want to run the football this year.
That's how they're going to do it. They're going to leave you with little to no time on the clock. That's their plan. That's the best defense they can have.
Let's get through some of these. Try to stay caught up on these throughout the game. Desert Hawk 12, a new YouTube member. Welcome to the group.
Brother.
Brian Kennicott, member for 31 months. When your team is the reigning champs and you're treated to this syndicate of Seahawks savants, who has it better?
Let's go.
Who has it better than us? No.
Let's go.
Nobody. Little Jim Harbaugh reference there. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 super chat. Appreciate you, man. After sleeping on the price pick, it's acceptable. Okay. All right. Feed me OG Oxnest member with the $5 donation. Hope the draft picks are to your satisfaction. Instead of Dan being the only one having to justify the pick, I hope for more in-division funnies. Me too. Same. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 super chat. Imagine Spoon on one side and McCoy on the other.
I can dream, man. I can dream.
Worth waiting.
If those medicals are clear, I mean, it is unfortunate. You never want to have to get a plug taken out, gentlemen.
It is.
It always gets a little bit dicey on those, but
to my knowledge, he was not a VMAC visitor, was he?
No, he wasn't.
And that doesn't necessarily mean they don't have access to the medicals and the recheck at the combine, all that kind of stuff. But
when it starts to become this many teams for this good of a player, though, it does start to get to that spot where something's probably pretty dicey on those medicals. You know, the doctor's looking at it like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Feed me OG Hawksnest member, another $2 donation. My guess the Niners use their picks for needs again, as most teams do.
He called it.
Buffalo's picks in.
Sean McLeotard, $1.99. I'm spoiled. I wanted Price in mocks at 40, not 32. Kayvon just posted a goodbye tweet, as Bryce mentioned. Kyle from South Park. And feed me OG Hawks Nest member Jesse is flipping out in anger about the Niner pick.
I was needling him for weeks, guys. I'm like, you guys know you're taking a receiver. You know Kyle can't help himself. So I've been kind of like I can't help myself with Jesse, man. He's a Niner fan and I love him. He's a brother, but at the same point in time, it comes back to you got to do your little. I go, you guys know you will. Come on, you know. He's just like, shut up. So
what do we,
Bryce,
what do
who
we
they
think
taking?
here, guys?
Who are they taking, Bryce?
If I'm Buffalo, I'm going edge. There's that edge group that's still on the board. TJ Parker's still
TJ
there.
Parker would fit
Yeah,
there.
I think TJ Parker, they don't have Espinel. What's his name? AJ.
Zion Young's kind of Billsy, don't you think?
Zion fits too, man.
I don't
Zion
know if
fits
they
here
want
as well.
I don't know if they want. I think if I had to pick between Zion Young and TJ Parker,
Dan, we got to stop. We got to stop questioning the prophet, Bryce. We got to just stop. Like we got to stop. We got to just lean into the.
I would honestly go TJ Parker because I think he's got more upside than Zion Young, and he's got more twitch.
Yeah, they let
Epinesa
Epinesa walk. Shane Conlon.
I don't think they even re-signed Bosa, didn't they?
No, they didn't.
He's still a free
TJ
agent,
Parker. That makes sense for them. That's a nice pick.
Yeah, it fits to their type. They like the bigger guys that are kind of those bullier guys off the edge types, like we do.
I mean, if they get 2024 TJ Parker, he's going to outperform his draft slot for sure.
There's so many Clemson people where you could go, if we can get the 2024 version of that.
Yeah. If we just get the prior year version too, Mookie, you go back 10 years, like if we just get the prior year version, it's pretty much the Clemson defensive player standard.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just now. So if I'm Houston here, because they're up next on this clock, and what they went, I'm trying to remember Houston yesterday. They took who'd they take there near the end? O-line, Rutledge, right? Do they come back here and take Caden McDonald?
Oh, that'd be a strong draft for them.
Yeah,
I could see it. I thought they might jump on him when they came up the last time.
Take him yesterday. Yeah.
I think this is where it lines up beautifully for them. Like you can get Rutledge. Okay, now we've got a guard in place. I'm coming back now. I'm going to bring some interior run stopping force and pressure from the inside with Caden McDonald. Like that defense we talked about last year, that was probably the best defense in the NFL outside of Seattle. Realistically, they had a comparable offense that could have actually functioned in the playoffs. We may have seen Houston in the Super Bowl let's just go and make a strength even stronger and add Caden McDonald to Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and that group. Like,
kind of a similar situation to when we got Jaron Reed. He slips into the early second because they didn't see a lot of pass rush upside from him. He was thought of as only a run stopper. So you get him in the late 30s, or at 40, I think they took him. And then, oh, by the way, he ends up having a 10-sack season. They also, because this Houston roster is so loaded, they're another team that could take a shot on a Jermon McCoy and afford to be patient and wait on him.
Well, to your point, they can't probably afford to pay Latimer, Stingley, and then Petery as well. One's going to probably have to go somewhat soon here.
Yeah.
With Pete Jalen due to be paid.
Houston's on the clock because the Raiders traded down.
Yeah, the Raiders traded down.
So the Raiders have like 15 picks now.
Well, this is where I think, honestly, this is where Houston probably went, holy shit, Caden McDonald's still on the board.
Yeah, it's hard not to see that being where they're at with it, isn't it? I will say there's a part of me that wonders about receiver with them. Nico's got the brain mush. Dell's slight and coming off the catastrophic knee thing. And then you had the two rookies you took last year.
Anyone available from Iowa State in this class?
Denzel. I don't know if they take Denzel Boston. He fits the Nico Collins kind of profile because there was the rumor they thought about trading him, right? Or he was potentially going to be someone they were fielding calls on. Yeah. I'm going to go either Caden McDonald or Denzel Boston here.
And I would do the same. I think those are the 1-2. As much as corner could, I think they know they're going to push pass.
This is another position group.
I'm trusting the profit.
We didn't mention, but defensive tackle could give us a run here too and help push some of those guys down to us. Now, if McDonald goes, there's some other guys, Christian Miller, and it's a interesting defensive tackle class once we get to this point in the draft.
Tell you, we're still seeing a real hyper focus on trenches here through the first round and a couple picks too. I mean, we are still living in those places. You had a couple of safeties and, we had the receivers a little bit, but then aside, it's edges, defensive tackles, guards.
We got a commercial break. So Thomas Cox checking in with a $2 super chat. Who had the best draft picks among the NFC? Are we talking about just yesterday? That's kind of a low bar, right? We went all skill position players. I don't know. As we sit here right now in this moment, I like that Stribling pick to the 49ers.
Yep. Caden just stood up. I think that's
there we go. Yep. The 36th pick in the second round of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans, who don't need another good player on defense, do take one anyway. Nose tackle, defensive tackle, Caden McDonald. And another guy that, like, for what people have said, not enough pass rush juice. I don't know. Another one of these guys in the draft that I don't even think he's 21 years old yet.
Brandon, why'd you go whoa?
Raiders gave him a 4th. The Raiders got a 3rd back for 2-spot jump.
Yeah, it was a 91, 117 swap in the 3rd and 4th. So that's
the Raiders are we in the twilight zone that the Raiders are actually moving on the board and making picks and
here's the
completely butchering this?
Here's my view of John Spytek and the Raiders. We still don't know if he can draft well. Like, I like everything they did in how they conducted their business this offseason. They clearly have a vision and a plan. But I didn't like last year's draft in his first go round. And so now he's got all these picks. We'll see what he does with them. He's accumulating more picks in a weak draft. That's not a great place to start. Just, right out of the gun.
Well, I'll say,
we got it. And for Mendoza is not exactly a shining example of him finding the way.
Texans select. Yep. Oh, we already knew that.
Yeah, we already know it's Caden McDonald, but
he's one of 2 or 3 guys still left from the green room. So I think Colton Hood was a green room invite, was he not?
And in Caden Proctor too, right? He was the really surprising one.
He went to Miami yesterday.
He went.
He did? Proctor?
Yeah, Proctor went to Miami.
Yeah, they took him. Yeah,
but he better be extremely well conditioned because that Miami humidity.
Oh boy. Well, he'll just put a plastic bag on him or garbage bag. He'll sweat off those extra pounds real quick.
McDonald's very amazing.
I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of jealous of Houston's draft class at the current moment. Like getting Caden McDonald and Rutledge there, bang. And that's like that. To be honest, we're talking about trenches here, and nastiness. You probably got the 2 nastiest trench players in this
mean,
draft class in McDonald and Rutledge.
and remember how awkward that whole Nick Caserio kind of indoctrination was when he got the GM job there. Like there were major question marks about that move and kind of how he handled some things early on. But my goodness, he has built a roster. Now it all comes down to like the quarterback needs to be good.
Yep.
Well, and they're doing and getting that line a little more hopefully rejuvenated here.
Yeah.
We'll take it to that step of things.
I mean,
But
with-
this is also moved to Bryce's point that actually moves the needle in the immediate future too,
Yeah.
which I like for Houston on top of all this, and that you're very close in this division. It's a wide open AFC. And now you make a move like this that could very well be the kind of two moves that do kind of push you just enough forward to allow you to separate.
He is fired up. And, you know, we talked about it last night when we thought he might go to him in the first round. Like now you got a guy that's going to occupy a lot of blockers and a lot of double teams and let Danielle Hunter and $50 million a year Will Anderson just eat.
So if I'm the Giants now, is it edge again? Do we take another edge?
It's funny.
Like,
Caden
come
would have
on,
been a
guys.
good fit for
Like,
the Giants
come
now
on.
that Lawrence is gone. So,
Oh my goodness.
Just edge on edge on edge. I'm gonna be honest, guys. The way this is, I feel like you look at the guys that are left on this board. The Giants, yesterday they took who'd they take again? Arvell Reese was one of them,
Yeah.
if I'm
And
not
they
mistaken.
yeah, they took a lineman and I forgot his name.
What about Boston? Like you're trying to support Dart as much as you can. He'd be a real nice complementary piece as a bigger bodied receiver, red zone guy with
I'm
what
gonna
they have
say, yeah, like I could see. I think receiver or corner here. I think they add a corner or receiver, depending on what they view as more of a need. Do they need to shore up the defensive back end or add a playmaker is where I'm going.
But also, Neighbors, you don't know if he's going to be ready anytime soon
Right.
because of the severity of that injury. So, and you lost
True.
Wandale Robinson in free agency. It's a Jalen Hyatt's just straight Bustville USA.
At what point does this cornerback run start? You got Avion Terrell, Colton Hood, Brandon Cisse, Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, D'Angelo Pons. Like that is.
I think if it was a corner out of there, I'm going Colton Hood because I think they're going to get scared away from McCoy and Terrell with their injury issues, and Colton Hood's the next guy on that list, I think.
Yeah.
And for Harbaugh, like we talk about how much Colton Hood feels like a Seahawk type of player. He also feels like a Raven type of player. John Harbaugh is now the defensive, coach there. He's also the head coach. I could see them going and being like, we're not going to take anyone with injury concerns. We're going to get a corner here, and we're going to go Colton Hood, or maybe it's Brandon Cisse, one of the two. But I think it'll be one of those two before McCoy or Terrell come off the board.
But I mean, we're rooting against that. Like every non-corner and pass rush pick,
Yeah,
helps
is
us
a win.
out.
I think the Giants either take a receiver or a corner, and the pick is in. I think the Raiders, if Boston doesn't go to the
Receiver.
Giants, I think Boston goes to the Raiders.
He fits the offense that Kubiak wants to run.
I mean,
This would be hilarious if it was Brazil.
Derek
Oh,
Young,
yeah.
of course, is there, our former Seahawk, but that group.
Don't they already have their speed demon though there with what's his name, Thornton?
Yeah,
in
Deontay
Vegas.
Thornton from Tennessee. Yeah,
Like if they went Mendoza and Boston, I think that's actually not a bad tandem because Boston's skill set, again, big X type receiver, fits Mendoza on those timing in breaker routes, right? That's something
And the back shoulder fades.
Hey,
exactly.
Don't throw shade at my boy Jack Besh either. Come on now.
No, I think Besh is going to work, but I think Besh gives you
Besh
more
is
than
a Z,
Cooper
though.
Kupp.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
Besh-
Z. He's
Yeah, if they add one more piece to that could be nice. God, they got the tight ends, they got the back.
yeah.
They got to address offensive line at some point, right? You got to add more to that group.
Well, you got to think they
Hard, though,
added
with the
Linderbaum.
value.
You got Colton Miller. You got JPJ, which I think with Clint Kubiak there and Rick Dennison might actually turn into what he should have turned into for the last, season.
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. Here we go.
All of these draft trackers still have, when I look for them, they still have Jennings Dunker listed as a tackle. All right, the Giants selection is in with pick 37. I might have been a little premature.
There we go.
Yep, the New York Giants do select Colton Hood out of Tennessee.
There you go. This really could trigger a run. Jason CR8479 with the $4.99 super chat says, for the love of the football gods, Bryce, there is no H in Rutledge.
Rutledge.
It's the Canadian pronunciation.
Well, there goes Colton Hood. So off goes one of the corners we had liked with the my fits.
Oh, show the rep. Is this the rep? Oh, no, they're not going to show the one that we were talking about where he plays it perfectly, but the guy comes up with the catch.
Oh, yeah, the guy catches it at Senior Bowl. Yeah, that was a great rep.
That was Ted Hurst, wasn't it? That the play that I'm talking about?
I think it was Ted Hurst, yeah. Oh, no, this is it right here. Oh, no, that's the one that wasn't.
No.
Oh, this might be it.
No, I thought either one of those were, but no.
Yeah. So Reese, oh, there you go. The tackle out of Miami. That's who they took. That's right. And then Colton Hood. It's not a bad draft by the Giants.
We're 25-26 away, picks away. If there's one player that you think has a chance to drop to us at 64 that maybe shouldn't, or you didn't think earlier was going to, who would you want it to be? Mookie, go first.
I think that if Stokes can drop to 64 because he's been talked about as a high riser, I would not hesitate to take Stokes.
Rando.
As I look on the board, Stokes was initially, as you're asking this question, I was thinking about that was one I was gravitating towards, but I can't quit.
Jennings
Dunker.
Yeah. Hey, if the guards start to fall, that's going to start making some sense. Bryce, Stokes for you too?
No, I'm switching mine up. I would like to see either hopefully Derek Moore's there, maybe, and that's who I'm going with.
Yeah.
Raiders pick is in. By the way, I think they're going receiver or DB, and if I had to pick, and I have a lot of friends that are Raider fans, so I kind of follow along there. I think it's either Boston or I think Stokes might go here because of the versatility factor for them.
Matt, how can you have Matt Millen as your special guest announcing any draft pick? I don't care that he was a great player for the Raiders. How are you not shitting yourself the moment that Matt Millen?
Oh my God, this makes the pick instantly worse.
He is not aged well either. Oh boy,
talk about picked under a pall.
Here is the Raiders pick.
The Raiders select
Traden Stokes.
Well, I'll tell you what, that sound effect was a little bit better. So I put the jinx by saying Stokes.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
I thought there was a chance just because of the age and just the position group falling, But
that's
a good pick by the Raiders. Yeah,
sure
I'm gonna be honest. That's a really
what that
good
means
pick.
is we're still holding on.
Broken clock,
Brandon.
Bryce. Broken clock.
We're holding on, Brandon, still to our Jalen Kilgore stock.
yeah.
Hey, Kilgore still there. We do still got Killy. I will say we still got a good chance, I think, for the safety value. I'm not huge on Halsey, but it's about where you go. You've got Kilgore, you got Ramsey, but Kilgore would be nice.
Where do you have Brandon? Where do you have Wheatley on your board in that group?
He's the top. I have him more into free safety listed versus these other guys that I have more under. It's kind of it's semantics, but I have him right at the top of the third round. So I have him neck and neck with Kamari Ramsey at the top of my third round for a safety.
Okay.
For the safety.
You guys,
so I like him a lot.
Still on the board though at that safety position is McNeil Warren.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I'm thinking there's going to be a guy, because if he's still here, then there's a good chance we only see maybe one more safety taken before we pick.
Given that, Clint watched what happened with Nick last year and the versatility there, that's a great call, Bryce. You have to wonder. There were people that were debating as we got closer to the draft, McNeil Warren over Thieneman.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Cleveland's on, guys. If I'm Cleveland, do I take a receiver here to give Shedeur a weapon?
A Chris Bell type or Antonio
Denzel
Williams.
Boston. I'm still thinking Boston will be the next receiver off the board because even on my big board here, Tate's gone, Tyson's gone, Lemon's gone, Cooper's gone, Concepcion's gone. Those are all first round guys for me in some form or shape. Denzel Boston.
They already took Concepcion.
They took Concepcion.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they double up. Do they double up and take two?
They might get in on this corner action.
No, they're gonna. Yeah, I think it's more corner run thing we're gonna see here, or them go to a different position. It's just.
But let's think of it this way, guys. We're talking about Cleveland. Cleveland has a propensity to screw this up and do something dumb.
but they're all about the analytics. And so, you know, that word that Brandon has used so often is like value is everything. Analytics are all based on value. You know, that's why they like to trade down. That's like they like to accumulate picks, the value of picks and the cost savings associated with picks versus I could see them getting in on the run, you know, projecting that, hey, the next time we come around, this, you know, a guy this good might not be there. And let's pull up that list right now.
Does Bryce have the script?
I don't have the script. That's the thing. I'm just going off of my board and what I feel like these teams would do. And like, I'm looking at the roster for Cleveland. Like,
Avion Terrell would fit in nicely because he already wears that color, right? It would just be
okay. So realistically, here's your receiving core. So you bring in Concepcion, but this is who outside of that they have Jerry Jeudy, who's hit and miss, Cedric Tillman, Corley, Isaiah Bond, Tylan Wallace, Gage Larvadarian.
Hey, if you want a weapon, what about an Eli Stowers?
Isaiah Wood
into that range.
Like realistically, you have Jerry Jeudy. If I'm going to be brutally honest, it's Jerry Jeudy is your one receiver.
Could they be a dunker team?
Well, I think Bond came there late last year with the whole. He had some situation where he wasn't even on the field really playing till late. I think that they like him. I think if you're looking at moving on from Jeudy, you could do that, but they just kind of relatively recently paid Jeudy, so I don't know if you can get out of that contract necessarily. It's possible they could do it, but and because they technically need X. I mean, Cedric Tillman's where you could do the upgrade there, and those other guys are more Z.
And Concepcion isn't an X; he's a Z, or he's a slot guy, right? Like he can move in between those. He's not an X. So
no, he's not an X. But I will say it does fit to Dan saying Terrell. It's like it does fit to the Browns type.
Oh, I agree.
That's the type of corner they tend to go after. They've grab those kind of sized guys for years, and they do take them at times in the first round a lot.
But I could see them going.
They got Warden Campbell on the outside, but Miles Harden's their nickel. Maybe they see him as a guy that would play inside with that frame.
What do we think Kansas City does? Do they go dunker or do they go Pregnon?
I think they go Pregnon.
Who do they? I gotta see who they took on there.
So Cleveland's making their selection.
You got to remember, too, this is the other thing I'll throw into this caveat with Cleveland taking two receivers is you have Monken, offensive-minded guy.
Yep. So Joe Hayden is the guest pick announcer.
Please take Messmeyer. That would be epic.
See, Joe Hayden's one of those corners that they exactly. See, I tell you, they take these guys by the bundle up there in Cleveland. These like 5'11-ish, 180-ish,
injury issues and can't run very fast.
Yeah, it's kind of it's their type, man. That's their blonde.
But
oh, look at Bryce again. I don't know why we still question the prophet Bryce, for he is always right.
Everyone's saying I should make a mock draft. This is like sheerly dumb luck and just looking at the board and going, okay, I'm going to take a random guess here. And just,
they're building the infrastructure for next year's quarterback pick.
Well, and they've reached the end of the line with Jerry Jeudy's drops. So all of his pretty route running. So you can have all the pretty route running in the book, but if you can't catch, it's kind of a problem.
So now you've realistically got your X, you've got your Z, and you've gotten Fanning Jr. in the middle of the field running down there causing problems. Like, you don't have a bad receiving core now for either if it's Shador, if it's Deshaun Watson somehow gets back. But I feel bad for Denzel Boston. He's a dog. I love him. And now his career is going to hit the shitter there in freaking Cleveland.
It's going to be the Watson comeback.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I don't know how I segue into the Chiefs pick is already in. The Bengals are on the clock, and I won't spoil it, but Cincinnati's already made their pick apparently. So
receiver?
No, but it would definitely take somebody of some interest off Seattle's board, I would think. Let's see who the Chiefs, because I don't know anything about what the Chiefs are doing. Oh. Could they go?
I mean, if you're going purely on value at this point, McNeil Warren really makes sense for them. Oh, wow.
Right.
That's a blast from the past. I remember Bill Moss as a Fox announcer.
A VMAC Seahawks visitor is their pick.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't the Moss have kind of like one of those kind of voices?
They didn't go with an O lineman. I'm shocked.
I'm kind of shocked not on Traden on here. That
Oh, the Kansas City Chiefs have taken an edge, but it's our Mason Thomas.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. Too late.
Thank God. Yes.
Yeah, our Mason Thomas,
Yes.
Oklahoma edge. Interesting,
Yes.
different type for them.
Interesting that McNeil Warren's falling as much as he is. I thought he would already be off the board.
I think the teams are going to look at him as more of an underneath safety, boxish safety, more than he can do some of the cover two shells. So he's probably got a more and more specific style. I think he can do it, Bryce, but I think that there might be some opinion out there that he can't do that stuff. And that might be, from some teams' perspective, limiting him.
Bengals are making their first pick.
Yeah, because their first pick was technically Dexter Lawrence. So
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Boy, let's put it this way: Boye Mafe was not brought in to exclusively replace Trey Hendrickson.
Their safeties: Jordan Battle, Brian Cook. Their corners: DJ Turner, Dax Hill. They could be in the corner market. How about so no, never mind.
Who is in their edge group in Cincinnati outside of Boye?
Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, Miles
Do
Murphy.
they spend
Shamar
another
Stewart.
pick on an edge to just like kind of recoup that?
Yeah, they absolutely could.
Safety is also in play here too. I think you look at Emmanuel McNeil Warren. This might be a spot that
Ceesay's also dropped quite a bit. I mean, he wasn't really in anything but late first round consideration, but I don't really see who's going to take him over these next few selections.
Anthony Hill too. They I think Logan
I was
Wilson
just
just
going to
recently.
say the inside linebackers. At some point, there's going to be a run there too. Jacob Rodriguez, Anthony Hill.
Who's their left guard in Cincinnati?
Dylan Fairchild. But their right guard's Dalton Reisner, and their center's Ted Karras. They could go in. I was thinking like Sam Hecht could be a guy that's in play here.
By the way, how far am I behind you guys on your feeds? Because I'm right now watching Mayock talk.
Clap.
I got they're walking to the podium on mine.
May I
Right now.
talk to who? Kenny Anderson is our guest picker. For
I'm
the
seeing
Bengals.
an aerial shot right now, zooming in.
I just
Kenny
saw
with the best.
Kenny's
Mookie, give me the nickname for Kenny. He's got the best nickname all time. One of the best.
I generally don't remember or know his nickname.
Kenny Candlestick Anderson.
Wow, you guys are good. This is
Because-
gonna be a pick. Hold on.
Because one blow and he's out.
Cassius Howell to the Bengals.
I'm not kidding. That was his whole thing. Let's go. Another one. Get him off. Get him off the board. Get him off the board.
The ghost to Cincinnati.
The ghost goes to Cincinnati.
Now, as much as, one of the storylines of this draft process for the Seahawks was how much work they were doing on a different type of edge in this class. They were looking at the smaller guys. Mike talked about quick wins. They brought Howell in. They brought R. Mason Thomas in. They brought Malachi Lawrence in. Now all those guys are gone. I think we're thick in a pass rush run here. And guys, this corner class is still thick and falling.
And he 4D chessed this on an executive level because what he did with those visits is we thought was force these guys to get selected up. Oh my God, Seattle's going to come and grab them. We got to take them now. It all worked to perfection. A John masterclass, if you were.
The Saints are on the clock, and they've already made their pick, which I think kills the rumor about them trading for
McNeil
Thibodeau.
Warren here. Do the Saints go McNeil Warren?
Yeah, because there was Thibodeau talk to the Saints today, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that he
go.
would go for anything below a second.
They need
This is good.
everything. Z.
that, or do they take Brandon? Maybe it's Brandon Cisse here because they do need to replace Lattimore. Like I know he's been gone for a few years, but they haven't really replaced that corner for them. That's actually a true.
Yeah, they're
corner.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Whoa,
Isaac
okay.
Gedam right now.
The Saints have taken Christian Miller.
Okay.
So
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I like this too for being off the board for us. These are the kind of let these guys go.
Yep.
Let all of these kind of guys go. Not let something better drift to us that's more ideal as a fit to us and what we want to run. I mean, I was getting worried there. We had the McDonald Hood Stokes run there for a second. I'm like, don't do this. You guys have been there before, haven't you? We're in like second round. All of a sudden, you're seeing the best remaining guys just boom, 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 and you're like, oh, your gut turns a little bit. And you're like,
Wow,
we're gonna have
Christian
nothing
Miller.
left.
Just taking a peek at the overall, according to ESPN, best available. We're 22 picks away. If you go down to the 22nd available guy and look at some of the guys in that range, Derek Moore, Hosea Trotter, Malik Muhammad, D'Angelo Pons, Ted Hurst, Jalen Kilgore, Kayron Crawford, Keith Abney. Then you get into the centers, Slaughter, Hecht, Zakee Wheatley,
So I heard something interesting.
Jay Sean Barnes.
I'm trying to think of who said it. I can't remember. It was on a podcast. I was listening to it one day, and they said that this corner group outside of like that Delane, McCoy when he was healthy, Chris Johnson, like they were saying that a lot of these guys in any other draft would be round 3 guys. They're not round 2, round 1 guys. In a lot
That was
of ways.
Breer.
Yeah.
Breer. Yeah.
And that's
I think
how,
that's
and
fair.
so, and I think I agree too. Like, so Christian Miller's now off the board. You've got Miami's up. Does Miami take a receiver here to replace Waddle? Do they go with a Chris Brazzle or like maybe Chris Bell? I don't know. Maybe that's a little like I'm just kind of.
Yeah, it's so hard to project when the teams that need everything, they just need talent. And so in that case, like take the best player on the board, take McNeil Warren, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that there would be a good argument to be made for them doing that, where you just
I would
stay on
agree.
your value point. I think
Zion
they've
Young,
been,
Anthony Hill, Cecil.
yeah, they've had a strong, so they've done good so far. Not going, it's Proctor, then went Johnson. You just let the board kind of fall to you. You took a safety that makes sense and trying to get that going. I think especially because the edge group now doesn't feel great for value if you're picking Miami here.
Yeah,
Like
they've just
unless you
made
really
their
like
pick.
Zion Young, and I think he's starting to drift a little bit here, as much as probably those character concerns might be a little bit real with him.
So when we talked about Proctor, that's why I was confused. Not Caden, but Caleb.
Caleb, yeah,
No, the Southeast
Wasn't he
Louisiana.
invited to the green room?
I don't remember.
I thought I thought I was really surprised by that, but maybe I got the two Proctors mixed up.
Yeah, it was
Small-
Caden, the big fella
small-
from Bama.
The small school 3-tech was the guy.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, I got
Miami's
them
pick
confused
is
as
in. Doo-doo-doo. Like, could they go O-line here? Do they take Pregnon? Like, he's fallen.
Scott 23 Dogs with a $2 donation says I was raised a Raider hater, and it continues. And Scott, by the way, your shirt is in process. It is ordered. And
Well, we got a trade in the NFC West.
ooh,
Is it a big one? I don't know. But for what Rappaport is saying, the Cowboys are trading for the Niners linebacker D. Winters.
Oh.
Don't
that
know
makes
if
sense.
it's
Okay.
They brought
involved yet.
Greenlaw back. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
There's not and he's not going to pull a lot, fetch a lot back. That's like a 5th, 6th
No.
round pick.
Plus,
Yeah.
didn't they take? They took the Oklahoma State kid last year, right? Nick.
Yeah,
Martin.
but
but then they got Greenlaw back in this high
Didn't they got
season.
Greenlaw back?
Yeah, they brought
But doesn't that
Greenlaw
just
back.
speak to the level of conviction in that 3rd round pick? That's what I said earlier on this with the Niners, them trading back. It's like you guys are not trading into a range where it's been the magic hour for you. This is not where you've done your greatest of work.
Let's bring back the guy with one Achilles tendon.
Yeah, exactly. Hanging on by a very, very thin thread.
Man, your heart has to go out to a guy like Jermon McCoy. Like what a brutal setback.
Yep.
Everything should have lined up. If it was just a normal ACL, even if it was one of those where there's some other damage at the same time, like he was 18 months removed from that. By the time
Wasn't it poor surgery too, Dan? Like, wasn't there the cause of it was a surgical procedure went like they did it wrong?
I hadn't
what I
heard
read about
that. Just that the current issue is the plug that's supposed to spur. It sounds like kind of the modern take on the what's that called? Where they drill the hole in the bone to spur cartilage growth. They put the plug in there, but the plug, I think this might be what you're talking about. The plug was put in wrong or something. They had to go in there.
Yeah.
That's what has to be done. Yeah, that's tough. He might not go today.
I guess that point. Well, Terrell too, man. That hamstring, is that thing just flopping off the bone?
Yeah. And that's another one where he didn't visit VMAC, and so he might not be on the Seahawks board. They didn't even bring him in and take a look at that. And they certainly have experience with guys that have battled hamstring issues, right?
Yeah. We got another trade. The Lions.
Detroit just topped up.
So what did they?
Wow. Got a little bit of a surprise here on this one, boys.
Yeah. So they addressed their offensive line yesterday.
They got a tackle.
What are they moving up for?
Dolphins take Jacob Rodriguez.
Ooh.
Wow.
He's a good player.
He is a good player.
And he is going to a system, it seems like, there with Brooks that get downhill, get in the backfield, attack from the linebacker position versus taking on blocks, sift through traffic.
But who plays your Mike and who plays your Will now? Because in my opinion, they're both Will linebackers.
Yeah, no, Rodriguez isn't a Mike, but this is not good news for Terrell Dodson. I'll say that.
Unless they do plan on dealing Jordan Brooks.
Yeah.
Well, it's like with Jordan Brooks, even when he's all pro last year, I went back and checked. It's like still giving up a grip of yardage and coverage as far as it's just through the roof. So
the thing about Jacob Rodriguez, this dude is a ball hawk. And what did he have? 7 or 8 takeaways last year with Texas Tech. And then he goes to Mobile. And, during practices, we saw, I think he had a pick 6. He had 2 fumble recoveries, couple of picks. Like, it just continued.
Yeah. I just want to see him go to the right defense. That's all. And he is, I think, here with what they do. So that's the good part. You just don't want to see him miss a line to some defense, having him take off blocks, second level, and get off that wouldn't have been his game.
So like I said, I think it's weird that you're going to have basically, in my opinion, 2 Wills. I don't see him as a Mike in the NFL. I don't see Jordan Brooks as a Mike. He wasn't a Mike even in Seattle. We had Cody Barton as our Mike linebacker in a lot of ways. Like, so you're going to have 2 guys and not have a Mike? Are you going to go with this really weird alignment of a 4-2-5 where they're really outside? You just say, hey, right up the middle, guys, because neither one of them are good at taking on blocks.
So this Detroit move is interesting to me. Like, this has to be a defensive player, first of all. Are they adding to edge? They got, DJ Wanham is listed as the starter opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Could it be a McNeil Warren? I mean, no. They're Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. They're Nichols, Roger McCreary. They're pretty good there. Terry and Arnold, DJ Reed.
I think edge is where you go here for them. They have they need to get some kind of counterbalance there I'll tell you, corners that also with Terry and Arnold having some legal stuff this offseason might be an outside thing. And DJ Reed was not great for them last year.
True.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to cross another possible hawk off the board. The Lions have just selected Derek Moore. So they've got a pair of Michigan edge rushers with Moore and Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So
the Ravens are on the clock. And what's the Ravens' MO? They just sit and they wait for players that shouldn't fall, that fall to them. But is Emmanuel McNeil Warren is he redundant kind of?
I think so.
With Kyle Hamilton?
With a bit of Kyle Hamilton there.
Yeah.
Well, they just took Starks last year too.
They could take Jermon McCoy and just be like, we'll see you next year.
Can I make a suggestion? Do they take Anthony Hill Jr. here?
Yeah. And if
it's Roquan Smith came in a little fat.
Minter,
playing with Will too for the
Minter with Hill.
Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking. You pair him with Roquan, and Roquan didn't come in the best shape. Like Anthony Hill Jr.
Hill can play edge. Like, he's so versatile. He's long.
Zion Young also is a possible fit here. That defense.
Oh, geez, that rep at Senior Bowl where he just plants the Miami tackle there. Holy.
Stowers is kind of announced. They lost Likely. That'd give him their H-back return.
True.
Sure would. And it's a shallow tight end class. Like, if you want a guy with some traits, you got to act now.
Yeah, because Stowers is my only second-round graded tight end. Then my third one is Max Clare. And that's it in the third round. Then I got like 3 or 4 in the fourth round here. And then I got a clump in the 5th and 6th.
What's their offense?
Ooh, buddy is getting lean.
So just to tidy up that D Winters trade, it was just for pick 152, so a 5th rounder. So that's
so it's
just about what you would expect.
Is Corey Bullock a good enough replacement for Tyler Linderbaum at center? I mean, the best centers have not been taken yet. Sam Hecht is there.
Yeah.
You know, you could
probably wait back in the
Logan
next
Jones
round.
be a reach at 45, probably.
It would be
over Hecht, I would think.
Corner makes sense with maybe if Humphrey, like they're waiting to release Humphrey until they have the corner in-house secured.
Yeah.
And so a guy like Terrell, they did just take a corner out of Clemson like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
So they obviously have an affinity for that system at least.
Yeah.
If not
Can
the
I add a
players from
pivot
that
to this
system.
in a way, Brandon? To your point, I like the corner idea. Do they take Jermon McCoy and hold on to Humphrey for one more year?
Right.
Let him play out that final year. Let McCoy get healthy. Then punt him after 1 year and go, hey, now we've got our replacement. We don't have to press for it in next year's draft.
Yeah. And this is where finding a fit for Emmanuel Warren is tough. Like they're not taking him. Kyle Hamilton, Malachi Starks. But corner, you know, Owuzu, Wiggins, Humphrey, they've got listed as a nickel these days.
There's a lot of ways they go. They got a lot of direct. This is the Ravens, though, where they usually set themselves up to where you feel
Yeah,
like
they just
can
sit
go
here
in.
and go, hey, everyone else, screw up, do your shit,
Yeah.
and leave us the – yeah.
Indeed.
Stowers might be a viable option because like they literally have just 2 tight ends on the roster. Andrews, whom I'm kind of curious as to why they extended him, and then Durham Smythe. That's it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They went Vegas. That's a great pick for them first.
Is
That
there
was such a good
anyone?
pick.
Is there anyone right now that's falling that you guys think might be attractive enough to John that he might try to move up and get him? Like, you know, maybe a Kilgore. Like, you know, we thought Stokes might be that guy. Maybe one of the guards. Like, did we think Pregnon was still going to be available at 45?
Well, I think absent the corners being with Terrell, let's just say Terrell and McCoy's got horrible medical stuff showing up. I think Cisse could be that guy where you think after Cisse, the next guy on our board, like a Malik Muhammad, is just a little bit further down from the collection of where those guys had been with Hood and the like up in that spot.
And I think Cisse would make sense if he gets to 64. Makes a ton of sense for a bunch of reasons. Fits their timeline, right? Doesn't have to come in and be cornerback 3 or maybe even 4. So the development curve that we've talked about, they can take their time with him. The character stuff, the personality stuff, the high IQ. You know, he talks in his interviews about how he knows what all 11 players on defense are doing. That sounds like it's straight out of a Mike McDonald playbook. And he's got the familiarity with them and Worry. They know the program. He gets to 64. He could be at the top of their board.
Well, I'll tell you too, if you want to talk about a guy that if we're saying that this goes a little bit further in this round, because we are still a little bit out, where it's like, okay, we get to 20 Green Bay, and the cost for a next year pick to move up to get Cisse if he falls to that spot, to go up 10 spots. Okay, is it a 4th rounder to do that at that point next year's draft? I might be willing to do that if I'm John at that point, if I feel that way about Cisse versus the other corners remaining.
Yeah. Let's check in while we get it. Oh, wait. First, the Baltimore pick is in. So let me get back to us here. The Warhammer with a $1.99 super chat. Pregnon, Dunker, Terrell, Cisse would be slam dunks.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there
yeah.
with us. Right
Oh,
there
yeah.
with us.
Come on, teams, keep doing weird stuff.
Yeah.
Keep doing weird stuff.
The Ravens aren't going to do anything weird.
I know. You can't count on them ever to go outside the pocket, dude. You always just end up nodding your head going, yeah.
Big
I think
trust,
Baltimore.
Mark
Hey,
Ingram.
I'm gonna say center. You know, they talked openly after they left Linderbaum about they'll have a process, they'll find a guy, they like the class. Sam Hecht, maybe here.
Mark Ingram. Interesting.
There you go. He looks like he could still play.
Yeah, he does.
Peter Go Hawks with the $1.99 donation says, I hope McCoy falls to us. Let him sit and heal. Let's fucking go.
Let's go, Peter. I'm with it, man.
Hey, that would be a fun one.
That'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, you have a chance to get cornerback 2 in the class and redshirt him. And then that's one too. Remember, you take a guy, he doesn't play his entire rookie year because of injury. That contract tolls did that with Darrell Taylor. You still get 4 years of control after that.
Good point.
They haven't announced the pick yet because they're, I guess, honoring Maryland high school.
Okay, I think this is one of the guys that you mentioned.
He brought out half of
This guy-
Maryland with him onto the stage.
This guy is Raveny.
Yep, Zion
Young, edge out of Missouri. Just physical. He's not the fat.
Shoo. Goodbye. Thank you.
Get
out of here.
Yeah.
See you later.
Nice complimentary player to Hendrickson. He's more of the pass rush.
Go take on his problems and some of the weirdness of him. Go do that. Thank you.
And as much as we want power edges here, a power edge without anything in his bag as far as a secondary counter to the power, just is like an edge rusher that's got no power. It's just the inverse, and it's hard to just live in one way like that. And this is part of the problem with Derek Hall at times is that he doesn't have dip, doesn't have bend, so it's all got to come off power. It's all got to come off my bull rush. Whereas DeMarcus Lawrence actually has some dip and bend. He's got some ability to use his hands and rips and dips. And this guy it's more just all power all the time. And I love him as a fit for Baltimore, but
is not there. I think he was the slowest. Wasn't he the slowest GPS in Mobile among the edges?
And a pretty slow 10-yard split, I believe, from what I remember. But, the thing, I think it was Rob State who noted, they have a type. It's whether it's him or Darius Robinson, or I forgot the other guy from Missouri. Like, they go for power and not a lot of speed.
Well, you look at his reps here in the highlights. It's all power, but it's not like it's twitchy or quick. It's just like I'm bigger and I'm stronger than you, so I'm going to push you backwards. Like he doesn't also have an array of counters to him. It's let me get my hands on you as quickly as I can and surely just drive you back and hope that the quarterback kind of almost steps up into me rather than, hey, I can come off and bend a bit off that edge and get a quick step on you. Or like I would even say, to be honest, I think Gabe Akis is more twitchy than Zion Young. And that's saying something because Gabe Akis is another power guy, right? So
he's got more bend too.
And you think about this, there was a report 2 weeks ago. They got some good news on Justin Madubuike, that neck injury that they think he's going to be able to play this year. You add him back into that with Trey Hendrickson off the edge, like Zion Young will probably be productive in that situation. So the Tampa Bay takes another Seahawks VMAC visitor.
This is a good pick by them.
They go inside linebacker Hosea Trotter out of Missouri.
Yeah, it's a good pick. This is a really good, like having a vision for the player, not just getting stuck where he is at right now kind of pick.
X-Wing checking in with $2 dono. What would be fair value for Oluwatimi? God, that's hard to
Sixth
round pick.
And that's because he's not he's never been a full-time starter. And as much as I like Olu as a decent starting caliber center, he's 0-4 in trying to win the starting center job here. Whether it's with Evan Brown, Connor Williams, when they had the Nick Harris competition briefly, and then Sundell last year.
And his value, first of all, he doesn't have guard flexibility, which I think in some teams' eyes kind of lowers value. But also you have to ask yourself where that value fits into this center class. It's considered a pretty solid class. And once they start to go, none of them have yet. And so if you're a team now, he's not going to move today because you're going to wait and see how this class falls today. If Olu is traded at all, I think this is something that happens tomorrow, maybe for a team that, the Vikings need a center with Ryan Kelly's retirement. Maybe they just miss out on all their guys. And then they circle back, but I don't think he's going to go today.
Terrible tells waving because the Steelers are traded up from 53 to 47. That's got to be receiver. If they didn't get Lemon, then they're going to trade up for a receiver.
Hey, Brandon, did you see that rep that they showed of Trotter against the Auburn quarterback? And he's standing there in the pocket looking around and the spot route sitting right in front of him. And he doesn't even throw it, takes off running, and Trotter sacks him. I'm like, dude, it's right there. Just throw the ball. It was just, oh gosh. I'm just quarterback plays so bad.
And that's part of Trotter's thing is that he just right now just does not know what he's doing in coverage at all. I mean, he's completely lost out there in space, but he's really young. So he moves good. You're like, bro, why does your brain turn off when you drop back into his
basket? It's got to be Chris Brazzell. I think it's Chris Brazzell here.
Brazzell's got a lot of love out there. This makes sense because the receiver stuff's going to start to fall. Boston gone and some of the other guys dribbling. You are going to get into a lean part of the receiving core. Jacoby Lane's kind of one of the last guys at that point as far as kind of top endish.
I could see, like, are they really that set on Spencer Anderson at left guard? Like, Emmanuel Pregnon just seems like a Steeler guard, doesn't he?
Yeah,
That
maybe.
does seem like a smart pick for them to do that instead of receiver.
No.
I'll say that.
You had receiver right, the player wrong, but this guy makes sense.
Oh, is it Bernard?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Physical blocker.
The Steelers fans love it. So Jeremy Bernard, he was with UW, right, and then transferred to Bama.
Yeah.
So we'll count that.
He
as
went
another
with the DeBoer group.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't get fully sold on him. Everyone likes this guy more than me. And I felt like I watching the tape, especially at the catch point and when he's got to go in with guy that's near around him in coverage, he's not just wide open. I just felt like he left a lot to be kind of like his hands fighting with his hands. I mean, he looks
really
good. He looks the part.
We were in Mobile where you said you were disappointed he backed out of his invitation at the last minute. He could have really used that exposure. Dominic Scott checking in with a 499er. Have to ask, maybe sending off someone like Arroyo or even like maybe Love. I know it's a hot take, but I think you could get some good capital. I don't think Love is touchable. He's a guy they want on the roster, but Arroyo's an interesting idea. It's a very, very shallow tight end class that after Stowers goes, there is a cliff, especially if you want a guy like Arroyo, right? A guy with downfield, kind of explosiveness and a guy that can stretch the seam. Jeffrey Thistle says, we going to get a center at 64? No center taken yet. I think everyone in this room are pretty staunch Jalen Sundell supporters, right? I think center at 64
I like
would be a real stretch value-wise.
I think if somehow, like, I don't think you take a center at 64, but if you're somehow able to add a pick in the 4th or 5th and a Logan Jones is sitting there, I'm all for that, taking Logan Jones.
Well, and I've been, as I've worked through so many scenarios over the last couple of months, if I can pick up extra picks, I'm always looking for a guy with positional versatility. So give me a guy that can play center and guard all day long, like a Brian Parker, right?
Yeah.
A guy that can play really all 5 positions, but that can be your starting center. Can also play some guards. Sam Hecht, I think, fills that need as well. Trey Zune later on. There's some guys that appeal to me that way. But just to go think that we're going to draft a center just to replace Jalen Sundell, I don't think they're in the Logan Jones or Jake Slaughter market unless those guys fall to a point that they're just tremendous value.
Looking at this piece
would they dare?
What's that?
I was going to say, sorry, Bryce. Would the Falcons dare, and they're going to go to break, of course, would the Falcons dare take AJ's brother? Make it the Terrell brother corner.
Oh, God.
Hey.
Maybe. So here's one thing I was going to say there when they showed the positional puzzle pieces for the Steelers. Maybe they come back in the 3rd round here. I think Jonah Coleman fits Pittsburgh.
Ooh, I agree.
Like Warren's their only guy right now. I think Jonah Coleman fits kind of what they do. He's got the same running style. And like, I totally forgot they got Michael Pittman Jr. this offseason.
Guys, why is McNeil Warren falling so far? Is there something? Does he have character stuff or does he have?
I think it's he's a strong safety more traditionally than he is a split safety.
Yeah, and like he's a thumper. He's more of a thumper. Just his highlight reel, a lot of it is man hits hard, but
it's another good reminder that the press buzz doesn't always match what scouts and coaches think. Everybody was looking for the next Nick Eamon-Wari and assuming that teams were looking for that as well. Clearly they're not, or they just don't see him as being that type of player. I mean, Dane Brugler's got him as his 3rd safety. Where do you have him in the safety group? Brandon, Bryce?
I had McNeil Warren as I had him actually low 1st, 2nd. I had AJ Halsey as my only really true 2nd round safety. And then I have a cluster there in the 3rd of like Ramsey, Smith, Wheatley, Kilgore, Bud Clark. He's,
no character stuff. He's NFL scouts say he's highly loyal when it came to transfer opportunities. He turned down NIL, not a vocal guy, but one scout says no ego to him, really like his competitive confidence. I mean, 6'3", 200 and went with 32-inch arms and went 4.5 with with a 10-foot broad jump, 35.5-inch vert.
I got him as my 3rd safety. I did have a 3rd round grade on McNeil Warren coming in. I will say that as the draft came through. So he hasn't necessarily fallen technically for me because I did kind of anticipate a little bit of that lack of. You got to be cover 2 shell now, Dan. You know, like all these safeties coming out. You look at their snap counts like PFF. What stands out to me now is now we're beyond the stretch of it just being box to free safety snaps.
Yeah.
Now it's like all of them as well have almost a third of their snaps operating from the slot too. And so you're just like, holy crap, they are being asked to do everything now in college, which is such a difference from where it was even 10 years ago, where you'd see if you went back to that PFF chart at that time, it'd be like all free safety or be all up in the, single high score situation. So I think he's kind of stuck a little bit as a man kind of out of time, not out of time, but just in the wrong era for the type of player he's a little bit. Still a good player, still going to be useful. You just got to use him in the right way to the right system. Probably narrows him down though to the type of teams he can go to then because of it.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to be the first one to step away. I'll be right back. Probably the Falcons will pick before I get back.
Yeah, we got so we've only had 3 trades so far at this in this second round, right? Three.
Yep.
Pick swaps because I'm not going to count the D Winters one.
I think there's going to be a few teams making trades here because everyone's going to be holding on to those 27 picks.
I would say from like maybe the start of the trades might be like Indy to San Francisco. So you got Philly, the Chargers, Jacksonville, Chicago, like that kind of area.
Yeah. Damn, Michael Turner looks really good.
I don't know if you're being I haven't seen him yet on the screen yet, Mookie.
He's felt.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yep.
They did Terrell, didn't they? They did Terrell, didn't they?
Wow.
His brother was calling Atlanta like, his knee's fine. I'm telling you, it's fine. I wouldn't lie to you guys. Good. That's a cool story. I like that. This is just kind of cool for the NFL, man. I like this
because you think they had the Barber brothers at one point, but they played opposite sides of the ball. Now you have both Terrells out on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
This is cool. This is very cool.
How often does that happen where you have the same guy, two brothers playing at the same position on the same team? Because even with the Griffins, you have one as a corner, one's a backer.
Yeah.
So
that's a great call, Mookie. I mean, if you're going to get intel on how a guy's doing, right? His hamstrings are fine. Trust me, I'm his brother. His hamstrings are fine.
That's what I'm telling you. Like he's on the general manager. He's on the phone. Listen to me. I know my blood.
So I'm touching his.
You think I'm good?
Go.
I'd be sitting there just like, I'm telling you right now, he's better than me.
It's got to be the first time in NFL history 2 brothers have played the same position on the same team, right?
Yeah.
Or at least corner.
Didn't Seattle have 2 brothers?
Not same position though.
Same position, not same position.
Linebacker or corner. Yeah.
Well, I was about to say the Vikings could be a McNeil Warren destination, and then they just traded down a couple of spots, so they still could be. But the Panthers have moved up to 49.
Interesting.
For whom do they go receiver after I wrongly said they would?
Let's take a peek at their current depth chart, shall we?
Do they take O-line here? Do they go Pregnon?
I mean, Damian Lewis, Robert Hunt.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yep.
But are they okay with is Luke Fortner a good enough center for them? Do they want to add? We talked about receiver for them yesterday. Maybe they go receiver, but who we have?
Chris Brazel's the guy that could take it over the top for them because they don't really have that guy.
Antonio Williams. Maybe they need a guy with some burst. Ted Hurst. This be kind of the range where people thought he was shooting up boards a little bit? Maybe you want an explosive guy, Skylar Bell. What about Chris Bell's a wild card? I mean, that guy's a first rounder if he doesn't get hurt, right?
True.
Probably.
He would, in my opinion, if he was healthy, he would have pushed Denzel Boston out of my kind of round 1 receiver grouping a little bit.
How about Eli Stowers here? They got Tommy Tremble and JT Sanders. It's their top 2 tight ends.
Well, it depends on where Sanders at probably on his recovery. So I know that they want to feature him.
At what point do we start talking about the next wave of running backs too?
I was kind of thinking about that with Washington because I think they have the one guy go, so now they've only got Chuba there, and Chuba's a touch guy. He's like you can't give him more past 10 touches or he turns into a pumpkin.
No.
Washington doesn't have a pick on, right? I'm just looking here. I'm surprised Commanders don't have a pick. I thought they had a pick in here too, because I was going to say maybe they're another team that looks at that running back position too. Right? But if I'm looking at what's left, like, do the Jets take, like, interesting,
I mean, I still think,
What's their line?
they moved back 2 spots. I still think the Vikings might be the floor for McNeil Warren, because everybody thought that Thieneman was going there in the first round. But again,
linebacker here is kind of a possibility.
If you can't cover.
Yeah, Anthony Hill Jr.
Oh,
it could be D tackle too. Maybe it's like, I got Lee Hunter still on my board. Maybe they take Lee Hunter.
That's who just
Dominique
went.
Orange.
Take Lee Hunter off
Lee
your
Hunter.
board.
Hunter just went. Yeah.
Oh wow.
There it is.
Jake Delahome. And I know I said that funny, but I know it's Delahome.
NFL.
Aren't all the
Delahome.
Panthers defensive tackles like
Delahome.
about like kind of the same build size? Like
They are. God, he was only there
Including
for
this guy.
He was only there for
They like
6
their
years,
guys not lean.
Yeah, they do. They barrel chested and they're all upper body.
He was
No legs.
really good in Mobile. That whole
No legs, just ankles to midsection.
Yeah, he was a beast down there. Hey, we were there.
All right, so they Jalen Phillips. They got the kid last year. I thought scored and developed nicer than Shamar did last year to me by the end of the year for that Panther team.
Yeah, they really.
So you got a little bit of a defensive line you're putting together now. I did not like the Jalen Phillips signing. That was right there with Mafe on the gag me as far as the amount that you're spending on that guy.
Look at the tiny little legs. Like, I'm pretty sure
Just itty
Pavia
bitties.
has bigger legs. Like, that's saying something. Like, Pavia has bigger legs than the D tackle you just took. Ooh, good question. Where does Diego Pavia go? Does he go UDFA?
UFL.
Yes.
UFL, buddy.
Yeah, UFL is right.
UFL. Actually, Arena League would fit him really.
Seattle Seahawk rookie camp invite.
So if we're hoping
They need somebody to chuck the ball at camp. Come on.
It'd be
had
Drew
freaking
Lock
Tua's
trade
brother
bait,
up here.
man.
Yeah, we freaking had Tua's brother up here that one off season.
if the Seahawks stick at 64, whichever position they go with, they're going to get a good player.
Well, I'm
Somebody's
looking
going to
at this
drop.
way.
A couple guys will
Yeah.
drop.
The guards are dry. I mean, did any of us think Pregnon was going to last into the?
Yeah, but if I'm Seattle, I'm taking, like, I know Pregnon's there, but I'm probably taking Dunker if he's somehow there at 64.
Wouldn't he just be the perfect pairing with great? Would they become? Now, I'd be a little bit worried about Jalen Sundell's feelings being hurt, because Dunker and Zabel would immediately become best friends. It would be like Step Brothers 2. That's a movie that I want them to make a sequel about someday, and that could be it.
They're going to wait too long, man, for that sequel. They're going to wait like they did.
It's going to be like
Zoolander
Anchorman
20
2 when they
years
took
ago.
so
Dumb and Dumber,
freaking
where they're
long.
60 years old by the time that they do it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I wish they had,
problem-
though. It's a great movie.
Oh,
yeah. Well,
that's the
and-
problem now, is there aren't movies like that anymore. Like, I think of like that era there, that like small era that you had. You had like Step Brothers, and you had Anchorman, and you had
Here's what happened. Adam McKay just decided he didn't want to do comedies anymore, and he just stepped away. And so, and then even who's the other guy? Who was his partner? The director. And he started doing serious movies and documentaries, and so it cost us Step Brothers sequel. It cost us an Other Guys sequel.
That's another good one. The Other Guys, that was so good. Like, even one that kind of goes under the radar that I actually enjoyed was like I Love You Man with like Paul Rudd.
That was a great run there for
Slappa da
comedies.
bass, man. Slappa da bass.
Peter Go Hawks donation. Appreciate you. If EP falls to us, do we take him over an edge or corner? Well, I guess we just address that. We all would prefer to have Dunker. I mean,
Yeah, I'd probably go Dunker over.
he's younger. He's played on the right side.
Yeah,
It's the
Dunker, and
versatility
you
for
get the
Dunker that
versatility,
Pregnon
right?
doesn't have.
Like, you get that versatility again. Like, but I'll say this, like, Danny Dennis Sutton is another interesting guy, because we talk about that potential, and he's got that high ceiling with the athletic traits.
Oh, I don't see the bend though. He's so upright.
He's very linear in the way that he.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it makes the tape not match his traits. It's weird tape to watch because he's making plays. He's productive.
What
But
do you
he's-
think of Danny Dennis Sutton there, Brandon?
So vertical.
I've got a third round grade on him, so I'm more
So
like
do I.
late third is the value point for me. I do think he's got physical potential to him. I think he's got some upside where some of these edges I think are kind of like where they're at. So I think there's still some more for him left to develop. But I did think that he was probably going to be more powery guy. I thought he fit to the system, but a powery guy with some upside. I think it's fair to say, Dan, that he doesn't have a lot of necessarily dipper bend, but that he does have the good power elements and some use with his hands to be able to, I think, give him some day 2 outlook, especially to be the final pick as day 3. I certainly think that's good value there.
Yeah, Curtis Martin.
I think there's a couple things too that we've had confirmed. D'Angelo Pons is not playing on the outside in this league, number 1.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
number 2, the Jonathan Grenard stuff completely seems to be bumkiss as far as him going anywhere
Yeah.
as we get to this point, because you would think a second round would have been the minimum you're giving up for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No sooner does it come out of Brandon's mouth, D'Angelo Pons, 50th selection in the NFL draft for the New York Jets.
So this is where a slot corner should go, man. You know, slot corner in recent years, the Mike Sanders drills of the world, this is where they've popped it about. You know,
The value for me of Pons to that organization with all the work and the growth curve they have ahead of them is culture, it's attitude, it's play style. They need a guy like that with some juice on that defense.
I love him, Dan. Do you think, and I do agree with everything you said there. Do you think, and Mookie, do you think this guy's going to be able to play on the outside?
No, he's a
His
nickel.
best case scenario is Brent Grimes. That's best case
Yeah.
because Brent is a similarly short cornerback that are very good hops. But I think with the types of receivers you're dealing with in this league, it's going to be too hard.
You know, I mean, God, they traded for Minka though, and you know they might play him inside, Nashawn Wright on the outside, Brandon Stevens. I mean, they just need help everywhere. They'll just find a place to play him. Yeah. They might not be done at the corner position in this draft, honestly.
Yeah.
And there's a question in the chat's not a don't know, but Brando McNeil Warren seems Legion of Boom coded physically. What about his game says otherwise? I don't think that there's anything about his other game that doesn't say otherwise. And I think that's a good example, but that's also at the heart of why he's drifted in this draft is that if this was 2013, Emmanuel McNeil Warren probably goes to the end of a first round. But because this is 2026, where you have to, as a strong safety, be able to do free safety stuff, if that's kind of missing from your game, if I can't trust McNeil Warren as much in single high situations, well, now it limits how I can utilize my whole coverage secondary. And if you got so many teams in this league that are proliferating with the cover 2 shell, it just starts to limit down the amount of options to where he can go. I love him though. I wouldn't hate him here. And I think Mike could make it work because Mike's shown you that he doesn't have to have necessarily a rigid piece that has to fit exactly like this for it to work. But that would be where I think you have to kind of make your peace with that part with him here in this situation on that. But I love McNeil, and I think that he is cut from that kind of cloth.
Feed me OG Hawks Nest member with $2 donation. Wouldn't be surprised if the Rams snake us with offensive line. I'm just if the Rams were to take a guard though, that'd be a pretty strong indicator to me. They don't think they're going to be able to pay Steve Avila. Like they got Avila and Dotson at their guards. I don't.
Somebody's got to go. We were talking last night, Dan, of that 4 and maybe I'm looking at their cap wrong, and maybe they're just going to bury the void money like the Eagles do.
Right.
When I looked at the cap with the 4 deals that they have to give out, knowing those 4 deals are all kind of due, because the extensions tend to come after the draft. Like we'll see with Witherspoon. We got the JSN one done because he kind of gave us a bit of a break with the 2 years on the deal.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the money, I don't think. I can't see with needing, especially it's that 40+ million you got to put on Puka without the 2-year. He doesn't have the 5th-year option. He's on the last year of the deal. So it's like, how do they make all of those numbers work with Avila, who's going to probably command up around 15 to 20?
And that takes us back to yesterday. Like, you know, this idea that like Stafford's going to be here until he's 42 and Simpson's going to learn behind him like this, they could be setting themselves up to play on a rookie quarterback contract to be able to maybe make some of those things happen. Right.
Yeah.
Chris
Linebacker inside Jake Golday to the Vikings. No.
Ooh.
So McNeil Warren keeps falling.
Golday is such an interesting athlete. Chris Hamami with the big $25 donation. Appreciate you, man. Teams seem to do great and maybe get better every year, but they still suck. Teams like the Jets are that every year, including now, and that's coaching. Jets had a weird offseason, man. They kept their head coach. They and then they ran the entire staff out the door. I don't think I've ever seen that before, where a rookie head coach gets a second year, but you have to clean house and hire an entire new staff. That was Very Jets-like, I suppose.
Well, and both the Jets do the same thing the Giants did with Dable, where they really wanted to fire him the prior year from when they really fired him. But because they fired so many guys so often, that it's like, the Raiders are going to run into this with Kubiak if he doesn't do well, where it's like, we'd like to let him go, but we've got such a reputation around the league. We're not going to be able to hire anybody if we don't just give this guy another year just for the sake of it.
Tredsky. So with all the DBs falling, do we take a DB or go a different position? Well, the DBs are falling, but so are some of the edge guys like Gabe Akis, Kayron Crawford, Jay-Sean Barham, Josh Josephs, Romello Height, Danny Dennis Sutton. And then there's a cliff, because then you go, those are the quicker guys, right? Those are the guys that might fit that thing that Mike McDonald's talked about a little bit more frequently this offseason about finding some quicker wins, because then you drop off to LT Overton, Caden Curry, George Gums, Mason Rieger. There's a cliff there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we look at corner. So Keontae Scott is probably going to still be available. And like I said, Keontae Scott does a lot of things that I think Mike McDonald loves, and I think his tackling really needs to be better, especially if we're going to complain about some of the
corner. Like I kind of right now, like we'll see what happens in the next 12 picks, but I feel like they might need to be a little bit, have some urgency to get that edge taken care of, because Cisse, Scott, Mohammed, Abney, Igmanosin, Will Lee, Everett, who was a visitor, both the Washington guys, Devin Moore, Chandler Rivers, Massey's, Julian Neal, TJ Hall. I think there's more depth at corner right now.
Yeah, there's way more depth. If they don't get an edge here, I mean, we were expecting that come Monday, we'll find out Dante Fowler signed with the Seahawks. So if they don't get one here, this kind of gives us the hints as to what they think of this edge class.
Yeah.
But when you look at the 30 visits that the Seahawks had, they did hit on a lot of the positions we thought that they needed to address. And if the 30 visits end up matching what they actually do, doesn't mean they take those guys from the 30 visits, then it was kind of the 30 visits end up being instructive of their plan. They took a running back. They had several running backs in for visits, whether it was Jonah Coleman as a local visit or Mike Washington or who was the other top running back? I know there was some other, Emmett Johnson.
Yeah.
They've had a few edges come in for visits, and now that they're off the board. Really, it's just offensive linemen. I think they've only had one offensive lineman in for a 30 visit that we know of, and that's Bo Stevens.
Yeah. I was just looking at the guards. I'm looking at them right now. I'm intrigued by the fact that the league hasn't started a run on interior offensive linemen yet.
Yeah.
Because it's a fairly deep class. There's some interesting dudes there.
Yep.
Especially because a couple guys have already gone. We have seen guys go, so it's not like we were off completely on our evaluation of the class being a fairly decent one there.
Yeah.
Gabe Akis is my guy right now. It's my scary, please don't take him guy right now. I don't have a lot of guys on this right now. That's my guy right now.
I'm on the same part with you, Brandon.
Please not Gabe. Please not Akis. Please not Akis. Almost anybody else.
Well, if they take him, is your reaction going to be,
It'll be something.
Is it something that can still keep us monetized? keep all the channels.
Speaking of that, I know
just barely monetized.
I know Brandon stepped away, but we'll take care of this while he's gone and we're on a commercial break. Proud to have Prize Picks as a sponsor of my channel, Seahawks Forever. Brandon also does over there on the Hawks Nest. #1 sports app in America. Really gives you a different way to watch and enjoy games, having a lot of fun with it. The best thing is building out lineups. You can go pick any game from any sport. Scroll down, you see players from both sides. You have to pick at least one player from each side. You can choose from a bunch of different categories. You simply select more or less, and you build out your lineup. You can follow us on there. I'm Seahawks Forever, all one word. You can ridicule my lineups or borrow from them if you like them. And then you can cash out early. You can go power play or flex play. Flex play allows you different levels of winning. And if one of your players gets off to a hot start, you can cash out your winnings early, even before the game is finished. And right now they're going to give you $50. If you download the app, sign up today, use that promo code HMA. They're going to give you $50 after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, promo code HMA for both of our channels. It helps. And they're going to give you $50 instantly as soon as you play your first $5 lineup if you sign up today. It's available in a ton of states. Terms and conditions do apply. Prize Picks, it is good to be right. Let's see if the Packers are right here.
Oh, nuts. Another one went off the board, boys.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to get to 64, but that
I called it, and I said, if we get to 20, you got to trade up with the Packers to get Cisse. I said that was the spot I said, and that's right where he ends up going. That was where you're going to have to jump if you wanted to kind of grab him.
I mean, they just kind of had to take a corner because their defense, as soon as Parsons went out, it exposed how completely underwhelming their cornerbacks are. Like Keyshawn Nixon's a special teamer. He's not a cornerback one. So
now, is there a guy left on the board with 12 picks left until the Seahawks pick, presumably if they stay where they are at 64? Is there a guy that you think might be a surprise? Curveball, left field. Brandon, I know you love Anthony Hill Jr. I think fans would be confused if they took an interior linebacker, but tell us why he would fit the versatility.
I have a sub first round grade on Anthony Hill. He is a guy, it's a little bit like, Proctor being taken in the first round, where the tape doesn't necessarily equivalent to the guy being a top 15 pick, but that he is a guy that you can see the flashes of talent there on a guy that is 20 and a half years old. And he's a guy that to me is going to have star potential here in the second round that you could be getting when you pick. So the players that we might be picking from otherwise, solid players, solid starters, contributors, I don't think you're picking through guys at that point where you're going to be selecting. We were saying this guy's got true star potential to what he brings to the table. And Anthony Hill does that. I didn't think there was a measurably huge difference between him and Sonny Styles. Sonny had the flashy workout, but the tape was not one where it was like, oh, it's just so supremely better on tape with what Styles has done. A lot of projection there with Sonny. I'm doing a lot of projection with Anthony Hill as well, but when you have a guy that's this athletically gifted, 235 pounds, so he's not one of these 220-pound light linebackers out there at the inside linebacker. He can play Will. He can play Mike. Yeah. He just gives you, to me, a little bit of like the Rams yesterday.
Edge. I mean, he's bigger than some edges in this class.
He is, and he blitzes great for that reason. He could be a problem in that way. We're a wealthy team right now.
Yep.
So what I mean by that is that we're well suited to do whatever we want to do. And Rams are a wealthy team, and that's why they could make the Ty Simpson pick. I don't like it. I think it's a stupid way of going about it. I think what you should do is do more of this go for the upside thing. A sitting McCoy for a year to get the star potential there, or an Anthony Hill thing and go for that potential there. I think that's great utilization of the draft when so many other teams then ahead of you are looking to fill the needs or looking to kind of plug up those holes and take the wrong route when it comes to drafting.
It's a great reminder, and specifically on Hill, he started out as a safety too, so that would lends itself to the coverage ability. Love that versatility. It's a great time to remind everyone that look, at the end of the day, they're gonna stick to their board. They're gonna take the best player available. They're gonna take the player, especially in a weaker class, that they just feel like has a chance to be the best pro on the board, and that position might not make sense. I do think, though, I'm so intrigued by this interior offensive line situation because there was some buzz a couple of weeks ago. Lance Zierlein talked about it. Brady talked about it. A couple other guys that they were doing more work on the class in that position group than it appeared. They only had the one VMAC visitor, right, with Bo Stevens, but that they were doing much more work than that kind of behind the scenes. So just tuck that away.
Here's one thing I'll say, and this kind of pivots off of Brandon's thing. Sorry I was away, guys. I was eating my dinner, and apparently I eat pizza like a Canadian per the chat. I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
You slip an A in. You slip an A in between your chews.
First,
A.
What?
A.
No, it just means he eats pizza really nicely. Really,
yeah. Apparently, it's really nicely. I have no idea what that.
Little neat bites.
It's very polite. It's a very polite.
It's very polite. I apologize to the pizza after every bite. That's what I do. To your point there, Brandon, with the whole, we're a really wealthy team right now. We don't have a lot of holes right now. When I look at last night's pick and the Price pick and the running back pick, really, out of our team, running back was the only spot until Charbonnet's back where we had actually a gap where you needed to actually address it, because I don't know if walking out there with Emmanuel Wilson and Helani week one is really a great situation, or heaven forbid they signed Najee Harris to come in here and run the football until Charbonnet was back. I look at it now going edge and corner. Any of those guys you're picking are going to be third, fourth guys in that rotation, and this is where I think your point with McCoy is great. Go get a McCoy if his ass is sitting there, because you can afford. You have your two starting corners this year in Devin Witherspoon and Josh Jobe, and your nickel and Nicky Manwari. Nehemiah Pritchett in behind. So that means, okay, you know what? McCoy has it and he's not back till halfway through the season, maybe, or he does a Riley Mills and doesn't show up till November, December, and he's your corner 4. Okay, we're okay in that situation. You can find corner 4 help throughout UDFA and, free agency, post training camp kind of a thing. So I'm all on board. If McCoy's sitting there right now, I would take him if I'm Seattle.
Hey, Brandon, I always thought John McGrath was a legitimate dude. Is he your burner?
No, man.
Your burner
He's a
account?
very smart man. Just a very smart, intelligent human being.
Dunker at 64, trade up for Kilgore. Boom, done. Call it a night.
Very interesting. The
I'm
Eagles
good.
took Stowers.
I'm with you, John.
Wow.
Let's go.
Those
Well,
Eagles
they
take
weren't sure they
Stowers.
were keeping Goddard, right? They was that
Colts
whole
took
thing of-
CJ Allen as well, by the way. We had Allen go to the Colts, and then we had Stowers. So this is very nice.
That makes sense to me. Like, I never bought the CJ Allen first round.
I didn't either.
because he just doesn't have the athleticism.
Was
I
that
put him in
propped
the
up because
third.
he's a Georgia linebacker, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's
Mhm.
Georgia."
Right.
Like, he's gonna be good. Like, that's kind of where I look at it, right? But this makes sense. They want to move off of Goddard,
Yeah.
right? Now, but the thing I'll say is
We're 10 picks away, boys.
Eli Stowers going to be explosive? Because I think for him to be a proper tight end at the NFL level, he needs at least another 10 on his frame.
Let me ask you guys this.
He can't block for his life.
We're 10
Exactly.
picks away. Is there enough talent on the board that you guys like that maybe we're hoping we move back here from 64?
If they can move to like 70 or 71,
Yeah,
do you think Kilgore can
Yeah,
still
baby,
be there?
baby drop. And I need a baby.
it's
bird
got to be
drop
like
here.
a max 5 spot drop, in my opinion.
The reason I always try to move back, I just want one more pick because to me, it really changes
it,
the focus on it, just opens the door for an interior offensive lineman making a lot more sense at some point for me.
Well, we got another trade. The Patriots have moved up from 63 to 55. So that's a pretty significant bump up.
Wow.
Could they be the ones looking at Akers?
I don't know. We don't know because Diana Rossini deleted a Twitter account. So we have,
God damn it.
We've lost our
God
source.
damn it.
we have no insight at all.
No.
Peter Go Hawks with the $4.99 donation. 3 picks from all of you at different positions that you'd be okay with in this round. McCoy, Dunker, Warren. Warren doesn't fit our roster right now, does he?
He might just be so good at this point where they're like, "We'll make it work."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's like
Michael
you
figured
know,
it out.
Yeah, like Mike made Woolen work, and he figured that out with him. I think he's made edges work that aren't necessarily power edges. I think he could figure out Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Hey, we're into
But
the Australia market now, guys. It's late enough. We're into the Australia market. Shane Turner,
Shane.
it's good to see you, buddy.
Hey, guys, I got a question. I was thinking about this last night. We know that Mike Vrabel isn't going to be there on day 3 because he claims he's going for counseling. Is his counseling really a retreat with Deanna with Rossini now? Is that what he's going to do? Is that's the therapist for him and for his situation?
They're talking about us, baby. They're talking about us.
Is Rihanna Ducini.
Industry Worth member for my 5 months says, Brando, can you make a cameo on Jake's channel? People in the chat have asked.
I'll have to come back around him on Tuesday on the round table because he can't do the dual stream
That's going to
thing.
be
So
must see TV.
I wish he could industry, but they don't let you do that.
Oh my! His reaction last night was, I felt so. As much as we hate the Rams, I felt so bad for Jake because you could just see like the defeated look on his face, and
He was
just
speechless.
Like, he was just like he was just like
I don't think he believed his co-hosts. He was like, "What is?"
Yeah, like there's no way. I just also love the fact of it was like watching the kid when they see their ice cream like fall off the cone and then hit the sidewalk. That's how it felt for Jake, being like the Rams, Lemons, all these guys are there, and then all of a sudden you watch it fall, and it's just falling, and then splat on the ground gets written Ty Simpson. And you
it was brutal.
Mookie's point, he was speculating maybe move from 64 back to 70. That would be a 10-point move, which would get you a mid 5.
Mm-hmm.
Eli Heidenreich. Get you Eli Heidenreich.
So the Patriots Chargers trade is 63.
Oh no, the Patriots going to take Eli here. No, he'd
He'd be the most Patriots.
Yeah,
Welker will announce the pick.
Yeah. I hope Vrabel announces the pick. 63, 131, and 202. So they get a 4th and a 6th through the Chargers.
For moving up how far? Or for
Moving up
moving
8 spots, or moving back 8.
Wow.
For them.
That's
They get
a
a
nice
6.
little return for
Say
them.
that again?
Yeah, so the Chargers moved from 55 to 63, and they gain 131 4th rounder, 202 6th rounder.
You know what, guys?
I love a move like that.
I believe this is the lucky hat because I wore this hat through the playoff run. We annihilated everybody and won the Super Bowl. I've worn this hat through the draft, and so far the draft is falling ideally in Seattle's way.
It really is. There's a lot of value left right now, you guys. Again, Jermod McCoy is going to be the wild card here. Very, very interesting. This is just, we're 10 picks away. We're 9 picks away. I'm just going to, well, here, let's share this. This is best available. McCoy, McNeil Warren, Anthony Hill. They haven't taken Star Wars off yet. Oh, he's getting Zach. Let's see. We're not taking Gabe Akis. Oh, don't let Brandon do that. Emmanuel Pregna,
No.
Jennings,
No.
AJ Halsey, Malik Muhammad, Ted Hurst, Jalen Kilgore, Skylar Bell, Kayron Crawford. Then you get into Crawford and Barham, Dominique Orange, Keith Abney. There's some good value.
I wonder, you know,
And the
you talk
interior
about
guys.
here.
The centers.
Do they go Romello height?
He's so small. And I don't think his frame looks like it's projectable at all. Like he's
not going to set an edge in the
he's a
NFL.
DPR only, isn't he?
And whoa, boy! Not only did Grenard he got dealt. Grenard got dealt to the Eagles for a 3rd rounder, pick 98,
Okay.
and they extended him 4 years, $100 million, which means like 19 more years.
Holy!
Mookie with the breaking news. That's why we have a journalist in the house with us.
Remember when I said maybe the Patriots could take Akis? Well, Brandon,
They just did.
today is your lucky day.
Hallelujah. 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 Oh, thank you.
And we don't have to
Rabel,
pay-
you beautiful cheating son of a bitch.
But Brandon, and we don't have to pay Grenard over $100 million.
Yeah, that wasn't going to make sense.
What did the Eagles give up for him?
The
98,
third
98. And a 3rd rounder next year. So
and
they gave
100
up-
98? 98?
Yeah.
So 2/3 and $100 million deal to get it done.
Yep.
Okay.
No, thanks.
I don't. You guys see the thing with Grenard where he's got all the crap on his arms and stuff, and it's like he looks like he's got like a wrap on his knee when you're watching his highlights.
Yeah.
And you're kind of going, I don't know, man. I'm watching that. I'm like, And I need to get paid. I need to get paid right now. Like right now. Why right now? Now. No, like now.
Brandon and Bryce, I want to ask you this as we kind of get closer here. He hasn't, but can Sam Hecht play guard?
I think he can.
He's the best center on the board, and he's still there.
I wasn't big on Sam necessarily, so he might be able to do. He's definitely got the size to do it.
I still have
But I
a 3rd
wasn't-
round grade. I have a low 3rd round grade on Sam Hecht.
I'm 4th on that one, so I like him, but I mean, it'd definitely be a bit early here for him.
Have they reported anything new on? Is Rappaport saying anything about McCoy? This is crazy. I mean, Will Johnson was a big story last year, right? With how far he fell. But it was cleaner because he didn't need another procedure. It was just he might be a 1 contract player. And when he got on the field, man, he played well. But again, he didn't play 17 games last year. But McCoy. Here we go. Concierge with Nolan with the $40 donation. Just some syndicate appreciation. Thank you, sir.
Let's go, Nolan.
Appreciate
You, man.
Brandon Lackey with donation. Thoughts on trading out or too tempting right now? Right now with 8 picks to go, like there's enough value left. I really want another pick or two. I really, really do.
See, the only problem I'll say with that,
maybe surprised, took Nate Borkircher from Texas A&M, so they took a tight end.
I had a 5th round grade on him.
Ugh. Something stinks. Who farted?
Liam Cohen farted.
James Gladstone farted. That's who farted.
Yeah, wait, hold on. You know who farted, guys? Hold on, just a sec. Duval.
Yeah. Here's the reaction. We're going to go live to Pittsburgh. Here's the reaction to that pick by the Jaguars of tight end Nate Borkircher out of Texas A&M. That's it.
Even the name, like you're never going to hear it. Like he drops back to throw, he hits Bork over the middle. No, it didn't work. Nobody with that name's being a big time pass
It'll
catcher.
be Bo Kitcher. Bo Kitcher will be the way it gets said.
I thought they took Betcher, the inside linebacker out of Oregon. You were just butchering the name.
Yeah. That would be a serious overreach.
Donut fingers for Brando and group. What would be the worst possible pick that the Seahawks could actually make at this point, aside from the last Jackson? I've got one. You guys go first. Mike Washington. That would be the worst pick they can make right now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I would say LT Overton if they decided so promptly to overdraft his ass.
Just
Zachariah Branch.
Good call.
That was going to be my pick because it's
keep him off the sidewalks.
Well, he runs 2 routes. It's fine.
I challenge him to run a route longer than 5 yards.
No, it gets scary past 5 yards, Mookie.
Yes.
That's where the bad men are.
That's where all the bad people are, the bigger people.
You know, the way those position groups we've talked about ad nauseum were falling, I thought, they can't really screw this thing up. But there's some real wild cards.
So, hey, apparently the Grenard extension with the Eagles has been agreed upon for a while now. This is kind of just something where it's finalizing draft compensation. This isn't it's shocking. This was done kind of before the draft and in behind the scenes.
It's $50 million guaranteed, by the way, in addition to over the totality of that contract. So
I wouldn't have wanted to do it for Seattle, but from an Eagle perspective, the Jalen Phillips contract was ridiculous, and this is a much better deal from the Jalen Phillips. He's a better player than Phillips. So it's for them trying to be a Super Bowl pushing team, I get that part of it. The question is, guys, how much void money got buried on this deal? That's the real question.
How he's going to manage to tackle
Eagles? They already have void money through 2035. So
just keep adding, baby. Just keep stacking.
Kicking that.
It'll never come up. That's down the road. That'll never happen.
Kicking the can. Shane Turner with the donation. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Shane.
Bears on the clock now with Drew Dahlman retiring. I don't remember how their offseason went as far as a center.
Sam Hecht here, maybe. Yeah.
It's light as hell. Their center position sucks right now, so it's not good.
Yeah, the big board drops off for center.
Oh, they signed Garrett Bradbury.
Oh, okay.
Sam Hecht. If I'm them, I'd take Sam Hecht here.
They've got 2 second-round picks too, so they could afford theoretically here a little bit to stretch outside themselves here to make it happen.
Heck fits the profile. He's not dissimilar to Drew Dahlman.
Okay, so do you guys feel more likely that Seattle trades back or they stay?
I think so.
I think they trade back.
And there's enough value left that someone, might have someone they like. And the value that we've seen in some of these deals is acceptable, it feels like. Jason with the $4.99 donation. If McCoy falls to us, would we be the suckers if we pick him? It's a risk, but it's a calculated risk because the payoff, the upside is huge. With the 64th pick, you could end up getting an elite, it could do it all, cover corner. We haven't seen them take a risk like that in a long time, have we? Like Riley Mills, they knew that it wasn't going to be ready to go, but they also knew it was a clean ACL and it was just a matter of getting them rehabbed. I don't know that there's a comp I can think of for something like this that we've seen Seattle do anyway.
No. Other than Darryl Taylor a few years back, they took him when he had the titanium.
Right.
He had something with his leg.
Yeah.
Oh, well done, sir. Well done.
Fruit punch. What kind of fruit punch is that? I couldn't make it out the brand.
It's
There is some fun stuff in that.
Ooh,
first
so you know what's
There's
funny?
a little extra punch
I'm
in that punch. Now that
So I'm in West Virginia, right? And they're very conservative here for the well, they're actually much less conservative than I thought. But as far as their laws are, there is no recreational marijuana allowed here, and yet they just allowed THC drinks.
Oh,
Let's go.
It's managed through the Department of Agriculture, which is interesting. Yeah.
whoa! So
Weird.
the Niners traded down, and in fact, the Browns traded back into the second. So that's got to be like from 70 to 58.
Wow. Yeah. Is that for a guy like
This is going to be a center. This is going to be Sam Hecht for Chicago, or it's going to be.
Ryan
I'm looking
Parker,
at it. I don't think they take Connor Liu. I'd say Logan Jones would be the second center.
It's Logan Jones, baby.
Logan.
It is Logan Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got Dahlman in there to be that athletic center last year. This kid's the most athletic center in the class. So that makes sense.
Pure zone guy.
Yep. So you got to like it from them on that standpoint of it. Good pick for the Bears. They got caught off guard. I still think the Bears haven't taken a step forward this offseason, and that they needed to take a step forward to be a true challenge next year. And instead, they kind of took a sub-step back with Dahlman, probably a top 4 center, top 3 center last year. And then you lose DJ Moore, who's, I don't know. I know they've got other parts to overcome in that offense, but I don't know. Left tackle's a little dodgy still.
Yeah, they lost, what's his name? Ozzy Trapillo.
Hey, there's our Iowa team we like watching. I have a hunch. I call it a gut feeling. I just have a hunch that if the Seahawks do take an Iowa offensive lineman today, it's not going to be Dunker. It's going to be
Stevens at 96 or backup.
Brandon's facial expression just changed so much. It was great.
Gut feeling. I love Dunker. I still, man, imagine the promotional opportunities with Dunker and Zabel, the bookend guards that are both, the country strong farm dudes with the quirky, where Zabel knocks back the bush lights. Dunker eats like a 10,000 calorie meal before games.
And 15 coffees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's my only reservation about Bo. And I really like Bo's tape, but we talk about Pregnon and we're like, well, he's a left guard. And that's really what he's been. Bo's been a left guard majority of his time in college. And I think, again, does he have the versatility? That's one thing you look at Seattle's O-line. There is a lot of versatility across it.
It's hard to tell. Where I feel like some guys can play both sides and some just can't. It's really, really hard to tell.
Well, you just got to have that power and anchor if you're going to play the right guard side. And to Bryce's point on him, he might be more left guardy as far as Bo goes.
So where's he going to play ever? He's just going to be the backup to Zabel.
Pregnon definitely has that anchor, and he has played one game at right guard.
Yep. McNeil Warren is finally gone. He gets to stay in Ohio.
Okay, so they trade up to get McNeil Warren.
Yeah, that's pretty hefty. So the trade, because they traded 12 spots.
Bo Stevens played 10 games at right guard in 2022.
There you go.
Did Swartz stay with the Browns?
Yeah, I know what. I don't think he did.
He did.
I think he just walked away, right?
Yeah.
He didn't get the head coach.
How does he not have a job?
Yeah.
Oh, 734 with the $5 donation. I would love to see Dunker selected by Seattle if he's there, just to witness Brandon's absolute joyful reaction. I think it would be a pretty universal joyful reaction.
Yeah.
I gotta send Brandon this video, this small little meme GIF clip that I built, where it's when Brandon went off about Woolen and the thing at the beginning of the year, and it's like how Seattle's fans season started, and it's Brandon going, "Oh, Woolen," and then the last clip, it's like how it ended, and it's Brandon and his brother hugging that they won the Super Bowl, and I'm like, the time lapse in between.
That's awesome.
Fantastic. It's like the emotional roller coaster of the Seahawks season.
It was true, especially that first game of the year where you're like, oh,
Lord. You were so mad. You were so mad at that.
I couldn't believe you did it again after the Rams game last year. The same thing from the Rams game. Like at the end of the game, you just lose all ball skills suddenly. And you got good ball skills. It was wild.
Guys, I'm really leaning we'll see what happens in the next 5. There's a lot.
But who do you trade back with though?
Well, here's the thing. We've spent about the last half hour talking about interior offensive line. That's very, very appealing to me. But when you talk about positional cliffs, Here's best available in that edge group right now. Kieran Crawford, Jayshon Barham, Joshua Josephs, Danny Dennis Sutton, and then the cliff. Interior offensive line, you're talking guard. There's Pregnon still, Brian Parker, Jeremiah Wright, Bo Stevens, Fernando Carmona, Babechi Wiwu. And then you go corner, you go McCoy still if you want to take the risk. Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, Keith Abney, Davis. The corners, there's still depth there. I think edge is the cliff, and they might prioritize that.
Is it Crawford? Is it Danny Dennis Sutton or Barham?
Crawford's the character guy that just screams Seahawks to me, that I could see them really being, and he's been in the building, right? I could see him being the pick, and then after tonight when we see the press conference, they're like, he got in the building, he connected with everybody. He's a worker. He's that guy that, the quote on him from one coach was, as hard as he works when you're watching him, he works harder when you're not. But also Barham, because it's just a violent play style.
Yeah, he's like sort of like a tweener in a way, but I think his best future in the NFL is at edge. And the Texans took Marlon Klein, Michigan tight end, at 59.
But when you
I had a sixth round grade on him.
Mock draft that had him anywhere near that, but
no
sixth round.
But when you don't have any needs,
it was going so well, Houston. You were doing so well.
They wanted AJ Barner. Okay, that's what they want here.
Clearly,
we need the dragon meme where you got McDonald, Rutledge, and then Klein.
Yeah,
and then is the kind of the one dragon looking back at the eyes like, what are you doing?
I wish we don't have a war room camera this year, do we, in Seattle? I bet they're working the phones hard right now.
Yeah. Well, the Titans just traded up from 69 to 60. So we're having the same thing happen again, where there's now a run on trades right before Seattle's on the clock.
And the Titans
they've already snaked us on Folk.
The Titans were a team that they talked to extensively before the draft. And so that's an opportunity missed. Now you start to look at the top of the third round. Cardinals, no. Bills, Raiders have a shit ton of picks. If there's a guy they like, they have the capital that they could easily
do. Look at the Raiders are taking Mendoza and
Stokes. Eagles, Bears, Commanders, Bengals don't trade up. Saints are aggressive sometimes, but that's about as far back as maybe you can. Saints are at 73. That's quite a drop.
Like, I'm trying to think, do the Raiders come up maybe if they think that Ted Hurst might be gone?
Ooh, that's a cool fit.
Huh. Jacoby Lane's also a guy to maybe look at with them too. They might like him, local kid.
Yeah.
When you start to look at the matches, it's easy to say I would like to move back, but you start to look at, well, who might want to move up and for what? It gets a little dicey.
Yeah.
But stick and pick. Like, look, you got all the interior offensive linemen we talked about, but also our guy Jalen Kilgore. Sorry, guys.
That was a full Bryce moment there, Dan. Holy.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to say Kilroy.
And I've worked so hard at pronunciations in this class, you guys. Hey, guess who's checking in during the commercial? Senor Tiny Baby Goats.
Let's go, baby goats. Thank you, my man.
Great draft coverage, fellas. I'm excited for the potential of a repeat. And since it's a goat, I mean, this might sound kind of like a goat. Aren't there those goats that sound like this? No. Kind of. That's not exactly a goat. But.
Oh, yeah, I got the bone.
There you go. Ole 734 with $5 donation. I would love Dunker. I wouldn't mind Pregnon. I'd be intrigued with McCoy.
There's a lot of options here. There's not a sacred child here. There's a couple that we can pick from on this that I feel good on.
You could go Kilgore. You could go Halsey as well.
Yeah.
I will say I'm not as big on edge here. I'm not anti-Crawford. I do like him there, Dan, but that would be a little bit of now you're back to needy place on where you're grabbing because you're going, well, we're not going to have a guy later on, so we got to reach for this need now to fill the hole.
And we talked,
which is kind of what you just did last night too.
We talked on our roundtable last week or the week before about if it doesn't fall the right way and there's some other guys they like, they could just punt on edge. As much as I'd like to have a guy under contract for 2027, that would be cool. They might just punt on it this year, knowing they have all the assets next year and that maybe that's the only position group that you need to kind of rebuild. And Mike McDonald can find edges. Guys want to play for him. They're never going to have trouble recruiting edge players. And not to say there aren't some guys on day 3 that are interesting too. Give me Michael Heldman in the 6th round all day long. Thank you.
So to your point, we've had 6 edges in this 6th round alone, Dan. So it's kind of like, the good guys have been plucked from the tree. The good apples have been plucked from the tree. And now you're kind of grabbing stuff where it's like, well, as long as I don't eat this side that's got the worm coming out of it, it'll be fine. And that's what's got me a little bit hesitant on this, that they're not bad players per se, but there's a lot of development still needed for guys like Crawford and Jay Sean Barnum. They are far from a finished product, and it's not a certain thing that they're going to reach that finished product state.
And there's so much depth still left in this corner class. It kind of feels like interior offensive line, doesn't it? It feels like
that would seem like a smart way to go here. To me.
Wow. All right. Tennessee got their Fred Warner.
Yep. Anthony Hill did the Titans.
God.
Here we thought Sala was going to go Styles early. Will you get Sonny Styles light?
I was saying, hey, this guy takes on blocks way better than Styles does. And I just can't see a solid defense with a linebacker because Warner's fast, great in coverage, but Warner can get in front of blocks. He can get around blocks. He can take them on. And Sonny just you watch with Sonny. I think that there's going to be a little bit of buyer's remorse on that come to the season on what you get. Not that he's not going to be potentially an okay player, but just where you took him in the draft. Yeah. It's the reason those guys don't tend to go that far unless they're a complete as far as their skill set goes or upside goes for what skill set they're bringing.
He is so good in space, though. I'll be honest. One of my favorite things about watching Anthony Hill is how he moved in space.
Oh yeah, instincts and coverage are grade A too. That safety stuff is absolutely
just the highlight. Watch him
back there,
find his way, and bang, he's there. And he's got stopping power when he hits. It's not like hit and then get dragged. It's like, no, I'm stopping you here, and we're going the other direction.
He's going to have a better career than Sonny Styles. My bold take coming out of this draft.
734 with $5 donation says Jake definitely ate a worm last night watching select.
I'm going to tell you what. I think the Rams have made their pick apparently, and it's another one where
it's Garrett Nussmeier. They double down.
That'd be awesome.
But it's another pick where you're going, all right, we'll take that.
Hell yeah.
God.
Not like I think the player will be bad in this instance, but it's more of we're going to have some more guys coming to us. The board is open.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, my gosh. The Rams are shit in the bed.
The Rams are so weird right now. When did they get bad at drafting?
14 personnel.
Rams are drunk at the wheel.
Claire doesn't
somebody take the keys away.
I think it would make more sense if they took a guy like Michael Trigg later on, like with that kind of upside. Like Claire, like we saw him here's what we saw him do all week in Mobile. Ball on the ground.
Better at Purdue in his draft profile. So that's another one of those underhanded slaps on the draft profile where it's like, man, that's kind of. Can't you say the good stuff I do? Like good leaping ability, hands catcher. He was better at Purdue.
We got an update. Jake was left.
Tight ends going
Jake was left speechless again on this 2nd round pick.
Oh shit!
Oh,
are the Rams kind of entering that? Maybe where John Schneider and the Seahawks were a little bit in like 2015, where they're just feeling a little too good about their process and their draft history. Look, that doesn't seem enthusiastic. Look at those are golf claps in their war room. And then they're like, the camera's on, you guys. The camera's on. Look happy.
Put a smile on.
Fine, just keep taking
time. I've got a clip here of his reaction right here as to why they just made this pick with McVay. Hold on, let me see if I can get it here.
Keep that between us.
What was that?
Yeah, I did. I'll keep that between us.
Peter Go Hawks, someone please call Jake live and check on him.
Oh. Buffalo's back in here.
Yeah.
Okay, there's clearly teams that want to move up. Is this going to happen to us again where it's like we're just sitting watching the party go by?
We're going to get sniped again.
Everybody gets worried around John, Dan. Everybody gets a little bit nervous around John.
We're about to get sniped 4 times, huh? Is this like nobody wants to help us? They're like, fuck.
I'll tell you what, man. It's going pretty good for us, right? This many tight ends to go in this round. Oh, this is great.
take all the weirdness in front of us.
All of them.
Okay,
All of them.
Brian put one in the chat there at 6:03, Dan, that I think is really good. That should come up just above addicted to Hawks.
Brett, is this one?
No, down 2.
If the screen's blurry too there, Daniel,
There
maybe
you
just
go.
try refresh if you can. It looks clear on my screen.
Okay.
Am I looking blurry to you guys?
No, you're good.
McVay's smiling like a catatonic patient. He's silently to himself. Oh, I am so out of here.
They just did Higbee on an extension, didn't they? Just
Yeah.
give him a 2-year extension.
And
Like
You just draft, what was it, Ferguson last
Yeah.
year, and you
And
still got
Ferguson.
Colby Parkinson.
He's in the last year of his deal, but yeah, it's here's Sean McVay right now. If we can get inside his head, I should have taken that TV job.
I'm just waiting right now to take the TV job. It's going to happen anytime here. I'm going to do it.
The Bills made their
man.
work. Let's see what they gave up to move up.
What an awful draft for the Rams. This is
Oh,
worst case scenario Rams.
Could
This
it
is like a
be?
Seahawks fan picking for for their picks. Like a Seahawks, literally, I would have made
Yeah.
these selections for them if I was at the wheel for them.
Like the last
And this-
couple of
and
years,
this-
look, Les Snead's probably the guy out there who's kind of matched John blow for blow the last 3-4 drafts. And it's like
Yeah.
a Seahawks fan, you watch what they do and you're like, shit.
Could it
Not
be
this year.
really possible that the Arizona Cardinals have made better decisions than the Los Angeles Rams in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft?
It's not possible.
So it's going to be.
I would give them the nod. That's for sure.
Yeah. Love and Besantis. I mean, you can talk about value, but just as far as talent, and players, and need, Love and Besantis, yeah, they've checked some big boxes. The Rams have not. The Rams added
Holy,
a
the
fourth.
Rams are like just
Rams might have not. Rams have maybe added no impact with their draft picks for next year right now.
Yeah.
They may have drafted 2 guys that will give them nothing next year at all.
Right.
Well, so do the math here, and this is something that I had a couple, messaging back and forth with people that were like, "Oh, the Simpson trade makes sense," or the draft pick. Sorry, you got a guy that potentially within the next 3 years, right? Because say Stafford does play past this year and next year.
Mhm.
He sat for 3 years at Alabama and played 15 games. Basically, got benched at the end of this year.
Couldn't beat out Jalen Milroe.
And he's going to sit for another 2 years. You're going to have a guy that's going to come in to an NFL system where he hasn't basically played football for a combined. He's had 1 starting season in 6 years.
Yeah.
Like, are you nuts? Like, Matt Castle was an anomaly.
We talk so much about positional value, and it matters also from year to year in which position groups have value in them. What did we hear all year last year? One of the deepest tight end groups we'd ever seen as far as the number of draftable tight ends. Mookie, I just saw your tweet. This was supposed to be a terrible tight end class after Sadiq. 5 have gone in the second round. That just helps the Seahawks, though. It's a great thing for us. The Bills dip into the cornerback class here, but kind of take a guy that's a little bit farther down the list. Guy that I didn't love, saw a lot of separation, but you talk about size, speed combination, the traits.
This is a good, go ahead. You go ahead, guys. You do that one.
Yep.
Dan, I've had a working theory here that I think that the new de jour position, to your point on the tight ends, that now teams are messing up. And I think we kind of fell into a bit of this trapping last year, and the Rams did with Ferguson as well, as far as overdrafting guys higher in the round because you're chasing the unicorn H-back tight end type now. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's what we're starting to see here with these guys, is where their tape does not necessitate this. It's just that everyone's got it in their mind that this is going to be the new position that you seem to have in your offense to make it go. Yeah. And this always happens. Like sometimes it's the smaller receivers. When remember Tyreek Hill for a while, it was like, oh, you need the small receiver that's super fast. That's like, that became the thing. And I think that's what's going on with tight ends right now, in my opinion.
It's taking anomalies and deciding that they're the new trend.
I'll let Jeffrey's comment just kind of speak for itself there on the screen. Brian asks, did Kilgore get a 30 visit with us? That is affirmative.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. So Denver got a 6th out of Buffalo for that little trade down. So
Chargers are on the clock. We are in the hole, as it would be.
Yes.
Guys, right now,
I think we're stuck.
I'm feeling guard. I'm feeling guard. I would be ecstatic With
Jennings,
Dunker,
Dunker.
I would be fine with Pregnon if they feel like he can play the right side.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be
Dunker,
kind of.
baby.
I think I've used the comp before that. Emmanuel Pregnon to me kind of looks like if Anthony Bradford got in really good shape.
That's right. I like that.
But again, the age.
He's certainly built to the part, right, Dan? Like he's got
Yeah.
the big old thick thighs, wide build. He's got that guard body to him, which is why I think he can go to right guard because he's not necessarily the slight left guard that's the dancer. He's
And I
more
guess-
like who's like a former tackle convert. He's more of a pure big dude.
Okay, Chargers pick.
I'll
is
tell you
in.
here.
Seahawks are on the clock.
Do you take the guy
Right.
though? Do you take like how much of a determining factor do you think is age? Because Dunker's a full almost 2 years younger than Pregnon.
Well, I'm more Dunker. I
I'm
would,
more
but I wouldn't be
Dunker
mad
than
with either.
Pregnon.
Right. And he can
Yeah.
get you out of a game at tackle if you really, if you're in trouble,
Well,
and Abe has to leave, like you can kick him out there to get out of a game.
Mhm.
that's kind of what
I
I
agree.
think is now you don't have to carry as many linemen on game day, right?
Mhm.
You can kind of hang out there and be like, okay, we got Dunker. He's our starting right guard. Okay, we can carry Bradford for this season. Say he beats out Bradford. Well, Bradford's our backup guard. Oh, Abe goes down. Okay, Dunker, we're kicking you out to tackle, and Abe, you slide back into, or Bradford, you slide back into right guard.
Chris Hamami with talking about the NFC West teams and what the choices they're making today with the $10 donation. PTSD, what did we do to these teams?
We broke them. We
Kyle from
broke them.
South
I'll
Park.
say,
McVay's fuming right now. He might retire tomorrow.
I will say this: the Cardinals actually made a good pick today when they took Basantes.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
they've done
Here
good.
it says
on that.
Jake not hating this pick enough for my liking.
the
Okay.
Chargers have taken Jake Slaughter, so
Wow.
it really has opened
Sam
up.
Hecht is wow.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Guys,
They did not.
so-
I thought Pregnon was maybe going to go here, but
So the
that's-
pick that would
okay.
make us the most excited, can we all agree? Is it Dunker with maybe Kilgore as
Dunker.
plan B?
Yeah, it's Dunker,
Dunker.
or Kilgore at this point for me.
Dunker, Kilgore be there for me. Yep. Yep.
Dunker,
those are the two
Kilgore
best.
for me. At this point, yeah.
We are in alignment. This is what happens. Seahawks are on the clock. They just tweeted. So we'll see. We'll see if they get a move back.
Dunker.
But
Dunker,
can you imagine? Like, again, the buzz leading into the draft, some people were saying they were doing a sneaky amount of work on the guard class. And just imagine locking down. Like, think about it. You've got your left tackle locked up for the next 4 years. You have your right tackle locked up for the next 2 years. Your left guard has 4 years of contract control left. Your center is on the cheapest deal you could possibly have a good starting center on. And I think he's a restricted free agent for another year, probably. So there's contract control there. And now let's go get a guy on a end of the second round rookie deal for 4 more years. You're talking about the opportunity to build the best offensive line in the league and keep it together for years to come.
Wow,
I swear if they walk
they
walk
went
out of this
pick is in.
freaking
and
Yeah,
then went to
the pick's
commercial
in.
They
break.
did not hesitate.
if they take Dunker here, there's a real conversation, guys. We may end up with the
Ooh.
best offensive line in the NFL.
Ooh, yeah. Pick is in, baby. And they go to commercial. You bastards.
Of course they
You
did.
bastards.
God damn
Because
you.
it's the Seahawks.
No, I think your points are right, Dan, on this, and I think that building this kind of offensive line to be one of the strongest in all of football, to then have not only the contracts and how you mention it for the club control, but then how you kind of can stagger those deals to where you're giving them and how you're kind of able to first having multiple guys coming at once off, and you're like, well, one of them's going to have to kind of go kind of like the Rams, the predicament they're in with those 4 guys that they have to pay all at once. So you could avoid that situation by having you structure it while still getting that great strength. And the versatility Dunker brings, I mean, there's a lot of like positional versatility here that he helps you on that side of it, which is always a necessity to every offensive line. So
Yeah.
this would be one of the real home run picks of the draft for me if they were to take Dunker here. I wouldn't even mind Pregnon. I mean, I really like Dunker more. I think your reasoning about the lower age is valid, but offensive line alone, that is a way you go here along with the value meeting right.
I mean, think about it.
This is what's running a good draft's about.
What did we find out last year after the draft? That Steve Hutchinson had some influence, but that John Benton was pounding the table
Yeah.
for Ray Zabel. So if he liked that profile and personality and play style and demeanor, he's going to like Dunker.
I would think so too, man. I would think
If
so.
they get
And if he was
Dunker,
right last year,
I
why
will buy a
wouldn't you
Dunker
lean on him?
jersey.
Oh,
I will buy.
there we go.
I will buy a Dunker jersey, and
I'll
I have
order
the
some
beard.
Dunkin'
I will grow
Donuts.
out the hair. I will show up to the training camp in my Dunker jersey.
I will DoorDash Dunkin' Donuts.
Now, if it's a defensive pick,
We're setting
if it's a
ourselves up for our
defensive
pick,
pick,
aren't we? We're
I
setting
know. Dare I dream? Dare I dream?
I'm sorry. I should have kept the brakes on.
if it's
Brandon,
a,
if it's Dunker, will you get a Dunker jersey with me?
Sure, man. Oh yeah,
right,
this
all right.
would get me super hyped for getting this guy. I
Only if
trust
he-
in what he's going to do.
Only if he chooses the number 69.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
God.
man.
well,
Oh
Come on,
man.
please be Dunker.
Suspense.
Come on, Seattle. Come on. Come on, John.
Suspense.
No weird stuff.
we're in the twilight zone, and
I'm telling you, John, you got this. You got this. Come on, John.
Come on, let's go.
it's either a lineman or somebody in the secondary.
I like this player, and the fact that they like this player, I'm going to get on board with this. It's not going to take me a big leap to get on board. Should we announce it? You guys see it?
I saw it.
TCU safety Bud
Clark.
Clark is the selection at 64. Incredibly productive player. This dude takes the ball away.
Yeah,
I
thought
did
he
like
would
him
be
in
a
Mobile.
third-round pick.
It's now he's one of those guys that John talked about the other day. He's a 6-year guy, right? He's not quite 24 though, so he's not an older 6-year guy, but he stayed at TCU all 6 years.
Not like
We knew they were looking at the safety class. Let's see, 6'1", 188, started 45 games in college, 15 interceptions in his career, all in the last 4 seasons, and 21 passes defensed on top of that. 6 foot 188, 31.5-inch arms, 76.5-inch wingspan, a 4.4 40 at the combine, a 1.56 10-yard split, 38-inch vert, 10-foot broad jump. He's a smooth mover. He takes the ball away. How do you guys have him on your board?
I had a 3rd-round grade.
Yeah, I thought
I mean,
it would
it's-
be in the third, but again, is this another instance where I think that they wanted to trade down and all this
They
run on other
couldn't.
trades, so they're kind of in that borderline. That we're basically looking at the ceiling of where Bud Clark should have been or could have been drafted. I'm fine with it. I mean, he basically is going to be in there in the mix with Okada, and
He's long, like
Yes.
Bucky
He
Brooks.
really-
I know
I'll
Bucky
say
Brooks
this.
loves this player, and he knows a thing or two about secondary.
He stood out to me at Senior Bowl when we were there, Dan. I know I mentioned him to you a
Mhm.
couple of times where I was like, we talked about VJ Payne and some of those guys, but Bud Clark did stand out to me. I feel like this is we didn't get a chance to trade out, so now we're taking the guy here.
Billy Hensingson, $14.99 donation. Is there a change in tune regarding reaching for need yesterday? A lot of the players you would have been happy taking at 32 have fallen to 64. Seems like John Schneider knows value. It's tough to tell. He doesn't have a crystal ball. I just think they really, really wanted to address running back, and they thought that he was the best guy left on the board, and there wasn't going to be anyone like him later. I just think it was that simple.
Yeah, I think it could be a successful pick, even though you are picking a need, but it is a pick to need in that spot. And so it is that it doesn't have to be that, oh, well, because you picked a need, it's a failure. You can still find success with it. But these picks do kind of identify one way or the other. And I tend to find that we do hear from people's opinions on this, where they kind of always want to kind of land in the middle and stuff. Well, it's a little bit of need, but then they got with the value too. It's like, well, no, it's usually kind of one or more of the other when you're making a selection, pick in and pick out. And that one is just kind of leaning into that need just a little bit more column than anything else.
Anthony Bradford just breathed a sigh of relief thanks to Ole 734. Hey, there's still it's a deep interior offensive line class. I don't think the book is closed on some of those guys lasting a little bit longer. I think you start to look for signs when you look at positional groups and drafts, and the fact that a guy like Emmanuel Pregnon is going to make it into the 3rd round. and a guy like Sam Hecht has been passed over by a couple of centers that most people have ranked lower. That might be a sign of how the league views that position. So we'll see. This feels like an old school Seahawk pick, right? Where it's like it's earlier than I thought I would have liked, but I like the player, so it's kind of hard to be mad about it. For me, anyway.
Yeah, they're filling a need. You know, they needed a running back, they needed safety. Those are the two positions you had leave in free agency of major loss, and so you're addressing them with your 2 first picks. You know, I mean,
Thomas Cox says, not happy with this draft. I prefer BPA over need. Again, to remind you, they go best player available. John talks about this a lot. However, they incorporate need into their grade. And so clearly, even though Rodney Thomas was signed as a free agent and there's some upside there, Ty Okada played well last year. Mike McDonald's a safety guy, right? It'll be interesting. This is a guy that I'm really fascinated now to hear the the press conference at the end of the day, and hopefully they'll talk about the vision for him and like what role they see. He's a deep safety, right? He's a free safety center fielder, Brando.
He's kind of like a Quinn Lake type. You move him all over the place, but that's included in that he can probably pick up and do some Imanwari slot stuff from time to time if you need him to fill into that area.
I mean, we talked about this in terms of some of the other guys further up the board that, we talked about it in terms of Traden Stokes, that the part of the appeal there is maybe you can really start to rotate all these guys around in the same way that Emanwari and Witherspoon kind of take turns inside, right? Well, they've talked about the plan eventually is to have Emanwari play some more deep safety. And so maybe, you're just making it tougher on offensive coordinators. You just don't know from snap to snap. Maybe now this is just another guy added to the mix that can move all over. He can play big nickel. He can play deep. He's big enough. He's rangy. He can play off the edge. He only has, let me see here. I think he's a big sack guy at TCU. He's got 1 career sack and 3.5 career tackles for loss.
So more of a direct replacement, I guess, for Kobe than anything.
Yeah.
And then what you're looking at is they've done a pseudo replacement for Walker, as much as he can be for year one, and then a replacement for Kobe. So there is a mix of need and maybe BPA for them, because on the consensus board, Clark is maybe mid-third.
Yeah.
Effectively.
My one concern would be interesting to hear Brandon's and Bryce's thoughts.
Oh, shit. The Cardinals just drafted Carson back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. As soon as those two come back, have we got a story to tell them?
Wow. I mean, there was some talk that, all the buzz leading into the draft was that the Cardinals were trying like hell to trade down from 3. And if they had, that Ty Simpson would have been in play for them. Bryce, the Cardinals just took Carson back.
Sorry, I spoke too soon about the Cardinals not doing stupid things.
Until that happened, the one thing I was going to say about Bud Clark that made me hesitate when it comes to his profile is he's not the kind of hitter.
No.
That you'd hope to get. He's not Kobe Bryant when he's coming up and hitting. He's more of a kind of pull down, wrap up and pull down type tackler.
He's more of a Julian Love type.
I mean, the Cardinals had to take a shot at a quarterback at some point in this draft. It's just, why not Nussmeier? Why not a guy whose decision making?
Because they wanted to get the
so much better.
They wanted to get they needed to reminisce, Dan. They needed to reminisce. And so what do? They go out.
Brandon. Carson Beck to Arizona.
That's not. I guess they're not planning on throwing 5 yards past the line of scrimmage.
No, I was going to say this is like getting the tattooed version of Kevin Cobb. That's what it is. It's the tattooed version of Kevin Cobb with the long neck of John Skelton. That's basically what they acquired.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Beck's wild, but they're desperate also. You know that. So, Jacoby Brissett's threatening his holdout. And you don't have any other options. What are you going to do,
Man, oh man. Ain't it perfect? But Carson Beck to Arizona, Ty Simpson to the Rams.
Yeah. Mike McDonald's probably sitting there going, well, now the future for our division looks so good.
What if the 49ers
I definitely has got to feel
fired?
pretty good about what the rest of the division is doing overall, I think.
Okay, the Broncos took Tyler Onyedim, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
They took who?
Tyler Onyedim.
I had a 6th-round grade on him. He was down there for me with like Nick Barnett or Barrett. Sorry.
Yeah, Barrett. Yeah.
I think the other thing that's worth talking about now is there's a real possibility now, maybe even a probability that we're only going to make 4 picks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to reserve myself to that.
Like the opportunities now to add more picks are pretty limited. If you move down from 96, you're getting what, a 7th?
Yeah, I think you're definitely, especially the team's hesitancy seemingly to give up 27 capital, which is what it's going to take to do it, unless you can do the a teamy type trade.
Jeffrey Thistle with $5 donation. Clearly, we need to rethink how the Hawks are approaching this. Our 3rd-round pick will be the safest, most obvious pick for need, even if we overdraft. John does say need becomes more important as they get deeper into the draft. Jason CR8479, $4.99 donation. All your guys' deflated energy after our 2 picks says it all. We be fucked. How can you be fucked when you have a top 5 roster in the league?
I don't think if the Seahawks don't win the Super Bowl this year, I don't think it's going to be because of the first 2 picks of the 2026 draft.
Yeah, right. Concierge with Nolan, $5 donation. JS Presser, probably. We got lucky he fell to us. We heard other teams were looking up to get him.
Crawford to the Raiders. So,
yeah.
Damn, the Raiders are having a good freaking draft.
They are. They're doing well.
But
Like,
that tells you, like the run, we still got Keontae Scott, Abney, a couple others still hanging around in the third
Julian
round.
Neal's still there. Freaking
Yeah,
Malik Muhammad, Dalen Everett.
We're fine on corners if they want to address corner, right? I'm not so sure they will.
Yeah, it's essentially pick whatever happens with pick 96, which I don't totally discount them moving down from 96 into like early 4th to get a 5th or a 6th. Whichever player they take at 96 or with their 3rd pick, I feel like whichever position they don't address is the one where they're going, we can deal with this next year, or we can deal with this at possibly trade deadline or something.
Yeah.
Here's the thing I'll say. Did any of you guys have on your board Jennings, Dunker, or Pregnon making it to the 3rd round?
Not Pregnon, but Dunker was kind of consistently on a lot of people's boards, sort of a 3rd-round pick. Just the lack of real dynamic athleticism.
Yeah. I echo that. I probably felt the same way. That Pregnon was probably going to go early. There could be Dunker because you had to have a little bit of the imagination on center or tackle the guard thing.
Yeah.
Or tackle the center, and that'll be a little bit harder on that to project.
Peter says, can't wait for the next NFC West roundtable. Hey, don't forget about the NFC West mixtape, too. That's going to be fun, too. Thomas Cox, it's not that I hate Seattle's draft, but I hope they're not reverting back to LJ Collier X Eskridge picks. I like Price, but Clark, I don't know, but I trust Eminem. I think Bud Clark's one of those examples of a pick that like the general fan base probably just doesn't know who he is, probably just isn't familiar with the player. And your human instinct then is to discount and to be skeptical of the pick because you just haven't heard of it. You haven't heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Turner, trade up 3 picks, all quality. I'd be all in. That could happen. In which case, we'll be talking a lot about UDFAs tomorrow on the live stream.
Yeah.
By the way, 1,600 of you in here on this journey with us today. Big turnout from the Hawks Nest tonight with 680 currently.
Let's go.
Way to go.
People, hit that like button, folks, wherever you may be watching from, please.
There are still so many corners. There really are. I think 96 might come down to corner or what's left on the interior offensive line because edge is, Barham's not going to make it to there. Joseph's, Dennis Sutton, all those guys we like. But it's all about fit. I talked about this on my reaction show this morning. Like, we use the word value a lot. We use the word need, and we use the word reach. I think this particular draft class, it's about fit. And remember what John has talked about a lot the last couple of months too, is the lessons learned after 2013 and 14, that they drafted some guys that they thought were a little bit intimidated by, they were a little starstruck by the guys in the locker room, and that they were going to go after a personality type from now on that wasn't that way, weren't afraid to compete. I don't know. Maybe they obviously felt that way about Bud Clark. He wasn't a VMAC visitor, so they felt comfortable with the profile, obviously.
Yep. I'm fine with both picks. Not overly thrilled, like, hey, they got our guys. It's a different feeling than last year. Like, hey, we wanted Zabel, we got Zabel. Wanted Nick Eamon-Wari, got Eamon-Wari. It's like they were listening to Seahawks content creators the entirety of the draft, like all the way through Torrey Horton and then Ricky White, and even the ones that didn't work out, like Damian Martinez. We were going, yeah, we absolutely want that kind of sneaky day 3 pick. But
Sean McLeotard with the donation says Mike McDonald put Geno Stone in position for 7 interceptions. 734 asks, is Pregnon going to be available at 96? That's hard to see, but
maybe.
Who knows? Maybe the age thing. Yeah.
Kind of hard to pin down with him right now for where he's kind of fallen, especially considering we thought he was going to go a little bit earlier.
Scott 23 Dogs. Geez, peeps, we just won a Super Bowl, and you're saying you don't trust Mike McDonald. Get real. And speaking of getting real, let's switch up the look here for a second because we have a very special guest. He is the, what's his official title, Bryce, on the Hawks Eye?
He is the director of draft and research analytics.
Josh, everybody. Look at that.
What's up, guys?
Up there. How's it going, man? Give us your quick
going.
thoughts. How do you feel about Bud Clark?
3-year captain says everything I need to know. The dude is a very much a high IQ, reliable, good character type guy. The one thing I saw on him was that he's kind of lean, so some people think that he might be a better fit for corner, which kind of gives me the potentially kind of think that maybe they want him potentially to be that competition for cornerback number 3, or kind of be versatile, like play that Okada role, play that Kobe Bryant role of that safety, and then maybe in Nichols he moves to cornerback 3 and they bring Okada in to be that Bryant role. So that gives him that versatility, which again is very much a Mike McDonald thing. He likes to be versatile players, and I think he's smart enough and he plays hard. So I think it really fits. I didn't expect them to draft him, but I don't hate the pick at all. I think he's very much a kind of a Mike guy.
The captain stuff's legit. And then every year I always make sure and sign up for the Go Long Substack right before the draft so I can read the Bob McGinn series that he's been doing for 42 years. He gets a lot of scouting quotes from guys around the league and coaching quotes from all his connections. And the Bud Clark profile is pretty fun. They've got him as their 4th safety. Here's just some of the things that coaches and scouts say about him. Didn't like the 188 pounds or whatever, but everything else is pretty good. He's a really good cover safety, and he's pretty tough. He's just not big. He can play corner, nickel, and safety. He's kind of your true free safety. Rangy, goes and gets the ball, played a ton of football, has a nose for the ball, creates turnovers. There's some cool stuff here later. Let's see. The NFL wants guys that can make plays more than a guy who tackles because they can't teach that. I never saw him miss a play. That's what he did at the Senior Bowl and was doing all year against Colorado. He was covering a guy going to the flat, and the guy tried to throw it behind him, and he just stopped and intercepted it. It wasn't his guy. It wasn't his play to make, but he made the play.
The one thing I always get a little concerned about when it comes to the quote ball hawks is you might be willing to live with it as long as they're really good, but are they willing to take one too many chances? when they're looking.
We have a little Tedrick
ball.
Thompson PTSD, don't we? Like,
Yes, because that was the thing with Tedrick, right? Boy, he had some ball
Didn't he
skills, but
didn't he have 8 picks his last year at Colorado? Yeah, how'd that work out? Yeah, so I get it. Sean Scotchman, $5 donation. I think cornerback too. How's the edge looking? We touched on this a bit ago. The edges are getting close to a cliff, but there's a lot of depth left in the corner group. And Jermon McCoy gets to the 3rd round. Someone's got to pull the trigger there at some point.
yeah, another tight end, Sam Roush. The Bears, I guess, are running out of. They're pretty light on tight ends, so they just had to draft one. Loveland and Kmet wasn't enough.
Man, we're gonna have like 10 tight ends taken here in 3 rounds.
Like,
Did not expect this many tight ends to get
Another
to be picked this
example
high
of
up.
another example of just like, don't believe everything that you hear in the buzz leading up to a draft. That this is
like the
supposed to be a
consensus
terrible tight end.
board and the front offices are like so far apart with this tight end because so many of the tight ends were getting mocked to day 3, and then we end up with our 7th tight end overall, and that 6th one today.
Mm-hmm.
When everyone was thinking there would be this run on interior offensive line, it just hasn't happened. There was more of a run on defensive line than there has been on interior offensive line, and they thought that the interior defensive line was weaker than the interior offensive line. Yet it's been flipped.
Mm-hmm.
Romello Height to the Niners. All right, I will take that.
Fine.
He spelled height wrong. It annoys me. It's height. It is spelled HITE.
Sean Michael Dugar tweeting. They've had their conference call with Bud Clark. This is interesting. He says he patterns his game after Cam Chancellor. Quote, he always brought the pop. I feel like he was the hammer, not the nail. That's what I tried to do. He's not known for his physicality. That's an interesting.
I've heard a lot of people reference Cam and say, I've not seen another Cam. And I've heard a lot of people talk about molding their game. And I'm like, I don't know. I've not seen the mold.
Yeah. Carson Beck molded his game after Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Sure
Okay.
he did. And that's why he turned into Kevin Kolb and John Skelton.
Kevin Kolb, good pull.
He's the tattooed version of Kevin Kolb, I'm telling you.
Hey, respect for John Skelton because he was a starting quarterback in that, I think, 58-0 shutout at Lumen Field.
Yeah, I think they had a combo of Skelton and Ryan Lindley that day, and they both threw 4 picks or something like that.
Jeez, yeah, that was such a bad game.
Shout out Fresno State.
We're 71 with the Commanders. So surely they would think about, well, they took a corner last year. They took Amos. I know Lattimore is retired or he's released or something, so they might go corner again.
I'm looking at this going Romello Height to the 49ers, and I'm going, okay, you're literally drafting a pure pass rush specialist and a guy that's going to get, as Brandon always likes to say, thrown out the club in the back door. Like Charles Cross and Abe Lucas will throw that dude out the back door. Like,
I think they're trying to go to more pressure fronts with the Niners, and they're going to try to do more blitz stuff, which is weird because Shanahan's fought that tooth and nail. He fired Wilkes because Wilkes was too much of the blitzing stuff. So I don't understand why I think it's almost like a desperate, let's just try this then, I guess, since we're going to lose all of our defensive coaches. But I don't know if it's going to work.
Brian Kennicott weighing in on our narrative there. I mean, I molded my life after Johnny Depp, but here we are. This is a good one. Early entry for Bud Clark's new nickname, Air Bud Clark.
There you go.
15 picks in 4 years is.
Now that can work both ways. That can work negatively too if he gives up big plays. But
Scott brings up the Oluwatimi thing again. Again, I was told that this would be dependent on a particular player being there, but there's some centers that are falling.
True enough.
There's some guys with center guard versatility, but we want the guard first. We want our guy. We need. Can we get a gas mask video of Jennings Dunker out there? Maybe
you'd probably get one of him crushing cans into his forehead,
just hammered on White Claws.
There you go.
Oh, I could see him getting hammered on Busch Light. That'd be his thing. He'd be hammered on the Busch Light.
You can't take Gray
There would not
Zabels.
be a Busch Light to be seen in Washington if he becomes a Seahawk.
Oh, what if you get Zabel as the Busch Light guy and Jennings Dunker as the Mount Rainier guy? Like, talk about the branding opportunities there.
Speaking of branding, Because Logan Jones was the 57th overall pick, he will receive a lifetime supply of ketchup from the Kraft Heinz Company.
Why?
Because Heinz 57.
Oh.
So why doesn't he get Heinz 57 sauce? That doesn't make sense. Everyone knows Hunt's ketchup is better anyway.
Or ketchup's just disgusting and all.
Exactly. Ketchup.
You put gravy on your fries.
Exactly, with melted cheese. It's fantastic. I would not touch ketchup. Come at me with my poutine.
I'm a garlic fries guy myself, but it's a Washington thing.
Safety Bud Clark, I'm the type of player he is. I'm versatile and I'm a ball hawk. I'm getting to the ball every chance I get. I compete. I'm a competitor always.
Sounds like a Seahawk.
Yeah,
sounds like an NFL player.
I tell you what, most of the interceptions from the Seahawks last year came from Ernest Jones and their safeties.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got Okada, Love had a couple, and then Kobe had 5?
Well, he would have had one more if Tyrese Knight didn't knock the ball out of his hand in Arizona.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did pick it, but then he just fumbled it. But you had Witherspoon had one pick, Job had one, Reek had one, which he fumbled.
Amenwari had one.
Yeah, so Amenwari, so another one. So I think that he still does McDonald, having a ball hawk type there. Any way to tilt the field.
Mark Rippon, go Cougs.
Whoa. Now that's a throwback.
This is how old I am, guys. My freshman year at Wazoo was Mark Rippon's senior year.
Wow.
It was they called it the RPMs. It was Mark Rippon, Ruben Mays, and Kerry Porter was the backfield.
Ruben Mays is a good back.
And they had, believe it or not, they ran like a veer option offense. It was the dumbest fit when you have a guy like Mark Rippon who's 6'6" with a freaking cannon, and they had him running this weird, the under center reverse pivot stuff, Bryce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had him doing that. Like coming down the line, like the outside veer stuff, option, reading the outside edge. It was so weird. But hey, I don't know if it still stands, but believe it or not, Mark Rippon, he played for Shadle Park High School. He's a really great basketball player too. For many years, and maybe he still does, held the all-time record, believe it or not, is the way he's built, his height and everything else, the all-time record for most assists in a state tournament as a basketball player. Played point guard for them. At 6'6".
Big point.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders go with here.
Yeah.
Come on, Mark. Give me a go, Cougs.
His sister went to Wazoo.
Nice.
They had no second round pick. Just Sonny Styles was the first one.
God, they're still, man. Are we talking about like these corners that are falling and still so much depth, right? Is this sort of another sign of the, as the pendulum swings in the NFL and now teams are going to start running the football more. And so teams need to start stacking the box and being like, explain this to me. Explain how the cornerback position is suddenly depressed now in the NFL.
It just seems like some of these guys, I think in this draft, there was a high variance on outlook of these players. I mean, I think it's universally beyond the corners, just all the way through because of this draft's weakness. It just has a lot of these evaluators, I think, in different places as far as their outlook on these guys. And some are dropping for whatever reason. I think McCoy's knees obviously busted to hell, but there's also been a good number of drafted too. I mean, we've seen a decent number, just hasn't been a run of them necessarily.
Yep.
Muhammad,
Williams,
Everett,
Commanders,
Davis, Prysock, Demings, Massey's, Neal.
I think we'll definitely see a run on corners in the third round as we get into the depths of this.
Edge is getting lean. Barham's still there. Josh Joseph. Where are you guys, Bryce and Josh and Brando? Where are you guys on Joseph's? He's interesting. He's got a ton of burst, long arms, really like one of the longest wingspans in the league. Has trouble keeping weight on. Where are you at with him?
Like, I don't know. Go ahead, Brandon. I'll let you feel it because I don't know how to describe it. Like, he's in between. Like, I'm not high on him. Like, I look at him, I go, I would rather punt on edge if I'm getting to that point, in my opinion, and go with
I'm
Fowler.
neutral on him if that tells you.
Yeah.
Anything. Like, I don't hate it. I don't love him. He's just kind of there.
Yeah, he's 240 pounds, so he's pretty far off of your ideal weight for the position. And as a quick win, quote unquote, guy, he is kind of more of a work off contact with long arms kind of dude, which doesn't always lend itself well to necessarily quick. And he's got a nice hand swipe move, but he's better in the run game for a guy that's lighter than most, but he's still not going to be one of those power edge setters that's going to just set a hard edge and be able to be, really good about not losing any ground. There's going to be some matchups where his weight's just going to give him trouble when he can't win the length war.
There goes Taco Davis to the Bengals at pick 72. We might be looking at that run on corners you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the edge players, we all assumed that they were going to dip into this, different type of edge profile, right? The quicker win guy, the twitchier, bendier edge. Those guys are almost all off the board. So at what point, and maybe we've already covered this because, if they end up only having 4 picks, maybe they just punt on the position altogether. But it would be nice to have a guy under contract for 2027, as we said earlier. And so then maybe you pivot to more of the typical Mike McDonald-based end guys. Where you guys stand on guys like Mason Rieger and Max Llewellyn and maybe some of those guys?
One guy I like later on, like if you were to punt, like if you can't get any of them, I actually like Wesley Williams out of Duke.
He was on my Seahawk all character article that I wrote. Like he's a Seahawk in all those ways.
But he's a guy I think you could use on specials and then get him developing.
He's new to the
I like
position.
Max Llewellyn. He's a tough guy, but yeah, I wouldn't get him to like pick 188. He's more of that developmental type that you bring in, you develop in the background, but man, can he hit hard, and does he have that motor that just keeps going? He keeps fighting.
I legit thought at Senior Bowl he was Van Ness clone.
Yeah, it was hard not to see that, the scouting the helmet thing, right? I'm a big Mason Rieger guy, and if they haven't addressed it by 188, I wouldn't be mad if they took Michael Heldman either out of Eastern Michigan.
Yeah.
Another tight end goes to the Saints.
Another tight end. Who knew it was going to be the year of the tight ends?
Jeez.
And another H-back, Dan. That's what I'm saying is that the NFL now is chasing these H-back types for some reason as this magical unicorn, and it's wild to watch because
you got to figure Trig goes at some point. Like that guy, none of these guys have the highlight reel that Trig does, like the one-handed stuff.
Wild, dude.
To be honest, personally, I would rather have I'd rather have my tight ends be tight ends, like true, like can block effectively and then also catch. And I need them to run max 15 yards down the field on curls or seams or something like that and get out of this H-back shit and go. If I need that, I'll go to a fullback or I'll go and I'll get a bigger receiver. Like if I wanted the role a little bit of what like some of these H-backs, go give me Josh Cameron out of Baylor. He's 6'1", 220, is a slot-ish receiver with yak yards. Like, go give me that guy.
Yeah, agreed.
There's a lot of love for Bud Clark online right now. Rob Staten, who's going to hop on with us tomorrow at some point, really likes the pick. Brian Baldinger just posted some clips, really like the pick. Corbin Smith said, just energy level, like him and Devin Witherspoon on the field at the same time with Nick Emenwari. Like, that's exciting. There's a lot of love. It just wasn't a guy that we were talking about or thinking about. He was just kind of out of our consciousness there when that pick was coming on because we wanted our trench guy.
Mm-hmm. There's still time. There's still opportunity. Look. If we knew that this draft was not going to be a special draft, does that not make the range of which players not in the first round could go like much more varied? So it doesn't seem as ludicrous. I mean, that's got to be one of the explanations for why we're seeing so many tight ends go in the second and early third. I thought Delp would go sooner than like at least 3 of the dudes who already got taken.
Yeah. I don't know how much work you guys have done. You bottom 3 there on the 2027 class, other than we've just heard it's going to be, full of blue chippers at the top. and really deep throughout. Charlie the Unicorn asked, what positions are strong in the 2027 draft? I know that edge class, pass rusher, really, really good at the top. So if the Seahawks do punt this year, that could be a focus next year. Do you guys have any sense yet of what positions are looking the strongest?
Quarterback.
Really, to be honest. Yeah. Quarterback and edge. Those are like the two that I know currently, but that's about it.
Tackle has to be better.
Yeah.
Like it can't be much worse than this year.
Yeah, I'm not too sure myself. I've got some guys that I've definitely seen. Jeremiah Smith's obviously going to be one of the better receiver prospects we've had come out in many years. And quarterbacks are nice, but I'm still getting into it myself on that. Still just getting through this one.
Responding Toronto says edge is thick next year. I know there's the South Carolina kid. Yeah, I haven't done any work on it yet. This is an interesting way to look at this. Jack Maloney 9936. How many of these tight ends that have gone are you guys taking over Arroyo?
None.
Sadiq.
Only Sadiq, maybe. Yeah, Sadiq could be the only guy.
But like even then, it's that H-back role. Like you're getting the same thing with Arroyo in some respects. I think Sadiq's a bit more fluid, but that's about it.
Here's a little tidbit about Bud Clark. This is a quote. He did an interview with the Panthers website, I guess. He compares himself to the Honey Badger, who is 5'9", 190. And he calls himself the Wolverine. So forget the Airbud shit. It's like the Wolverine.
The Wolverine. I love
so
that.
It says, I'm doing the same thing that big safety is doing. The big safeties are doing at 210, 215. Whatever you're doing, I'm doing it in my size. And for reference, he's like 6'1", 190-ish, 188. So I feel like I can cover anybody. Sure, you can be a receiver, tight end, anybody. I don't care how big you are, how small you are. I'm going to get you on the ground.
Yeah.
That's going to lead to the John Schneider. He's a Seahawk.
What's that?
That's going to lead to the John Schneider. This is why he's a Seahawk.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and find a quote for you guys too, because I think it applies to Bud Clark here.
That's got their big wide receiver.
Malachi Fields.
Mm-hmm.
He was a great example of like when we were at the Senior Bowl, like guys get elevated so much because of recency bias. And he looked really good that week. He was probably the best receiver on the field, just looked really smooth. The routes looked good. He caught everything. And there was first round buzz for him coming out of Mobile.
Oh, Daniel Jeremiah was all over it. And I was like, did we watch the same player?
Yeah, he had him in his top 50. Here's what it is. I found the quote. So this was from my source in the building. He said this to me last week. A glimpse into this offseason is to think from this perspective. What can we do to better position the club versus the Rams? We need to make Stafford wish he retired. That's the Bud Clark pick, right? You got to shut down those deep in breakers. You've got to add another element there of a guy at that layer of the defense that can we got to be better at closing those windows, right?
Yeah.
I will say
For sure.
in that second Rams game, especially, Kobe really struggled.
Oh, he was bad.
Yes. Bad angles, bad tackling.
And that's not Ty Okada's game as much as we like him.
Yeah.
Like that's
No.
he's not going
I
to take
agree.
that away, right?
No.
Mr. Bill asks, could the Hawks trade up? Is it worth trading up for Dunker?
Yeah, but with what?
Yeah, what are you going up with?
That's a good question. So just so people, let's see. Because I know people will ask, 188 is only worth 6 points. And so if you're going to move up from 96, that's only going to get you to, let me see. That's only going to get you to 90 from 96. If you offer 188, you could get to 90, which it's not out of the realm of possibility. If you
can always use that future capital too.
If you really want to punt. Hey, one good way to look at this too, if we only end up with 3 or 4 picks, 4 years from now, we're not going to have as many contract dilemmas.
There we go.
Right?
That's true.
If you are, then man, you really hit it out of the park with these 4 picks.
Yeah.
Very true.
But Bud Clark, safeties don't get paid these days, really. Running backs don't get paid. So already you're not looking at you're
Now
going to
here's a
20, 30,
question.
you're giving yourself a break on the cap.
Is Bud Clark the future replacement for Julian Love?
I don't know if he has that versatility. Like Love can play in the box. I don't know. Love's so much more physical.
But the reason I say it is Julian's got this year and next year, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And what would he be, like 30 by then?
Yeah. Which
And then unless
Hey, Bryce.
very few, yeah.
So I just thought of something that we talked about yesterday, I think on the phone. So the Bud Clark pick, Rodney Thomas, his athletic profile, some people think that he can play boundary corner.
maybe. I'd be more inclined to put Bud
Brandon,
Clark
I see your look on your face. Like he's got some corner profile in his game, right?
I mean, this is something that gets talked about. But how many safeties in the league play outside corner in the NFL? If just off the top of your head,
we hear speculation like that all the time about certain guys.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like you start inflating a value. Not you, but I mean like theoretically people would inflate value on a player and like, well, they're going to try. They can maybe use them like this, and then they can maybe use them over here, and it's like, well,
people have said that about Emmett Warry. Like, what if they make him?
Yeah, well, yeah, like they go, like he could probably work off the edge. It's like, what do we? No, we're not doing that, and we're not going to do it outside corner either because it's like, why would you want to put him in a position where he's less effective than where he can be most effective? So I just don't think that's that. I do think with Clark, you can move him around. I think he's got like, I called him, he's kind of like a Quentin Lake and how the Rams use him, where it's going to do some safety stuff, some stuff down the slot, move around in on that. It'll be physical. So you can kind of move him around in different places, but not outside. I don't see outside corner for him. No.
So the last couple picks, Malachi Fields went, I forgot to who. Who was it, 74?
The Giants.
Giants.
Went
So
to the
75,
Giants.
Caleb Douglas to the Dolphins, so another receiver. The Steelers are on the clock, so we're 20 picks away from Seattle, maybe for the last time.
Nowhere near as busy there. That overhead shot of did not seem nearly as busy as it was last night.
Do you guys feel like we keep talking about these runs we're expecting? Do you feel like we haven't really seen them? Like the positions coming off the board have been kind of spread out.
We ended up with a tight end mini run.
I think the tight end one is the one that would stand out to me as the one where you're like, boy, that's a little wonky. I was making a count like at 80
hope
or
Pittsburgh
something.
took through a lot.
The Porter family.
Isn't he?
There we
Isn't he a Pennsylvania guy? Right? I mean,
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
think about.
That's funny.
State.
So you're going to have Drew Aller and Will Howard battling it out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, two old school kind of aircraft carrier type throwback physical style quarterbacks. That's kind of weird.
This is their trying to replicate Big Ben.
Yep.
Is this also a message to A-Rod?
I think this might be a
some
sign that
insurance.
A-Rod's not coming back.
Yeah.
Could be.
So do they have the draft capital to offer us anything for Drew Lock as a bridge?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe. Let's do. Does Pittsburgh have left at this point?
This actually, I'll
Pittsburgh-
say this about Pittsburgh. This is a smart pick because I think Alar's got upside. We've seen the physical intangibles, and you're getting him at what? Third round, pick 76. Like
They have 2 4s, a 5th, a
they got
6th.
another third right now.
Oh yeah, they do. They have 85 and 99.
Yeah.
Buccaneers just traded up to pick 84. I saw that update on at NFL.com, like draft tracker.
Interesting. Yeah, I see it. So they were right before Pittsburgh.
There's some interesting defensive tackles left. I kind of thought there'd be a little bit of a run on that position, but
Big Citrus.
yeah, Dominic Orange, Grayson Halton's got a ton of burst. Daryl Jackson's just a fucking beast. Chris McClellan, Demonte Capehart, Rashawn Benny,
Yeah.
Nick Barrett, Caleb Proctor, Brandon Cleveland. We know the Seahawks met with him. Dante Corleone.
For name
Draft
reasons,
himself.
and for syndicate reasons, I hope they draft Dante Corleone.
Yes. Yes.
That would be fun.
I think he would just be fun. You just put him in there and you just go, all right, just hold it in the middle. Byron Murphy, you go over here and you just attack the quarterback. Let's go.
He's
I'm
fun.
a little surprised. I'm a little surprised we've gotten to pick 76 and Kyle Lewis hasn't been taken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just so it's hard because you just go, I don't know if I can trust him as a Mike, take on blocks, and then as a Will, maybe the kind of part, a little pull of safety is having a speed to go to safety if I can do it there.
Even if he's
I
just
like him. He's a fun piece though.
It's just like figuring out where
You're
he fits
covered.
best. It's not quite the same as Harold Perkins, but there's some level of where can he really fit on a defense. Could he bulk up and really be a linebacker? Could he just move out to be sort of a safety, be a hybrid type of player? So
in this day and age when teams are wanting to run the football more, like I just cannot believe the value that's left in interior offensive line right now. Like this is just a list of guards right now. And if you consider Dunker a guard, he's still listed as a tackle. So you go Dunker, Pregnon, Brian Parker, Jalen Farmer, Jeremiah Wright, Bo Stevens, Fernando Carmona, Fabechi Wiwu, center, Sam Hecht is still there, Connor Liu, Trey Zune, Parker Brailsford, who I'm not a fan of, Pat Coogan, Yeager Burton, James Brockermeyer, who I thought was really good in Mobile. That's solid value.
Yeah, agreed. I guess they're just saying to us that, and it's pretty universal across the board in the NFL here, that we don't like these guys as far as their upside goes. Because, I mean, it's getting to the point on some of them where they were pre-draft established, the consensus boards were on them. I mean, beyond Dunker, just, Pregnon and whatnot, you go, okay, the NFL saying, no, we're not buying into it. And it does seem like the NFL doesn't like Oregon offensive linemen in general to a degree. It just seems like.
Yeah, interesting.
all right, McClellan to the Packers.
That's
There
a
you
good
go.
pick for
There you
them
go,
to
Dan.
fill
That
to
is.
fill
He's
yeah,
solid.
Kenny Clark role.
I think he's got a little juice to him.
I will say, looking through the
Donald had a
teams.
Jalen Farmer, E-I-E-I-O. That's funny.
Well, the picks are getting tipped more and more as the picks are being more rapidly selected. So the Colts pick is already in. And the run, I'll tell you this much, the run on corners ain't starting now.
No, but there might be a run on safeties. AJ Halsey now is going to be off the board. You got to imagine Kilgore's probably not too far behind that.
And another thing, I know we don't care anymore, and maybe Josh definitely cares. Mike Washington, any second round thought, early third round, it's not a thing. He's going to drop.
I was just going to say, like,
Good.
the league is
Should
definitely letting us know how they feel about this running back group. But man, the people that hate the value pick of Price at 32, this is only going to give them more ammo to their argument, because they're going to say, see, we could have waited till 96 and all these guys might still be on the board.
But really, it's like two or three running backs at most. You would think you would be comfortable with taking in the third or even early fourth.
Wasn't it? Was it Jeremiah that said he thinks only 8 might get drafted?
Yep.
Really?
And there were 30 last year?
Yeah.
He said he had only 8 gradable running backs.
That's crazy.
So what we were thinking, Love, Price, Washington, Singleton and Allen, Coleman.
Johnson.
So like Claiborne and Randall.
Adam Randall's going to get drafted. Yeah, there's the Commanders, I guess, have been really attached to him. They have some love for him.
I can see that. That makes sense.
But look, don't you think, if a bunch of these guys, let's say, the Seahawks met with Le'Veon Moss and Jamari Taylor, those guys fall out. Roman Hemby goes undrafted. Kalen Black, Robert Henry. Like, Noah Whittington? You snag another one of those guys? Chip Trayanum in undrafted? Throw him in the mix?
I think you're going to have to draft it to get one, because what kind of sell job are you going to be able to do to their agent when you've got 17 backs now in your stable, including your first rounder? There's like, what's the pathway for him to make the roster at that point?
I guess your sales pitch is 55% or 45% run rate, commitment to the run.
True.
Uncertainty, Helani injury history, and contractual obligations. That's your pitch. Nobody's under contract except for Jadarian Price in 2027.
Yeah, but these guys, remember, if they pick the wrong place. Yeah, if they pick the wrong place, though, it's like that's the end of their career. So there's like, if you, not all those guys get to bounce around to 5 different spots. If you happen to pick that place and it's like, well, it's a numbers game, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's not another team. Then there was 5 teams that were willing to do it at the end of the draft. I think that you got to, if I was running back, I wouldn't come to Seattle. I'd say that to I'd be like, no, get me to a place where there's actually a pathway to make the roster, at least the practice squad.
To your point, though, the flip side of that is if they do punt on edge in this class, they're going to be at the top. They're going to be at the top for all of the available guys that were undrafted that have some upside and think they can make a roster.
Oh yeah, great point. Yeah, 100%.
There's contractual opportunity, and that's a scheme that they love and a guy they want to play for, and they're going to have all the time in the world to recruit these guys tomorrow because they don't have to focus on the board.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's where you could have some inroads there, especially if you have a little bit of an opening there at the edge coming off where you end up signing the vet, but you're just like, let's let them have the opening here before we sign the vet. So it looks like we have that hole there, and then we'll get the vet.
I think receiver too. Like if they're not going to take a receiver. Like you want to add a guy that's interesting in undrafted free agency there.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be a bunch of receivers in undrafted free agency, to be honest with you.
Defensive tackle. That's another one. Anyone that slips through the draft, like you show them the flow chart, right? Let's look at 2027. Look at some of the age. Look at the contracts.
That's where we go with like Corleone or maybe a Devin Eastern.
Oh, give me a
later
Jordan
on.
Vandenberg. Give me a Jordan Vandenberg.
He's fun to watch. He turn on his tape. He's a hoot.
I think he's a 9.9 RAS, right?
Yes.
But Brandon Cleveland really impressed me too. Brandon Cleveland's tape, I hadn't studied him until I saw that we had met with him, and then you go and watch him, and I thought I was going to be seeing like pure nose tackle tape. And I'm like, he's shooting gaps. And
so it's funny. I had one of my friends just text me, and he goes, "That Drew LR pick is a fuck you, Aaron Rodgers pick."
But why again though? Why are we taking Carson Beck and Drew Aller before Garrett Nussmeier? What are these teams doing?
I think Drew LR makes a bit of sense to me because they already have Will Howard. And I'll be honest, like if Drew LR is healthy through this entire year, he might be QB2 off the board before Ty Simpson. We were talking a lot the year before as him being a number, like a first, potentially the year before he got injured. Was he going to be a first overall pick? Could he potentially, if he had been healthy, been the number 1 overall pick this year? Like Drew LR stays healthy and Franklin doesn't screw him and that team doesn't fall apart. Drew LR was talking himself into being almost the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft because he physically, probably outside of Taylor Green, is one of the most physically gifted quarterbacks. Like he has a bit of that Josh Allen to him.
They've also got kind of a Nussmeier there with the Howard already as far as a guy that's like can process, do this stuff, but like let's go for some NFL talent to Bryce's point with some actual physical upside to the position if we're going to bring this other guy in. Wow.
To Admiral Halsey to the Colts. And the Falcons are going to keep another player in state. So they're going to go with a Georgia guy.
Is there another Terrell?
No, there's not another Terrell, but Brandon, we are officially marked safe.
Thank God. Yeah, Branch would not be a fun pick at the last round. I'd not be happy about that one. Good for them. A lot of bubble screens and fly sweeps in that man's future.
We've got, what do we got? 15
perfect
picks.
Throws for Tua Tagovailoa. He's great at those. He did bubble screens and stuff with so much ease in Miami.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't think about that.
I genuinely forgot Tua went to Atlanta until you brought it up.
Yeah,
I did too.
Shows you his relevance, gentlemen.
He just can't run routes. Well, they didn't ask him to, but it's like you definition of the runs 3 routes in college guy. Really hard tape to assess when there's so much of it. Hell, you watch his highlights. It's all bubble screens. It's highlight tape. Bubble. Fly screen. Drag route. Bubble.
He's
look, it's a bubble highlight.
Sidewalk man is a weakness.
Everything is underneath. It's disgusting. His yards per target, his depth of target is probably.
It's literally just go horizontal and the quarterback will get you as the third option after he's looked down the field a little bit. And they had Beck there the prior year, and Beck, of course, loves him some 3-yard check down throws. So he was all about that business and that life with it. But how does that translate as a pro? You can't just run those routes. That's not going to need a little bubble screen, but They're going to see it coming.
He looks like he's 12.
He's very small.
But like even facially, he looked like he was 12 years old there. And it's just like, Matt Ryan, I don't know if you're an executive yet. Like, oy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one.
Yeah, I mean, and there's some value left in that position group. Like especially if you're in the third round now, Chris Bell is going to be ready to play this year. How do you take Zachariah Branch over a guy like Chris Bell, or even a Ted
with Atlanta? Atlanta, they're probably still in that go for it mode because they still think they've tricked themselves into, Pierce will come back and we got the year Walker, and then they think they've thought for a while they're better than they really are. So they do that. They're one of those teams that tricks themselves every year.
Yeah.
Who do the Ravens take here?
Ooh,
Who's the receiver?
See, this is a bet. This also makes Atlanta's pick look dumb as hell. This pick right here.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That makes the Branch. But I mean, they're playing two different sports at the wide receiver position: Jacoby Lane and Branch. Mm-hmm. They are two different receiver types, but they're like his level of refinement and route running and hands and what he's asked to do on his release package, ball skills with the ball in the air, extension on the catch. I thought he's a very safe receiver in this draft. Maybe not got a huge amount of upside to him, but a very safe type of, especially for Atlanta, they could probably use some safe help there.
Higher floor for sure.
Yeah.
What are the 49ers and Rams going to do this round that'll make us chuckle?
No smarter than the Niners.
More so the Rams.
Another tight end to the 49ers. Have them take the 10th tight end in this draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Rams need to go get a kicker. We've got them. We're so in their head right now.
They're going to go get a kicker
because it's like they're trying to fix all the wrongs, right? All the wrongs.
They're going to get that ripped kicker that ran that 4.3 40. That just looks like an Adonis.
Exactly. He can both kick, and he can go tackle the kick returner.
That got so
much. It's going to be great, Les. Get him.
He's going to punt it and then go and catch the punt that he kicked.
That's right.
That got so much traction on social media. Like, what does that even matter or mean?
It means he's fast and he's an athlete, and you need to respect him. He is a football player.
Highly calibrated
all
athlete.
Day.
I'm a highly sophisticated athlete.
Wow. Now we're into that part of the draft already. We're only at pick 81, and you're seeing guys like the Jaguars.
There's a lot of reaches.
Defensive tackle Albert Regis, who none of us would think would be ahead of some of these other defensive tackles.
That's a whoa right there, boys.
Yeah.
So Vikings next. Could they be a Kilgore option?
Sure.
It could be.
Wow, the
or
Daryl Jackson, Dominic Orange character stuff must be real.
Yeah.
They could go O-line. They need O-line help so bad.
Well, they just took a guard. The Will Fries thing didn't work out as well as hoped, but it's just year one. Who retired? Did Ryan Kelly retired, right? So
he did. Yeah, there was some speculation that maybe the Vikings would be like an Oluwatimi team.
Is that where Hecht could go then?
That would be great value for them at 318.
Mookie, don't be saying that the Will Fries thing didn't work out. Don't you remember? Yeah. We were all idiots because Seattle didn't sign him, and we were going to be screwed on the offensive line. Oh, wait. Didn't we just win the Super Bowl and our offensive line functioned just fine? Oh, right. We didn't go spend a bunch of money on a free agent lineman.
Yeah, Hecht would make a lot of sense to the Vikings. That'd be a great pick for them.
Texas A&M defensive linemen are getting overrated.
This is probably the range too, where if you really want to shoot high on a center, like Connor Liu's ACL was beginning of the year, right? So he's going to be past a calendar year by the time training camp comes around. He was center one preseason.
He was.
Agreed. Yeah, you could jump that way with it. Make some sense. I like it. That'd be a smart move. Kind of like the Jermod McCoy thing on a center scale.
We're pick 82, so we got 15 picks until 96. The Vikings have made their pick. Not nearly as many trades in the third round so far.
No.
I think this draft has kind of gone different to what some of these GMs may have thought it was going to.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Bryce, as I was looking through it, kind of scrolling through a little bit team by team and look at the selections, I got to say, I think if you guys do it, you might see the same where you find yourself very uninspired. And even on teams that make good picks, there's a couple teams that have done well, but boy, there is so many in there that have got a lot peppered in there where you're just shaking your head going, I don't understand that selection. That one, the value is not right there. This is, I mean, it is one draft I think that's been unique from ones that I've watched over the last probably the 10 years as to just the wide variance and some players being picked in places that just don't make sense. You get a couple of rounds sometimes, but we can go back through the second and third round in retrospect and we're going to be looking at it and going 10 tight ends in the first 3 rounds. Some of the runs on some of these positions, I mean, that Rieger guy going here, what? What? Huh? It's a little strange this year, this draft.
You just wonder again if that's just another sign of just the overall weakness of the class. It might expose variances in how these teams look at it a little bit more and how they handle analytics and their evaluation process is whereas last year, even though it lacked in the blue chippers at the top, it was so deep. I remember I think it was Zerline or Reuter, one of the NFL.com guys, that you do your draft grades for everybody, and nobody in the league got less than a B. Like everyone kind of was perceived as having a solid draft, but that just speaks to the more of the depth, the quality depth in the draft, where this year the variances are just all over the place.
That's to your point, Dan, on that, to your exact point though. I think you're absolutely right on this. And that what's weird though to that is that those teams were kind of all in alignment on those kind of players last year until you got into sort of that day 3 point where it's like, okay, now everybody's in their own little area of things. This year feels like to me in late second round and now into the third round, almost like a day 3 feeling on the players that are being picked on the board. Not all the way through. There's some that make certainly enough sense where it's not crazy down every which way, but just, I mean, a lot of guys were going, Caleb Douglas, receiver out of Texas Tech, taken early second round.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff. That just seems just a bit much. Zachariah Bright even, it's like limited route tree. Okay. It's hard to just do that at the NFL level where you're just going to be in gadget mode.
No.
Nick Orange to the Vikings.
Ooh.
All right, so they're doubling down. They got Big Citrus and they got
Big
Banks.
Citrus, best nickname in the draft.
I do find it interesting. Mark Ingram's such a Baltimore guy when he had some really good years there in New Orleans and was drafted by New Orleans.
Oh, they're replacing Ivan Pace out of Cincinnati with Jake Goldie out of Cincinnati.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny. And they're dumping the pine-sized guy for the super tall, tall linebacker.
They're dumping the 5'10" middle linebacker for
this. Yeah. Flores says, give me another one out of Cincy. Just make him bigger.
Like that didn't work out the way we thought it was going to work out.
It was, for a minute, it was kind of working. They were like, when they could blitz him just 24/7, it was kind of like they were making it a thing. And Flores is like the perfect place for him to go to in Flores' attack. But then teams kind of, I think, started to figure it out. And those little 28-inch arms just couldn't wrap.
Yeah.
See, I think it's almost a certainty that the Seahawks are going to have corners of consequence available at 96, who we expect to have been gone before that. Yeah. Whether that's Abney, whether that's Keontae Scott. So they'll be around. Malik Muhammad, I think, was kind of like a sort of mock at 96, but he'll be there.
I think in Scott, though, it's more spark plug, slot corner, tenacious spirit. You just double back down with Bud Clark probably being the backup to Eamon Warian doing that, along with having Witherspoon who can do some of that stuff. I think they will look more outside corner if they do target that.
Yeah. So Ryan Fowler said this. He does a bunch of draft stuff. Bud Clark to Seattle might be my favorite of any pick made thus far. He's an absolute weapon on the back end and lands within the perfect defense to allow him to do what he does best in flying around the football. Clark, Eamon Worry, and Witherspoon in that secondary are just outstanding additions of talent from John Schneider.
Nice. Love for their pick.
You're going to be forcing teams to throw the ball a lot.
Yep.
Let me show you. I just want to piggyback on the conversation we were just having and the variances here, right? And we're seeing some classes that don't really make sense. And this reminded me of a quote that my source in the building gave me last week that I thought was really interesting. He said, because of that, this draft has the potential to progress a few scouts, player personnel careers. I say that due to the needle in the haystack kind of draft this is. So if you nail this class and find some hidden gems in it, like that's a good resume, good resume builder.
That's a good point.
Carolina there, Chris Brazel.
Yep. Well, we got to do the helmets. Don't scout the helmet, but I'm waiting for the next Tennessee receiver who's actually good at something other than just being really fast down the field.
It's fair at this point, Mookie. It's completely fair.
It's such a weird scheme they run. Like,
it's fake offense, man.
It's basically a veer in a way with a run and gun air raid. It's really weird how they space it all out.
Yeah. And the reps on tape where it looks like he doesn't give a shit. And then you come to find out he's coached that way to, like, you know, just take your guy as close to the sideline as the rules will allow you and just take him with you and don't let him be part of the play. It's just weird.
Can I say something? Does that not feel like an old Seattle draft a little bit with the receiver and the lineman taken there?
Yeah.
A little bit. Rockman Drums chipping in. Bud Clark is the best safety in college.
Ooh.
Caleb Downs has a
love it, Rockman.
So I don't know if you saw this, Dan, but Bud Clark did have an official visit with the Seahawks.
Did he? I missed that.
Yep. So Corbin Smith, Bud Clark confirmed that he had an official visit with the Hawks.
Wow. So
that was not one that had previously been reported, and he couldn't stop talking about how beautiful Seattle was when he went back to Louisiana.
Wow.
Schneider's as good as it comes at keeping stuff behind the curtain, man.
I'm going to be very interested to how limited Hard Knocks is. This might be, I'll be honest, this might be the most boring Hard Knocks they've ever done, because I got a feeling Schneider's going to be like, nope, you can't show that, and nope, that's our little secret, and nope, you can't show that either.
Yeah. Like I bet he's one of those that they're not going to let cameras in the room when they do the cuts. They'll have to do the, the outside the door audio thing. But I think the personalities, though, are going to shine through. The personalities on the practice field, I think, are going to make it worth watching. Randall McDaniel with the donation. Appreciate it. He has an interesting working theory here. He says, if you're the Super Bowl champ and only lost 3 significant players, did the approach shift this year from BPA to BPA at those need positions? Or maybe they are focusing a little more on need here, just from a personnel standpoint. It's a valid question.
So far, it seems that way. We got running back and we got safety. We lost the running back. We lost the safety. So far, that theory tracks.
So, yeah,
I would agree with that as well. I mean, it doesn't have to eventually be like an awful, horrible thing, but it's also like something that, if I'm not standing up and down and pounding my chest and going, yay, we filled needs. It's like, it's fine, but you just go, it's also that. So it's okay, but it is kind of the way that they're going this year, and maybe an understandable one in lieu of the fact of how weird this draft is and how hard it is to quite pinpoint where guys should go and who's really the good ones of this draft.
Yeah, when you've got even just your normal allotment of picks, you have your 7 native picks. It allows you to kind of experiment a little bit or go best player available, because the opportunity cost isn't as great, right?
Hey, Dan, I just got an updated photo on McCoy's leg scan that all teams are looking at right now.
Well, this will answer Randall McDaniel's question with the donation.
It's one of those shattered X-rays where the need, like, you see all the little parts.
No, it's even better. That is currently what teams are looking at when it comes to McCoy's leg, everybody.
That looks 82% to me. I think you could go game day.
You could go play. Just play with the stub.
I just want to be clear. This is not confirmed. This is
the medical rap they've got now, guys. I'm telling you, it's next level.
This is not on the record. This
is actually better than ligaments.
Just rub some tussin on it. You'll be fine.
Wow.
Yeah, it'll be, just rub some dirt on it. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
good.
it's totally
Don't worry
fine.
about it.
You'll be good.
But
Nick
speaking of
Chubb.
that,
Are you hurt or are you injured? Are you hurt or are you
Brandon.
injured?
Are you
Nick-
hurt or you're injured?
Nick Chubb is laughing at Jermon McCoy right now.
Oh yeah.
Says that's nothing. Do it twice.
Herbicide says wrap it up and get in there and play.
We finally got another
Good.
trade. It took a while, but the Chargers
wow.
have moved out of 86, and Cleveland has just shot up from 105 to 86.
We're working quick.
So the Browns gave up 105, 145, and 206.
So we're 12 picks away. Time to kind of check in on best.
I will
available.
say the Browns have a leader. I know they had the 2 first rounds. This is doing that thing where you give them the benefit of the doubt because they're the team with those picks. But Spencer Fanu, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, and Emmanuel McNeil Warren as their 4 stack so far. They could really put a cherry on the top with this one right here.
All right, who the Buccaneers taking?
they took Ted Hurst.
Okay.
Oh.
So they're the ones who
Wow.
are Ted Hurst enamored.
So now it's what? Godwin, Mbuka, McMillan, and Ted Hurst. That's a and Cade Otton at tight end. That's a pretty potent receiving core.
And they can stretch you.
Yeah.
Now watch him add Mike Washington later on and just throw.
Oh
it in.
jeez. Bucky Irving and Mike Washington. That's a
That'd be a good combo.
yeah.
Good offensive line out there too. So I like this pick because it keeps Emeka from being put on the outside too. So you can just roll him into the slot.
Yeah.
Steelers back on the clock again. I think this is they got 2 more picks tonight.
They'll mess him up.
You're so positive, Brandon.
Yeah.
They'll screw it up.
Good point by
They're
Big
done.
Dizzy in the chat that Tez
I
Johnson.
just drafted Drew Aller.
So we're 11 picks away. I've got best available up here. The guys that we really liked at 64, Pregnon and Dunker, are at the top of the list. But we'll see how teams value them. But you start scrolling down, and there's some interesting, like there's Jay Sean Barham. There's still some interior guys. There's some interesting.
What if we just surprise everyone and take Eli Heidenreich and just make my name?
Hey. Well, I was just going to say, like, if they really wanted to throw the fan base a curveball and us too, there's a surprising, and maybe the Hurst pick will kind of trigger something here, but there's a surprising amount of wide receiver value left on the board. Like Skylar Bell is super productive. Chris Bell is still there. If you feel good about the medicals, he put the video out that he's running full speed on the treadmill again, and the ACL there. Plus, that was like a early season injury for him, wasn't it? Like that wasn't that early in the season?
I think so.
I feel like it was like October, maybe.
That's right.
Wheatley still on the board. Bunch of corners still. I mean, some of the corners. Dalen Everett, we know, met with the Seahawks.
Everett just went to the Steelers.
Oh, he
just
did.
went to the Steelers.
Just now.
It
Okay.
just happened.
That makes sense.
So
Malik Muhammad, Will Lee, Devin Moore, Charles Demings, who I like a lot. Ephesians Prysock, Ezekiel Massis, Julian Neal still there if they want a bigger dude.
I really like Neal. He can hit the running backs hard, which is kind of what we'd want in our CB3 anyways.
He's got that frame, the big frame that we've had out of Reek, but he's bigger. So
I just wanted to see more like suddenness. Like he didn't do anything to flash in Mobile. I didn't really like his combine workout. In fact, there was a moment in the combine where I thought to myself, like, well, if it doesn't work out on the outside for him, he could be like Kobe Bryant. I could see him play safety. Like he's got that kind of profile. And like 2 minutes later, like Charles Davis goes, I see some safety in him.
What if Bud Clark and Julian Neal just switch positions on the Seahawks and just switch? It's like, Bud Clark is built more like a cornerback, and like you said, it's like, Julian Neal, like he's kind of more like a safety, and like on the Seahawks, you just go, well, that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're just gonna.
Hey, if Mike McDonald has his way, everyone would be positionless. It'd be like we ran a motion offense in basketball in high school. Nobody really played a position. You just all, swapped as you screen for each other. It's like they would just rotate every play. They would just go, okay, now you go from free safety to.
That's actually a good pick by Pittsburgh, Dalen Everett.
Concierge with Nolan with the $10 donation. This whole draft is reminding me of one of my favorite PCU movie quotes. It's the hippie Olympics. It doesn't matter who wins because they're all losers. David Spade, kidding. Go Hawks. X-Wing checking in. Says Bud Clark sounds like a B-52 pilot mustache.
All I'm saying is if somebody tells you Bud Clark's flying your plane, you know you're landing safe.
It's a little bit
Does he have a victory cigar? You know, the fat lady sings. just takes it out and starts smoking it.
It sounds a little bit like an old school porn name too.
Yeah, it does.
So evidently it's Austin Barber from Florida, tackle, who's going to go to the Browns at 86. Well, I rate that as another corner not being drafted and another guard not being drafted.
Wasn't the Hawks says wait, where did I miss it? Wasn't Bud Clark in the control tower in the movie Airplane?
Picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue.
Chris NX or NW checks in, says, as much as I want Dunker here, it's not a big positional need. As much as we'd like to replace Bradford, it's his job to lose, and a late third rounder isn't likely to take it year one. I don't know if we all agree with that in this room here.
Yeah, it's also too.
He's in the last year.
Yep, there you go, Dan. Dan's on it. You're gonna have to do this next year, and then you want to put a rookie out there for the Super Bowl contending team. Maybe you're okay with. I mean, that's not the necessarily awful way to go, but that is the alternative. Probably you're
and
facing.
Bradford, no matter the segment of the fan base that hates him, I get that guy off my team. I can't stand him. He's trash. When he hits the market next year at the age of 25, 26, he's going to get paid a lot more than fans think.
Oh yeah.
One thing I was talking to the guys over at the Seahawks yesterday. I was at their draft party that they had. I was talking to them about it. It's like Bradford. He was one of the better blocking guards for running, but he was like average to below average with passing. And the thing of it is that Mike McDonald didn't draft him. He's not married to Bradford,
right?
And he's about competition. And who did he draft? He drafted Cable Dew and Zabel. Those are in Richmond. Those are his three guys at guard on the team currently. And if he wants to add another one in there for competition, he can just to push Bradford even more. Benton likes Bradford.
Yeah.
And he did get better. So he can continue to get better and prove himself, but it's not a for sure thing that he's going to be on the team here in 2027.
Did you guys see that Chargers trade that just flashed it on the board? Like, it was a big move down. That was it Chargers Browns?
Yeah.
Well, they moved down like double digit spots, but they got 2 4ths and a 6th for doing that.
Yep. And the Dolphins rather took Will Catchmer.
Tight end.
So another tight end.
We're reaching the Madden tight end name generator portion of that being so many taken at this point.
Do all these tight ends need to send Sean McVay a thank you card?
That's not a real name. This is not a real person. I fail to believe
He's
that.
AI generated.
Who is this guy? I don't think he was even on my board. I don't even.
Is he like the third Ohio State tight end taken by this point too? Is we have like 4 of these guys?
Is this?
I had a 6th round grade on this guy in the same where I had Marlon Klein.
Is this their Robbie Oots, where it's like he's the second guy, and maybe they're going to make him into a guard? I don't know.
He's there. Shouldn't have done that shit, guys. What he is.
This tight end class got shit on this whole process, and now what? 10 of them have gone.
Yeah,
it's not. They're not that good. They're not that guy. You know what I mean? Where's my button?
Well,
you're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy.
You're not that guy. Back over just on Josh's point though. With this, and one other addition, I see it posted in the chat too, is Haynes. And let's face it, Bryce, Dan, Mookie, we were in training camp. And if there was one guy that was standing out there that seemed like they were about to be like, it's the same vibe I got with like the stork nest. You ever seen when they got too many babies in the stork nest and then the mother gets in there and does the cold-blooded,
and that's just
has to drop one off because it's like it got a little that feeling last year. Then he came out with the brace the next day that Bryce saw. It's like, oh, now they're putting braces on him. It's like shoulder or pec,
Well, it was even like the fact that when we were there and we're watching at the field that day, the team part of it, and it's like, yeah, okay, he got nicked up, but it was like there was no ambition of him even going in the game, like into the practice. It was like, nope, just wasn't standing anywhere near Benton or Outen, was just kind of like off on his own.
And man, that's just That was a bummer. I was so excited when they took that pick. I thought he was going to go much higher. I thought we got great value. A lot of people thought he was the best zone guard in that whole draft. He had a great Senior Bowl week. He's just a miss. Sometimes you just miss, and it's a real bummer because we'd be
Haynes were doing center snaps that day. He was healthy enough to do center snaps.
Oh God, but they were so bad. They were so bad. That was like painful watching him.
Which again just shows you where their opinion is. When it looks that bad and it's like he's flubbing every other snap, it's like, okay, how awful is he over at right guard if this is what we're reaching down to?
Rockman, wait, where'd that go? Rockman Drums asks, what edges are left that are worth anything? Jayshawn Barham is still on the board. Danny Dennis Sutton, Joshua Josephs. We talked about those three guys. And then it drops down to Overton, Caden Curry with his 29-inch arms, Mason Rieger, who I like, but I mean, those are day 3 guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. If Seattle doesn't trade out of this pick, I think that they're 4 picks this year, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. So we're taking a while. I mean, the broadcasts are so far behind what's actually going on now, and they were behind so badly yesterday, but I'll spoil it for you. Pregnon does go.
Okay, I was just about to say, I cannot believe he's still on the board at 88.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Jackson, who took him?
There he goes.
Jacksonville?
Okay. Yep.
So
Jacksonville. So we got Dunker and Stevens left, who I'd be happy either way because I love my Oregon guards, as you know, Dan, and you know, Bryce. Just like that's pretty much, those are my guys. So like, I'd be happy with either one of them. But there were some people that were
it wouldn't. Again, I think we talked about this before you hopped on, Josh. But like, I was talking about how we know that John Benton pounded the table for Zabel last year. Like he wanted him. And if he's attracted to his profile, then it stands to reason he'd be attracted to Jennings Dunker's profile. He's not quite the athlete, certainly, that Zabel is, but a lot of his play style and demeanor and personality and all that stuff, you'd think that he would appeal to. And so now what we just learned about Bud Clark from Corbin, that he was a VMAC visitor, but they were able to keep it from getting out. Like, would not surprise me to find out later, we end up taking Dunker at 96, and then turns out they'd been meeting with him the whole time.
Well, and the thing of it is too is like they met with Bo Stevens, which means that they probably asked Bo about.
100%.
There are two aside from Bo, there are 2 other Iowa guards in this draft, and they're both fairly athletic. One of them is seen more as a UDFA, but he has the highest RAS score out of all of the Iowa guards in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me about Logan Jones. Tell me about Max Llewellyn. Tell me about. Yeah, that's part of the conversation. Always is. So Daniel Jeremiah has Dunker as his 5th rated best available, and we are 7 picks away.
And the 49ers just have their pick in.
Are they going to let us down twice? Are they going to pass on Jennings Dunker twice?
We're so far behind right now. The Bears help us out, and they do not take a lineman.
Yeah.
They take a receiver in Xavion.
Yeah, these receiver decisions.
He is fast, too, if I recall right.
He's tiny, though. Was he the guy that came late during Mobile? That he was like the late ad? 5'10", 1. There were 2 LSU guys there. One of them came in like on Wednesday or Thursday. I think he came from the Shrine. 4.28 in the 40. Okay.
Yeah, he's a bit of a burner there.
If you're the Bears, though, why don't you take the Chris Bell upside there and just rehab him? There's some weird wide receiver stuff happening.
Yeah. So now I think
I did recall a little while back that because we saw that Caleb Douglas went there that even though all the mocks had him as like a 7th round to UDFA type of wide receiver, that there was like talk that the NFL, the actual scouts, had him much higher than what the mocks were having. So I have to wonder, it's like with a lot of these players and like tight ends and things like that, yes, maybe like the mock drafts and things like that we use, and we were looking up these guys, like we didn't see them that's this high, but the scouts themselves are like, no, actually we can use these guys in these different ways.
Yeah. I think it's important to have this discussion too. When you get to this point in the draft, it's not necessarily, did we lose Bryce?
Yeah, we did.
I may have accidentally kicked him. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Did I accidentally kick you? I was
look on his. He's got a look on his face like you kicked.
I was deleting some stuff. Holy shit!
The Niners
What?
really good.
What is with the NFC West right now?
Oh,
The third running back off the board is Kalon Black from Indiana.
Every time Shanahan and Lynch have this fetish for third and fourth round backs.
guys, did we snake them for Jadarian Price yesterday?
He's
I think we might
25. He's 25 years old. And I don't even think he's the best Indiana running back in this
Brandon,
class.
how could we have snaked them? They were before us. They could have taken him before us.
Well, they're picking right after us, so they thought if we passed on them, that'd be where they would jump on him there.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
We've broken them. And look, Kalon Black looked really good in Mobile. We commented on him. He runs hard. He's kind of shifty, but
my wife was talking to him when we were at Texas Roadhouse. She was talking to his agent. And he was saying how good he was doing.
I would have been much more concerned if they had taken Jonah Coleman here.
Because did you guys see the video of they were interviewing John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan at the same time when Seahawks pick came up?
Oh, and they were turning around.
And those guys it was when Price came up, and those guys were just, they ignored the reporters at one point. They're just like, yeah, guys, just shut up. Were we doing this? I wonder on that now.
Like, did you notice like Lynch kind of his head went down a little bit as soon as
he saw,
like
it was like fuck.
It's very slight. But if you watch it, his head just kind of just goes, and like it almost seems like his mouth just kind of goes, oh.
And
neither of them, Josh, neither of them have a poker face. Neither of those guys do. They always are like, you can read exactly what's going on with their face. And they confirm it. Both of them confirm one to the other when stuff's going on.
John has a history. John has a history of, really being in touch with what other teams are going to do. And his surprising first round picks always come with the story of who was going to take him right after, right? Bruce Irvin was a reach, but there were teams that were interested in him right after. Jordan Brooks shocked us all. And then come to find out the Ravens were going to take him with the next pick, and they had to settle for Patrick Queen. The Penny pick, the Patriots were going to take him, and they had to settle for the kid out of Georgia. I'm blanking on his name now, but it's like,
Chris Durham.
That makes sense.
Brandon, you're going to have to go on this weekend, on Sunday. Wow. You're going to have to go get a therapy license for the round table, because you're going to have to give out some therapy sessions to poor Jake and Jesse, because both of them are probably just spinning out of control right now.
There's going to be so much to talk about.
The thing with the running back situation is that Kyle's been doing this, and he's getting weird running backs. He's not getting the archetype to what his system has tended to want in the past. You'll go for a Garendo, who's then kind of missing the size, and maybe you kind of pick him a little bit early, but they've been going for some of these guys where they're not really going to try to go for true value. They're still trying to find the value back in there, but not exactly the back that fits too well. At the same point in time, they keep paying McCaffrey every 2 years.
Yeah,
it's just a weird kind of philosophy.
I would think Coleman would be such a fit there.
Like they could have gotten Heidenreich and just replaced McCaffrey that way if they really wanted to at this point. And
I'd understand that more.
No one would blink an eye. Everyone would be like, "Okay, that makes sense." They're preparing for McCaffrey to retire at some point.
There's a Shanahan and Lynch obsession. Whether it's Joe Williams, if anybody remembers him, that's because he never had an NFL touch. 4th round pick. Trey Sermon.
That's another one. Third one. There's another. That's another third one.
Davis Price was in the 3rd. Garendo, I think, was in the 3rd or 4th.
Here's your guy.
There's my guy. There's my guy right there.
Why didn't they just do that?
For him for 2 months.
It would have been less of a reach to take him here and say we're going to play him more running back instead of slot receiver than it would have to take Kalon Black.
I've seen some people rank him as like one of the top 5 running backs in this draft. Like it's not every single person, but I've seen a few people do it. It makes sense. The dude has 6.8 yards per carry.
Here you go. Megan says she's a therapist.
Well, shoot, too. The top 5 backs are like very much open to interpretation too. It isn't exactly a consensus board on that front.
How they like to use guys in the passing game and everything. Like Jonah Coleman just seems to be the better fit there. So it's Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots. Who are we worried about taking, Duncan?
Raiders. like Dunker.
Yeah,
would
because
make
then they
sense.
can just run JPJ left guard, Dunker right
Yeah.
guard, and reinforcement for the rest of the right side of the line.
For
And maybe center if it all goes to hell.
for karmic reasons, the Rams, but I don't think they'll take him.
Yeah.
Mm.
Interesting.
No, the Raiders go for
might drop.
Traden. Okay, that doesn't make sense though, because Traden states that he wants to be a center, and they have Tyler Linderbaum.
Yep.
He
can
can play
state
guard. Though.
what you
He's a tackle.
He can
He only
play
played
guard,
one.
but he has stated outright that he wants to be a center in the NFL. He does not want to be a guard. He does not want to be a tackle. He
So
wants to be a
they're
center.
I got
They're
news.
going to
So Jay-
begrudgingly force two centers who don't want to play guard at the same time.
We don't
Winning
give a damn what you
organization.
want.
Winning.
And what is weird about that is usually, and maybe ESPN doesn't have it right. We'll see what they on the broadcast here. But usually, teams turn the card in at the position they plan to play the player at. And so let's
You
see.
know what? This is
they
Al
announce.
Davis's commitment to excellence. We don't give a damn what you want and what you're good at. It's what
Wait.
we want.
Maybe that's how they're playing chess instead of checkers here. They overpaid. They reset the center market by $9 million because they're going to make Tyler Linderbaum a guard where the money actually fits the market.
There we go. You're onto it.
There
That actually, at least that can make that makes more sense than
there you
this.
go.
Yeah.
Center is what NFL Network put him up as. Max
The pro-
Unger.
The player comp is Max Unger.
What the fuck?
He's the most athletic center in the draft. His relative athletic score is a 9.99 for center.
Yep. We're going to JPJ again.
What are teams doing in this draft this year, guys? This is
That's
just some
weird.
wild stuff.
Did they
to
all get
watch.
together and go, hey, what's the best edibles on the market? And let's see what happens.
Let's go to one of Snoop Dogg's smoke shops and just buy a bunch and just see what happens.
All right, we're 4 picks away.
Yeah.
But I'll say this.
Dallas isn't taking a guard.
Actually,
Oh,
never mind. I'm
God
not going
damn
to
it.
say what I'm
Rams
going
aren't
to say
taking
because
a
I was
guard.
like,
Well,
Nope.
I got bad news for who they are taking because the Cowboys are on break, and I don't feel like we're 4 hours into the stream. I don't really feel like waiting.
yeah.
But yep, it's going to be Jayshon Barham.
Yep.
Good.
ooh, I like Barham
We're,
as a
we're,
third
we're
round
punting on
leadoff.
edge. No, they're completely punting on edge. They're going to sign Fowler on Monday or Tuesday. Jared Ivey, Connor O'Toole are going to be and that edge group in free agency though. Like if you had a guy like Fowler, you can go sign one of those base edge guys, right? You could sign.
Yeah.
I don't know another.
Well, you were asking, remember a couple days ago about, okay, we get to a certain point in the draft where does Jared Ivey become better than what remains on the board?
Right.
Maybe Mason Rieger can become a better pass rusher. I don't know that you can clearly tell me or clearly illustrate an argument to me that the remaining edge rushers are definitely better than what you have in Ivy.
No,
Especially for
because
the
Jared
floor of
Ivey's-
Ivy, which is
Yeah.
early rundown defender.
And he's got
Jared Ivey becomes your best base end after
Yeah, exactly.
this grouping
Bingo.
here.
Yeah.
John McGrath would be he'd be happier than us even. He has been he's been on Dunker since we were in Mobile. And
We're gonna get there, John. We're gonna get there together, brother.
come on, make this happen.
I swear, I promise you, it'll be a Sam Darnold jersey in the shadow box, and it'll be a Dunker jersey. I will get a Dunker jersey because of the mullet, and because my brother there, Brandon, will wear one with me, and we'll just be pure Dunker pride.
And
Oh,
not
yeah,
that John Schneider gives a shit about this, but the goodwill, if they were to take Jennings Dunker, most fans who are pissed about running back in the first round don't know who Bud Clark is. This would be like, it'd be like the scene from Dumb and Dumber where they're like, just when I think you went and couldn't screw up anything.
Totally redeem yourself.
Totally redeem yourself.
All right, what are the Rams going to do here? Oh, they took a guy that I like a lot, but that is high for him. They go
I'm
Keegan.
fine with the Rams draft in full.
Keegan Trost. Although, here's what's interesting about Trost.
Trost is like 29 years old, I swear. He
And-
is
Wow,
old,
Keegan
Trost.
Trost before Dunker? Holy
Right.
shiznit.
Or before Stevens. Like, here's the thing about Trost. He's a pure, like he projects into guard. He played tackle at Missouri, but he's a pure zone guy. They're going to switch back now? He went the power thing, and he they have 1,000 pounds from guard to guard, and now they're going to go back. I don't know. Maybe they see him as a right tackle. I don't know.
Okay.
I do think to McLennan Curtis, I think was guard to tackle that sort of convert, and they got him out there. But to your point, I think that this is a F draft to me for the Rams, for a team that needed to have a draft to me that helped push them past as maybe the number 2 team in the NFL.
Like I was taking
who even in their fan base is making that argument that this draft did that. They're all going to go back to McDuffie and the other corner they signed.
Trost has been my like go-to pick at 188 in mocks. Like
he's flown up. I sent you that thing that showed like someone had him as like the number 4 guard or something.
He was the highest graded offensive lineman by PFF in the country, and I think he was like top 5 in. He was the number 1 run blocker, and he was top 5 in zone as well. PFF.
I didn't look at his tape, so I got to admit, because I was under tackle and not guard. Did you guys like him with what you guys saw on the tape?
Yeah.
You'll see, like he's a mauler. He drives guys into the ground. Really, really tenacious motor. The movement skills are good enough.
The weird thing though is that Missouri offensive linemen are a mixed bag when they come into the NFL. Like you like they look really good in college, but then you just flip a coin and you either they're going to be good in the NFL or they're not. There's no middle ground.
Miami's
their defenders kind of do the same thing. There's a little bit of some Baylor vibes I'm getting off that.
Yes.
Let's see. What's Miami going to do?
Miami's taking their pick. So we got New England next, and then the Seahawks are on the clock for the last time tonight, unless they trade down to 97, 98, 99, or 100.
Yeah.
Which they could do. Oh, per Tom Telesaro, the Steelers are on the clock again. They traded.
Okay.
With the Patriots.
Maybe there's still enough interest from some teams in moving up. Just don't overthink
so
it.
So Steelers are on the clock right now?
Yeah.
That's another thing that my source told me. He said, look, at the end of the day, Occam's razor rules the day. Just don't overthink it. Sometimes the most obvious answer is the right one.
I'll tell you this with the Steelers. They're not going to take us. They're not sniping us here. They've already gone corner and they've already gone offensive line, I would think, unless it's a good.
The Seahawks just traded back. They just traded back to 99.
Sure did. With the Steelers again. Did the Steelers just trade up twice?
Oh, wait. Hold on. New England's on. So, no, we traded with Pittsburgh. So 96 to 99.
Yeah. What did we get? That'll be the interesting thing.
Well, that would get you per the chart. It's a 3-point drop. You're getting an early 7th, maybe let's see where Pittsburgh's at. They have pick 216. I'll bet you that's the comp. So
that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
So that's sixth, late 6th.
Okay.
Okay.
So. If Dunker goes at 98, the fans might riot outside the VMAC like they did in the movie Draft Day with and hang John in effigy.
Yeah, just might. All your goodwill, John. Throw your executive ear and toss in the Puget Sound. You are dead to us.
I have 2 thoughts though. If because I don't know, maybe they don't like Dunker, but it could be an indicator that that they plan to take a corner because there's still so many guys left on that board at that position that we like. Not that they care what we think, but it's just I'm just making.
I think you're right, Dan. Though they like where the board's falling with this trade. I don't think they look at there's a drop. I think they like you can kind of anticipate some of the picks from these teams. I think at this point in the draft, especially because of what they've checked off and what they haven't checked off, and the drive to need as you get deeper into the draft.
Having an extra 6, if McCoy makes it to 188.
Oh God!
Just, or maybe
that would be a pretty nice pick.
They're planning for Eli.
All right, Chris Bell.
I mean, at what point does the lotto ticket worth it, right, Dan? At what point is it like? Well, it's only $1. It's only a $5 here.
Yeah.
I mean, that plug must look.
Hey guys, at least we have 2 picks to talk about tomorrow. They saved us.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's folks. If you don't know, we're still doing draft watch party tomorrow, and that's the long day. Long day.
That's
lot of
nice.
guests,
Strap
lots
in,
of
I
boys.
will be there for the UDFA part because I get to spend my long day on a football field for 8 hours.
Words of
And by football field, he means
I wish I meant nap. No, I have to coach fucking teenagers.
yeah, but it's 110-yard football field.
No, they changed it.
I'm gonna be out there. It's gonna be really hard. It's gonna be a lot of
CFL
practice.
field now is shorter, Dan.
You know what's interesting about that is, John talked about how everybody used to use the Jimmy Johnson chart, and now everyone has their own analytics, and so sometimes it's a little trickier to try and figure out trades. That was an exact match on the Rich Hill.
Yeah.
That's fair value. It's good value there.
Yeah.
I like John still stayed in third round. I like they didn't drop back like 10 picks into the fourth. That would be a little bit like you're like, ooh, you sure?
Yeah.
It gives
You
us
sure there's still gonna be something there?
Let's give it to us.
Don't screw us here, Vrabel.
Because we are right at the spot where now we're going to hit that next separation of tier
Mm-hmm.
if we're not already kind of getting into that zone.
I don't think the Vikings are going guard. Steelers, Patriots, Steelers, Vikings. I think we might, they got Will Fries, and then the other one, didn't they draft a guy last year? Who's their other?
Yeah, do you trust Will Freeze for the health? And then with the center, do you look at maybe a lot of teams might look at Dunker as a center, and that's where they want to move him into there.
Ex-Seahawk legend Dion Branch.
Super Bowl MVP. Yeah, Super Bowl MVP Dion Branch.
I would never be wearing that.
Donovan
out there
Jackson.
wearing
That's
that.
the other. Yeah, they got Donovan Jackson, Will Fries. They're not taking a guard.
I rared on to the Patriots.
And maybe that's what they're looking at on the board. They're like,
Yeah.
What the hell's going on with the
Vikings, unless someone snipes us,
Okay,
someone.
what is with this tight end class? Did we all miss something? And it's the greatest tight end class of all time, and we're just told
It's legit on pace. Bryce, you're joking, but it's a legit on pace.
I
You
know.
tell me another draft in the last 20 years
Oh, I know.
where 10 tight ends go in the first 3 rounds.
No.
Not even last year, and that was supposed to be a great draft for tight ends.
I know.
I
We've
really
had good
didn't-
tight
I
end
really
drafts.
Yeah. I really didn't start paying attention to the draft till, college around like 2013. And I can't think of a class within this last 12 years, 13 years where there's been this many tight ends. It's
Like,
ridiculous.
And it's funny because, partly because of need, but also because of the narrative of the class. I watched this much tight end tape this year.
So I had a 5th round grade on this tight end. What about you, Brandon?
I didn't get to him because I did look at tight ends. I got to like 7 of them, but I started getting so depressed. It was like a Pacific Northwest day where the rain's gone and it's been 4 weeks of it, and I just can't watch any more of the damn tape. Stiff hips, upright, can't block, not great at the catch point. Like they all have stuff with them, even on the good ones where you're just like, okay.
I
can
can
see that. I can see it, but
maybe Chris Northwest here has a point. Maybe all these H-back tight ends are being drafted because everybody wants to do the boneyard.
Hey, it's the new hotness,
you know
baby.
What?
Hold on
It's a
here. Hold on
copycat
here.
league.
It's time. What do you think about my theory, Josh, that the league's new chase, there's always a du jour chase of a player type that
Yeah.
they're looking for suddenly.
Oh,
And now
son of a
suddenly this has
bitch.
become tight end.
Oh, Josh, please don't tell. Did Pittsburgh?
No! No!
John, you
No!
fucked us.
Oh, son of a.
No!
Oh, John, he was there.
John, if you don't take Bo Stevens at this point, I'm going to lose my mind. I just wanted one
Oh,
Iowa
come on.
high-tier offensive lineman. Just one.
God damn it.
Shut up! God damn it!
I just wanted one. I
We
just want
could
one.
have had
Bo
Jenny
Stevens
Dunker.
there, now
There
you
you
go.
go.
That's all I got to say.
Are you fucking kidding
Where's
me?
my Michael Scott right now? I need my Michael Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
It's my fault. It's my fault because I went to pee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well,
So
now what do you do?
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Look at that beautiful mullet flap.
I
Look at
will
that
say
flapping
this
mullet.
for,
He's throwing hay bales.
love
He's
it.
throwing hay bales.
I will say this for him. Yes, he is. Yes, he is listed as a guard. He did play pretty much only tackle in college, which might be the reason why they might be leaning more towards like a Bo Stevens, where he actually played guard and has played both left and right guard, which might be why they passed on Dunker. As much as we as the fans loved him, and trust me, I wanted that ginger mullet in Seattle. But it could be that Benton's like, I actually want the guy that actually.
I was going to come back and sit down and say, hey, guys, we really set ourselves up for disappointment here, didn't we? And then I didn't even get to say that. All right, flush it. Let's flush it. It's over. You can't be a Seahawk. It's done.
Bye, Jennings.
Do we pivot
Could
back
have
to the
been.
corner now?
Let's center ourselves. Center ourselves. Let's look at what's left on the board.
I was just in the process of ordering my Dunker jersey. Damn it.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta cancel my order. Just a second.
Right.
No. Okay.
I think we can all agree. Well, there's two.
Stable.
There's two edges we've talked about that are left on the board, Joshua Josephs and Danny Dennis Sutton. There are many cornerbacks we've talked about on the board. Jermod McCoy not being the least of them. Malik Muhammad, Keith Abney, Will Lee, Devin Moore, Charles Demings, Ephesians Prysock, Hezekiah Massis, Julian Neal. There is Bo Stevens, and I think if I was putting money on this pick right now, that one might be the one.
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy with though.
Curveballs, potential surprises. We've talked for an hour about some of the weird wide receiver decisions. I don't think that would make a lot of sense. We know they met with Bryce Lance.
How would you feel?
I got
if
one for
Brian
you,
Parker
Dan.
did go at 99.
Sam Hecht is still there. Some people thought Sam Hecht, Connor Liu, that might play into the whole, Olu team. You might be traded if the right player's available there. Yeah, go, Brandon.
Xavier Harris. Snyder's been looking for his Calais Campbell for years.
Ooh.
And I'm not saying I love the player, but if you're looking for a guy that he's kind of chased, it could be I'm saying the outlier, not the one that I'm like, I want them to pick, but just as one that would be an outside the box kind of curveball.
Yes. Massive. 6'8", 330 pounds. It's a damn shame that Daryl Jackson's got some of the work ethic and personality kind of questions and stuff, because my God, can you imagine?
So the Vikings have got two.
Hey, you might be on to something though, Brandon. There's a lot of value left at D tackle. Grayson Halton is really, really twitchy. DeMonte Capehart, you want to nose tackle. Rayshon Benny is a character guy. Nick Barrett from South Carolina. Some people had rated higher than this. There's some value there.
I'll tell you, it's an outside line chance too. Just another little outlier here. So he's mentioned in the chat, so I'm going to steal a little bit from them. Love's going into the final year of his contract next year, and maybe in Bud Clark, you eventually transition him there, and you do have some other safeties still on the board here.
Kilgore and Wheatley are both still there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brando, we need some good vibes before we're on the clock. How about some more cowbell?
Yeah, sure. If I had it, and I don't. I got no reason for the cowbell. Soon.
He puts his pants on one leg at a time, you guys. But when he puts his pants on, he makes Seahawks content.
Give it 10 minutes. Ding, ding. You'll hear it then.
Jeffrey Thistle says, whatever the most boring pick is, that's our pick. Boring picks can be really good.
Let's go with the most boring pick.
Robert Penny. It was never meant to be.
I know. What's up, Rob?
Jeffrey Thistle says, get ready for the left field boring pick.
Elijah Sherratt.
What would be the most, receiver? Would that be the most boring pick? Where you could be like,
just the most milk toast. Just like, okay.
Ol734 says, maybe John and Mike don't like mullets.
I think we've got to have them do one of those little corporate sessions where they look at the videos talking about.
Yeah, they can't say that. We got Brady Russell with the awesome mullet.
Michael Thompson.
Because of the power he's brought.
Michael Thompson checking in. Saying,
go, Michael. Hold on, let me give him applause here, brother. Thank you, Michael.
He says Ty Simpson might be a good pick here. It's a good range for him.
Fits the value. Oh, I love you, Mike.
Scallywag, you. So
Well, at least they can look at their day 2 picks and become satiated on the back of that. Everything's gone great in the day 2 for Rams fans. You know what I mean? Like yesterday got dark. Today you're brought back to the light.
Brian suggests Darrell Jackson might be a sneaky possibility. Doesn't sound like he's a Seahawk when it comes to character stuff.
The last Darrell Jackson.
He's fun though.
Kobe
He
Thomas
is fun.
to the Vikings.
Yes, and they
That
took
was a
Caleb
Seahawk
Tiernan to
visit,
tackle the
wasn't it?
previous pick. So
Wow.
Jeffrey checking in. Mariners win. Good.
The first safety in the 3rd round taken, by the way, with Jacoby Thomas.
no, Halsey went.
Pick is in.
Oh, Halsey, sorry,
We're picking
second
here. The
safety.
pick is
Oh
in.
God!
Did not. So we immediately turned in the card.
Yeah.
So
Bryce, why'd you do the oh no?
So we
Please
talked
proceed.
about the corners, right? We talked. Ooh,
Oh, not a
Uh-oh.
bad oh no for that. That was not the bad.
Okay,
oh
now
no.
then Dan goes, ooh. What is that, Dan? What is that?
I just keep thinking about the Ola Oluwatimi thing, and there was a player they might be targeting, and we talked about Bo Stevens. The only thing that made sense when I heard that was I don't think pure center makes sense because they really like Sundell, but someone with versatility, Brian Parker, dude,
Yeah.
has a ton. Julian Neal,
Thank you.
Yeah.
One, yes.
we got our big corner. He is.
Hallelujah.
Oh yes.
So Julie Neal's one of those kind of not necessarily draft fatigue, but like I was in on him early in the process because everything we talked about earlier, the length, right, and the size and the cover skills, and he can stay. He, for that size, he's a pure corner. And then I didn't see what I wanted to in Mobile. I didn't love the combine workout like we talked about earlier, but a dude with that kind of length and that size, Mike McDonald signed off on this pick and thinks he can work in this. They needed to get some size there on the outside with Reek moving on. We feel good about this pick at 99, guys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I've had him
Absolutely.
regularly. And this is the second year in a row that my media call is talking to Daniel Jeremiah. Last year, he kind of nailed Torrey Horton as a possible Seahawks target. And this year, he gave me 2 cornerback options as like bigger corners. And he said Devin Moore and Julian Neal. So Julian Neal is the guy. I've been banging on about we need some size here. I don't want the short Kings cornerback rotation, especially in a division where
Look at our division. Yeah, you got to go up against Harrison, and you got to go up against Mike Evans now, and Devontae Adams, and Puka's physical as all can be. And
yeah.
Here's the thing,
Spoonful
Dan.
of Squidward,
I had
who
the
the fuck is
reverse.
this guy? He's a
I
good
had
corner.
I had the reverse situation to you, where you were high on Neal when we got to Mobile, and I was like, eh. And then after Mobile, I started watching more of his tape, and I went, oh, I really like this guy. Like, I really like this guy as a Seahawks fit.
6'1.5", 203, almost 33-inch arms, almost an 80-inch wingspan, 4'4'9" with a 159 split, 11-foot broad jump, 40-inch vert. Prides himself on physicality and resiliency. He says, I'll die on the field if I need to. Does that sound like a Seahawk, a Mike McDonald player? Aggressive tackler, improved his come to balance skills to cut down on misses. I'm just reading from the Beast here. And then I'm going to go, let's see.
Jalen Husky went right now.
The Maryland safety?
Yeah, to Jacksonville.
Let's see if he made the Bob McGinn column. He did not. Interesting. Well, this has Mike McDonald written all over it. Carl Scott.
This is a good pick. It's a guy you want versatility in this defense for these defenders especially, I meant on the team, but for the defense especially. Mike McDonald has shown he can use those guys a variety of ways. Another corner in this class, there's a lot of them that can do the press and off coverage stuff. Some guys are really just comfortable to doing one or the other, and this is a guy that could do both. And he's got some pluses and minuses when he does either of them. But the fact that he can be fluid in either, and then he can also blitz really well, and then he's a real top-end run defender in addition to all of that on top of it, you're getting that in the 3rd round. That's where we get to good value. This is where we come back to the arguments of what makes good picks. this is really good value to land this here. And this is a guy to me with a lot of certainty of what he's going to bring. I don't think he gives you upper level traits as far as all pro level potential. Maybe a safety transition could find him with a higher ceiling if you moved him out there over to that spot. But this is a guy that checks a lot of boxes for this defense. You said he's kind of a Seahawks type player. He does probably have a little bit of the hands of stone. So you're not getting a lot of picks there. He's going to fight himself on trying to catch the ball, but it's no glaring weaknesses to his game necessarily. Just minor things you can pick at a bit.
Yeah.
Well, and like I was talking to someone about this too, where it's like, with him, it's like, okay, because I have a person in the Seahawks Discord that's like really worried about like, oh, we need one of these top end guys. I'm like, well, you're not going to get a CB1 really in this draft unless you're drafting one round, and it's like one of the top end like first 10 picks, and after that, all the way through round 2, you're getting like maybe a CB2 type, that borderline end of CB1, CB2. Julian Neal is that CB3 guy that has a ceiling like a CB2, like a Josh Jobe, where it's like, he's really reliable, he's well rounded. Is he perfect at anything? No, but he is very solid at most things. He may not get you all the interceptions, but he's gonna bat away the ball at the very least. He's lanky.
One thing that's interesting, this is very, very much a traitsy and projection pick. So he spent 4 years at Fresno State before he got a decent NIL deal and transferred to Arkansas for his senior season. In his 4 years at Fresno State, right? He had 4 starts. And then he goes to Arkansas and he plays 12 games. So just a kind of a late bloomer, sort of a 1 year of production guy. So this is very, very much on projection from the evaluation staff, John and his guys.
Yeah, maybe a guy they think like Kobe Bryant, that if it doesn't go to the outside, he can make that move to safety, and that this gives them some certainty for this and what he brings, which I can understand from their perspective. Because there is a little bit of, for me, the stop and start. He's kind of a tough downshifter at times when he gets up to speed to go down to speed, and he's a little bigger and then flipping the upstairs. So he can get caught on certain routes that way. I think in breaking routes are going to be a test to him, especially he's got to play like man match kind of situations. But it's a good player, man. The more I watched, the more I liked. I kept wanting to watch more tape, and that's always a good indicator you like the player.
And we know Mike likes the smart guys, right? Like when he went to transfer, he actually accepted an offer from Stanford. He's an academic All-American guy and had been accepted to Stanford, and then they dismissed Troy Taylor, and he ended up pivoting to Arkansas.
I wanted to rate that length too. You mentioned, Dan. How many corners in this draft had? I mean, what was Cisse at? Wasn't Cisse 30 plus?
Yeah.
On the
Cisse arm length 30 3/4.
Yeah.
So these are abnormally long arms.
Like really, really bad, right? Like not just kind of like, well, that's kind of in past years would have been almost a bit of a death knell for playing on the outside.
Almost 33 inches. Yeah. And, we talked about like, look, how are you going to match up better against the Rams? I mean, you got to get Stafford on the ground. So the pass rush thing is real, right? Like we think Fowler is going to be a Seahawk. You got to figure out probably another guy to add into the mix too. But maybe, the emphasis clearly here on coverage. They take maybe the best ball hawking safety in the entire draft in Bud Clark. And now you get a bigger physical guy on the outside, something you don't have in the room right now to go up against those big receivers that we talked about.
Yeah. Niners just took Stribling. So this is the exact type of receiver that a corner to match up to that kind of player you're going to like to have in your back pocket now.
Yeah. And you got, you want to get physical on the inside, like Emin Worry can take those guys in the slot. It's we feel better. Feel better now.
Yeah, everybody they addressed two arguable needs. So let's look a little bit big picture. Who are the free agents they left? They ended up losing. I'm gonna kind of leave aside Derek Young. No offense to him, but like there are many people who
Mafe,
can.
Walker, Woolen, and Bryant.
Walker, Woolen, and Bryant. Yeah. You've effectively replaced Walker. You've effectively replaced Bryant. You could have effectively replaced Woolen in addition to the fact that they've signed Igbenogany, they got Pritchard. So there's a bit of a competition there. So they have addressed 3 of the 4 quote unquote needs that you would think. Guard off interior offensive line is kind of like a luxury thing. It's more planning ahead with the expectation Bradford's not going to be here next year. but you can still address it next year. You could address it with your 6th-round pick. You now have 2 6th-round picks. So edge, again, you signed Dante Fowler on Monday. You could just run with those 4. You could run with Jenna, Lawrence, assuming it didn't retire randomly, Nwosu and Fowler. And then you could see if Jared Ivey develops or Connor O'Toole develops. You can still sniff around to see if there's anybody else of interest who could be like a trade target, like during roster cutdown time. So this was, I know that they didn't pick close to the consensus board for the first 2 selections, but they absolutely did for Julian Neal. And you have to feel better about the roster that they've immediately addressed the needs that they didn't totally pay attention to in free agency.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is too, is like, I think Mike wants a role for Jamie Sheriff. He wants a role for him. He keeps bringing him back and he keeps putting him all over the place. And I think right now he's potentially in that competition for edge 4 with Ivy and O'Toole. So I think that's like almost like his Sundell from like the offensive line is like trying to find a role for him, but just trying to find a role for him on the defense is like, I want him to work out. Where can I put him to make him work out? Where can I put him where he might have the best chance to work out?
Yeah. You could say the only pick so far where it's potential over production is Jadarian Price. Clark has got the production, deep production in college. And then Julian Neal, like, he's been around long enough where it's like you could say that you've got the production, might not show up in like pure box score stuff. So I'm pretty pleased with this draft so far and what they've been able to do.
Even for those people that don't like the Price pick because they felt like you could wait until later. We mentioned earlier how those people could try to make an argument as we sit here right now and say, well, look, all those guys are still on the board. You could have gotten them in the 4th round, and that's better. But also the league just told us how they feel about those guys. Because if a guy like Mike Washington, who's 6'1" and 210 pounds and runs a 4.3, and 100 times teams decided, nah, we don't think that guy's worth a pick in the 80s or the 90s in a bad draft. That, I think that says something too.
You're shooting Jonah Coleman still being available in the 4th.
Maybe Jadarian Price, the small sample side is fool's gold, and he never becomes more than just roster fodder. And maybe this ends up being a bad. You don't know, but they shot for the upside, right? They swung big.
Dan, I have a good representation of the NFC West right now. I put it in the thing for a picture. I think it's a great representation. I think Brandon will appreciate it. Look at the difference between the.
Whoops. Hold on. Where are we at? I got to add you back in here. Hang on. Hey, we're just playing around. Yeah. Okay.
That's the look of your head coach in LA versus your head coach in Seattle.
Yeah.
Right.
Brandon's loving this. This is just such a good representation.
It's very nice seeing what's going on with the Rams right now.
Yes.
And I thought this draft was a very important key point for them because they don't have the money. They don't have the financial levers they can pull as alternatives, making this draft that much more important to find some impact. And they had the arsenal to do it walking into this offseason. You walk away with it looking at what they did with that arsenal, and I don't feel like they came out of it with all these weapons and different other ways to go at you now.
Yeah. That is, and let me just go here and see, just to recap.
This continues to go with that theory though that we brought up earlier, that they're just literally just going down the line of like biggest need to lowest need right now. The biggest need was our needing an RB1. We got ourselves a potential future RB1. He has competition. He's going to have to compete for it, but he's almost right there. The next one was safety because that was the starting safety. Well, now but Clark's going to go compete with Okada to fill in that Bryant role. But that was like the next kind of like starting level one. Now we're going on to CB3 versus Edge 4. We filled CB3 now with Julian Neal. He's going to compete with probably Nehemiah Pritchett for that role. So if we're continuing down that line, the next pick potentially could be Edge. If we're keeping on with that theory.
Could be, and for those who are concerned if we don't take an edge, right? Because I know there's going to be a lot of that. Like between tonight and the time we go tomorrow, if I peek in on Twitter, I'm sure that there's going to be a segment of the fan base. It's going to be like how it's inexcusable they didn't address pass rush. Mike McDonald got hired in Seattle because he coordinated a historically dominant defense in Baltimore in 2023. And he did it with guys off the scrap heap at edge. Jadeveon Clowney, when his career looked like it might be over. Kyle Van Noy, who had never had double-digit sacks before, right? Brent Urban, Malik Harrison. He pieced together a pass rush with that group. And the Seahawks, what they have right now in the room is far ahead of the talent that he had in that group. So I'm not worried about that part of it. And there could be another trade out there, right? Kayvon Thibodeau might still be on the table. We just don't know.
It's a little bit like, it's like Carroll with his corners, right, Dan? There was no point in going after and spending maximum money for corners in the Carroll era because they're just playing off coverage zone 24/7. They're in cover 3 24/7. So why take advantage of that as an opportunity to go a little bit cheaper there and then put the resources in other places that are more suitable to your defense to getting bigger impact?
All right, let's get to some of these super. Oh, sorry, Bryce, go ahead.
I got 2 quotes here from Julian Neal's conversation already with the reporters. So one's from Michael Sean Dugar, goes, Julian Neal says he knew he was going to be a Seahawk after a meeting at the scouting combine with assistant head coach Leslie Frazier, who told him you're most likely going to get picked by the Seahawks, Julian Neal. Julian believed him. We are going back to back this year is what Julian responded with. Then the second one is from John Boyle that goes, new Seahawks corner, Julian Neal. I am the most physical corner in this draft.
I like
Sounds
it.
like a Seahawk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the reason why I wrote about him. I loved him from the get-go. When I wrote that profile on him for Draft Signal, it was just like, I just kept watching his tape, and I had some of those concerns that you did too, Dan. But like at the same time, I kept looking. I'm like, he almost feels like an old school Seahawk, just tough, not afraid to tackle. Will fight the wide receiver.
And matchups matter. You have to match up with other teams that you play twice a year, especially in the best division in football, right? And and if they had not come out of this, it's like Girl Dad here says, you guys good with picking Neal over Muhammad? Yeah, I like Malik Muhammad, but he's really slight framed. And those other teams could have absolutely bodied us on the outside at times if they wanted to. And it would have been a red zone issue too.
Yeah. Well,
here's the other interesting thing. If you really look at this in the whole part, if you said to me, before we picked and everything, hey, Seattle Seahawks have the last pick in each round of the draft for the first 3 rounds. They only got 4 picks total. And you walk out with Jadarian Price, Bud Clark, and Julian Neal, and a good chance you're signing Dante Fowler, I would sign up for that. I would, because I go, you are addressing some of the needs that you do have in the priority that you need to deal with them.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah. I think that you come down the bottom line of this draft, it's so far, at least it is that they have fit to need. I think in other drafts and other classes, this would be more of an egregious thing to do. I think with how wild we've seen this draft operate and with where guys are going, and it's just kind of almost no man's land from the jump once we got past the first round, I think you've got to calibrate that into the assessment of what's going on here a little bit too. But I think it doesn't have to be necessarily the worst thing in this case that they're doing that. As far as I think, they're looking at this class the same way a lot of other teams, and they're going, there's just not a lot of clarity here. Things are really muddled. It's very hard to figure this stuff out exactly what these players are going to be.
Yeah. And, I talked about this philosophy last night, but sometimes we get hung up on like where guys go and value. And now with the new format, well, it's not new anymore, but like we have to sleep on it twice, and then you stress about what you haven't done. At the end of the day, I just want to look at the group of guys and see players that I like and that I think are going to help the Seahawks win. And I feel that way about all 3 of these guys. And you start looking at them positionally, and it's like, okay, they got the second best running back in the draft, regardless of where you think he should have gone or what the value was. Second best running back in the draft, third best safety in the draft by many accounts. And then corner, you're down the board a bit, but as far as big physical corners, which is something we lacked, he was one of the rare ones out there. There weren't
It's also the deepest position in the draft too.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Outside of tight end, which I don't buy into tight end being deeper than this, in my opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Let's get to some super chats. Peter says, but all the running backs are still there. Horrible draft. He's joking. Good to see you, Peter. Thanks for donating again. Jeffrey Thistle checking in again, saying the quiet part out loud. We were very much in danger of being too small in our secondary. Physicality is one thing we have, but size is limiting.
You go up into press, and the quarterback goes up and he sees a stacked box with a simulated pressure coming in. What I can just go as a default back to is I'll throw it up off the hip on a slant to the X. He'll get off the press. I know he'll beat the release because he's got a 5'9" guy going up against him here, a 185-pound guy here. Versus when you get the big physical guy, like I don't know if he's going to get off that press. I don't know if Puka's going to get off that press there to get to the spot before the pressure can get to me. So it is something that you probably need to take care of.
We got some rival fans checking in. Banker El Prez with the $4.99 donation. I may be sad that we took Simpson at 13, but at the end of the day, 3 firsts for Trey Lance is alpha energy, boys.
Hashtag VHS Bowl.
Peter, go Hawks.
Yeah, that one hurts for a while. That bruise does not heal quickly.
Peter Go Hawks, $1.99 says we can move up next year for any right guard we want. The next right guard might still be on the roster too. They really do like Cable do.
They do.
Maybe they're liking Haynes more than we're thinking too. You never know.
Yeah. Warhammer says, sorry about no edges, Dan. However, Bud Clark might quickly become one of my favorite Seahawks. Dude sounds so likable and is a dog. With limited picks this year, they were, John was pretty clear that they were looking for a certain personality type. And that seems to be the case in Bud Clark and Julian Neal. I mean, those guys are feisty in their attitudes and their approach.
So many good edges too that are so cheap in that market. You could double dip down. You got the money to spend. You got no dead money that you've had to eat it all so far. So you can pull some other levers if you just want to do that. I think about that and going Clowney and Fowler on top of what we got. You tell me who's stopping that.
Well, and you start looking ahead and you start projecting 2027, 12 picks potentially. I think there's a good chance. Maybe I'd be surprised if our first pick tomorrow is at 188. I think they find a way to get back into the 4th, 5th mix somehow.
Whether that's trading Olu or trading Knight, like those are two players that.
I didn't think of Tyrese Knight.
Yeah. Or one of those.
Yeah, Tyrese Knight could be an option. Like I haven't heard the rumor about it, but I'm looking at that stacked room there, and it's like
makes sense.
He's kind of the outlier,
especially if they like Chris Paul.
To your point too, we've got Kyle Lewis, who might not even be an inside linebacker next level by the team's measure, and then everybody else is off the board at this point to where you're down to Harold Perkins, Keyshawn Elliott, Bryce Bodeker. I mean, you're down to that spot. Everybody else is off the board. Galladay, Allen, Rodriguez, Trotter, Hill. They're off, so it might be the way that you might have an opportunity there.
Yeah, but just think about it. You start look at the 2027 roster now and contractual obligations, right? And we'll see what happens up front on defense. If some of those guys, Jaron Reed finishes up, DeMarcus Lawrence, of course. But you start looking on offensive line. You can project that years down the road. Wide receiver room is pretty set. Tight end room is pretty set. Running back room now we have some stability there. And then you look on defense, the secondary, you've got stability and contractual control all over there. Inside linebacker, you can be as aggressive as you want to going up to get an edge next year in that draft in what's supposed to be a good class, maybe even double dip if you have to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Catalyst with $5 donation. As for the NFC West, I think Seattle did the best. The 49ers and Rams may have had the 2 worst drafts in the entire NFL. Far, Catalyst. I like it.
I mean, they're pretty bad. You know what I mean? He's not lying.
No.
Hole 734, $5. Hey, Brando, you think Mike will be happy to see that his team made far less stupid moves than the Rams and Niners?
Yeah, I think that they're looking right now in shock. I think Schneider and McDonald are looking at these two teams and they're like, the Cardinals are going to be the Cardinals. This is like, oh, look, water's wet. But these other two teams, you're going, you guys don't usually go this far out on stuff. And I don't know. This seems like we were talking yesterday. One of you guys might have mentioned it. I think as far as McVay tied to Stafford, this feels like a full Les Snead draft. This feels like there are no fingerprints upon it that are Les Snead. And that's to me almost the most encouraging sign above anything else as far as the bad picks that they made. And then the Niners are they're eroding. it's not only that the window seems to be shut, they're wanting to like glue it down and put some Coke over the top. That's how it looks, at least to me on this, because I don't explain this draft to me. It just seems to me like on their picks, the way I look at it a little bit, like they got cute trading back probably a little bit too much and it landed on Stribling, and they're just keep replacing that, Ayuk, Parasol.
Stribling's a good,
they're just,
we all agreed on that. But then you take a woefully undersized edge player, if you can even call him that, who's probably to your point, Brandon, I think you said it when he was drafted, like he's a specialist. He's a very limited role player. And then you take the 10th best running back in an 8-man running back class, third as your back.
To your point, we might have reached for need. This is even worse reach for need, because I'm not excited about these players. I like my haul a lot better than I look at this haul. If I got to be a reaching for need situation, I'm like, okay. I do like Stribling, but that it was a little early on Stribling where you took him. And to your point on height, you're doing that because they had the guy retire on him, right?
Yeah.
The guy that the one guy they'd rather have there. So it's like, okay, well, fill that hole over there. And then Kalen Black, who's your running back right now? McCaffrey goes bust, and he's had 5,900 carries this last year. So he's probably going to have a good chance of going bust again next year, or at least not being able to go a full season. So you need to do this now. We have to do this, whether it was Black or some other secondary black. It was going to be exciting. It was just that you have to do it now.
And then you look at the Rams, and I don't think there's a guy in their 3, Ty Simpson, Max Clare, Keegan Tross, that contributes in 2026 in any
It's the key, isn't it, Ram? And it's the key, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the key on those picks as much as anything else, because this is not a team that should be picking for 27, 28.
Tony Borges. I missed the Neil pick. What do you guys think? We like it, right? I think we're in unison on that. We wanted, the red mullet, but we were all pretty quick to get on board with the pick. Sean Scotchman with the donation. Appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for the support. William Tarkowski. Hey, Brando, who's going to go 188 and 216? Or is B Bryce? Bryce is the guy with the crystal ball.
Yeah, Bryce might be the guy we should. He was the prophet, Bryce. Brother Bryce.
100.
Brother Bryce, who do you foresee upon us within your horizon line?
Hey,
she'll land in our lap.
Just go with our last 2 picks from our mock draft. Just go with those 2. You'll be fine.
Yeah, no kidding.
Give me Heidenreich and give me Michael Heldman, and I'll be happy.
I'll go. I will go with this. I'm going to say Heidenreich and Wesley Williams.
Okay.
Harold Perkins, Dante Corleone.
Okay. There you go.
We kind of have
Heidenreich and Carver Willis.
Ooh.
There you go. Heidenreich and Carver Willis.
I like that.
Yeah.
Willis got some versatility, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he drops to 188, but I was wondering if K-Park could end up coming to Seattle. I think they would probably have to be a little higher up for the 5th.
It's who?
K-Park, Devontae K-Park, the Clemson guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You
Big
got
man.
one more, Dan.
What's that?
You got one more super chat popped in late.
Boom. Kyle from South Park, 1995, $1.99. Would y'all still take a chance on McCoy at 188? Fuck yes.
Yeah, at 188, yes.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. I think even if you're relatively in a good place medically, where the doctors tell me it's 92% chance, and I got to trade future capital in next year, like a 4th next year or something, and find a way to get up into this to grab them there, I wouldn't be against it. It does seem like, though, there's enough teams that are cornerback desperate.
This might be more
not.
long term.
Yeah.
This does seem to be like an, oh my God, tell the women to look away when the x-ray goes up. It's going to be too much. It's going to be like one of those things, where you just go, must look horrible. Like that plug must be like all busted and popping out of this.
Yeah.
It's just, you can only imagine, because this guy's tape is so good.
Yeah.
He's so good. It's such an obvious, easy evaluation for how good his talent is and how best pure corner in this draft if he's healthy, and maybe by kind of a wide margin.
Yeah.
So
this is interesting here. Like Glass Activist checking in with the Seahawk comp. He says Mike Jackson a good comp for Neil. I think Neil's fat, and Mike Jackson was never a 4-4 guy.
No, but he was physical. And he's been good at Carolina.
yeah,
Physical, long arms. Yeah.
they're both mentally wired the same way, but Jackson's off corner zone guy. I got to live my life that way. This is a guy that can go between the two, where he's probably more comfortable press man run, but he can very much almost as comfortably be an off cover, zone, which is really a big part of his value there on top of being the good tackler of the run game. And he's not just a good tackler of the run game. This is a guy that fights off blocks, takes great pathways of the ball carrier, because you can have good tacklers. They'll come up and thump, but they won't get off blocks. They won't have the can-do spirit to get there. And he does bring that. So it's just, he has the kind of the full meal. Mike, you got to just put him in an off zone system. He's got to be playing cover 3. He's got to be just kind of living there a little protected with the speed side of things.
Big super chat coming in from IAB 230.99, and he simply says, love, go Hawks.
Oh, thank you, me. You're the best.
That boy.
Best.
Guys, this was cool. We got 1,600 people hanging out with us right now.
Still after 4.5 hours. Goodness
I know.
Are you not sick of us already?
They might have just fallen asleep.
They got a favor. It's small draft coverage.
We are going to be back tomorrow. Josh, by the way, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. Very, very cool.
Dropping in, Josh.
And tomorrow, what do we got? Noon Eastern time tomorrow, 9 on the Pacific on the West Coast. All right, you guys, I get to sleep in a little bit tomorrow. You guys,
do you? Do you, Dan? You gonna get a nice little good rest?
Dan, I've got to be up at coaching at 10 o'clock.
Good, yeah, it's good for you.
I got to be up at 6:30 to go shuttle my lady, but then I can go back to sleep for a little bit if I need to. No, I'm going to get a workout in. We're going to get ready for day 3 because undrafted free agents. We'll maybe have some surprises, maybe some trades to talk about. We got some cool guests that might be popping in with us tomorrow as well. But I think, let me see. Don't want to make sure that we miss anything. No, we're good. We're caught up. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. We know there's a lot of great content out there and you got a lot of choices. We appreciate that you chose to be here with us. Boys,
thank you so much.
Get some sleep. We'll be back here again tomorrow. Do it all again, no matter how many picks they have or don't have. Should we try to sync up one last Go Hawks?
We're going to get it one of these days, Dan.
We are.
One of them.
We are. We actually,
you know what?
One of these days, we're going to be smart enough to rehearse the damn thing.
Josh is the chain we needed to connect.
Yeah, there we
connect
go.
the whole process.
Well, if we don't get it right at training camp when we're all actually together, we've got a massive problem.
We'll do some rehearsals.
We're going to be in like some back room, like Eagles in a prior concert.
I'll find a way to get to training camp and be like, okay, guys, here we go. 1, 2.
Hey, you got the right idea. So here's how we're going to do it.
He's got a strong conductor fingers. I think he might have it here.
We're going to go 1, 2, 3, go Hawks. So it's like we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how we're going to do it. Ready?
All right.
1, 2, 3, go.
Go Hawks.
We still fucked it up.
That was terrible.
We'll get it right tomorrow. Night, everybody.